That ram button is off. Just press that button as it lights up. It's on. Test one two. Test one two. Testing wireless mic C. Test one two. So when I give it to you, it'll already just press the button for them.
Okay.
Then when they give it back to you,
That's weird. No, I got silence, but I'm waiting for John Edwards to get to the top. So, please continue to talk. All right, good morning, everybody. Great. It is so wonderful to see this room so filled early in the morning with people that are this energetic and excited for a very, very good event. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Michael Scharf. I'm the co-dean of the law school, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the inaugural conference of our new Center for Environmental Law. We are very proud to be home to the new Environmental Law Center, which was made possible by the generous $10 million gift from our alumnus Coleman P. Burke, class of 1970. Case Western is already the home of important research across disciplines into environmentally sound technologies and sustainable business practices. The Burke Center joins the Great Lakes Energy Institute, the Sweatland Center for Environmental Health, and other parts of our university focused on developing solutions to environmental challenges and educating students to be leaders in environmental fields. The center's location in Ohio creates many opportunities, given that Ohio is at the intersection of many current environmental law, energy, sustainability, and policy debates. Ohio touches all corners of energy policy, from coal production to aging nuclear plants, from hydraulic fracking and soon wind turbines on Lake Erie. The national debate over energy policy is a debate that is happening right here. And Cleveland has played a key role in environmental policy debates, from the historic Cuyahoga River fire to current and continuing efforts to protect, and restore Lake Erie. The national debate over how to preserve and enhance water quality is a debate that is also happening here. The Burke Center will be the home to conferences like this that invite academics, practitioners, and current and former officials of differing views and perspectives to engage in spirited discussions about key questions in environmental law and policy. The articles generated from today's conference will be published in our law review, where they will have a long-term legacy. The Burke Center will also enable the law school to extend its path-breaking work in experiential education to the environmental field, including a capstone experience in the environmental law area. We are already facilitating student experiences ranging from research on preserving waterfowl habitat in Montana, summer internships with local environmental nonprofits, to semester-long externships at the Environment and Natural Resource Division of the Department of Justice, the Environmental Protection Agency, and elsewhere. We have a creative, talented, and nationally recognized faculty member who is serving as the head of our new center. And it is now my pleasure to turn the program over to Jonathan Adler, the John Verhey Memorial Professor of Law and Director of the Coleman P. Burke Center for Environmental Law. I hope you all have a wonderful day today. It is a great pleasure to welcome you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. It's certainly a pleasure to be here this morning to help welcome all of you to our conference, looking at the past, present, and future of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Now, some of you may know the EPA doesn't actually turn 50 until next year, but we felt it was a good idea to have a conference now discussing the first 50 years of the EPA, the current state of the EPA, and perhaps what we can look to in the future, in part so that our law review can publish a volume on the 50th anniversary of the EPA in the year that the EPA actually turns 50. Given the production schedule of academic publications, that requires doing it a little bit in anticipation. But we're thrilled that all of you are here, and I'm especially grateful to all the tremendous scholars that were willing to make the trek to Northeast Ohio to be part of this program. And hopefully we will convince them that Northeast Ohio isn't such a bad place and they should come back often. I want to extend thanks to Coley Burke, whose gift to the law school and tremendous generosity has made the center possible, made programs like this possible, other programs that we will be doing, both academic programs as well as programs focused on students, helping support students that are looking to develop the skills and knowledge necessary for successful careers in environmental law, as well as the ability to play a larger role in the broader Northeast Ohio community in discussions about environmental policy. One announcement, March 27th, in this room, the Burke Center and the Law Medicine Center are co-sponsoring a conference on the law of environmental health. Our speakers will include folks like Adam Finkel from Michigan, Montrese Ransom from the CDC, Stephanie Tai from Wisconsin, Barry Hill, who ran the Environmental Justice Office at the EPA, and many others. Look for information about that on our website. That program, like a lot of the programs that we will be doing, aim to cut across and transcend the disciplinary barriers that often get in the way of productive work in environmental law and policy. As many people in this room know, as folks who work in universities know, we often have a tendency to silo ourselves within our individual disciplines. But environmental issues are cross-disciplinary issues. They present cross-disciplinary questions. If the lawyers don't talk to the engineers, don't talk to the economists, don't talk to the toxicologists, don't talk to the sociologists, we don't actually develop the knowledge and the information and the solutions that we need. And we certainly hope to be able to play a role in fostering more interdisciplinary discussions of environmental questions and developing environmental answers. And as Michael mentioned, we feel there's really no better place to do that than a university like Case Western with its long history and the wide range of work that it promotes and sponsors on a wide range of issues. In terms of today, I want to further brief we have a range of folks that study environmental law, that have worked in environmental law. In addition to the EPA administrator who will be speaking later, we have individuals that have worked at the EPA in each of the prior 4 administrations. So folks that have a range of experience in terms of the type of environmental issues they will be, or that we deal with and address, as well as a range of perspectives about what's worked, what's failed, what sorts of actions we've taken we should be proud of, what sorts of things we could do better. And I hope that today's conference will provide us some valuable perspective on how to think about what it is the EPA is doing that we like, what it is the EPA is doing that we don't like, what it is the EPA should be doing so that it can continue to play a productive role in improving environmental quality going forward. That's all I wanted to say this morning. Again, I appreciate all of you being here. I appreciate the help of not only Patty Harbold, who's worked tirelessly to help make this program happen. She probably deserves more credit than anyone for everything that goes right today. If it goes wrong, it's probably my fault. Also, thanks to the Law Review that is co-sponsoring this program and that will be doing all the hard work of collecting drafts, editing drafts, fixing footnotes, blue booking footnotes, We're certainly very thankful that they're willing to work with us on this program. And again, thanks to all of you that are here. So I'm going to turn the program over to our first panel, which is going to be moderated by my colleague from the History Department, Peter Schulman, who does research on science and technology and energy and environmental history. And he will be introducing our speakers for our first panel. Again, thank you all for coming.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to Jonathan for inviting me to join this program. Like he mentioned, I am in the history department. I'm a historian, not a lawyer. But my work, which covers history of energy, environment, US politics and policy, and technology, does touch on a lot of issues that relate to law and things that I find quite interesting and relevant. My recent work is actually dealing with the courts and US forest policy way back in the mid-19th century, so a good 100 years before the EPA, but topics that still resonate today. It's a pleasure to introduce our distinguished first panel this morning, which is going to be looking at 50 years of influence, successes, failures, and key lessons from the EPA. Professor Ann Carlson is the Shirley Shapiro Professor of Environmental Law and the Faculty Co-Director of the Emmett Institute on Climate Change and the Environment at UCLA School of Law, and is a leading scholar of climate change and air pollution law and policy, and the author of a wide range of scholarly works on environmental and climate law and policy. An award-winning teacher, she also currently serves as the Speaker of the California Assembly's representative to the Independent Emissions Market Advisory Committee and is a frequent media commentator and legal blogger. Professor E. Donald Elliott is Florence Rogat's visiting professor of law at Yale Law School and a leading academic scholar and practitioner in the fields of administrative and environmental law. He is also senior counsel in the Washington, D.C. office of Covington and Burling LLP and co-chair of the firm's environmental practice group. From 1989 to 1991, he served as assistant administrator and general counsel of the EPA, and in 1993 was named to the first endowed chair in environmental law and policy at any major American law school at Yale, where he spent his academic career. From 2003 to 2009, he was a member of the National Academy of Sciences Board on Environmental Studies and Toxicology, which advises the federal government on environmental issues. He's a prolific scholar and is frequently invited to testify before Congress on environmental issues. Mr. Joseph Goffman is executive director of the Environmental and Energy Law program at Harvard Law School. Prior to his recent work as Democratic Chief Counsel to the U.S. Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works, he was assistant administrator for climate / senior counsel to the Assistant Administrator for Air and Radiation at the EPA, where he worked on the Clean Power Plan, the Mercury and Air Toxic Standards, the Cross-State Air Pollution Rule, the Oil and Gas New Source Performance Standards, and related air quality and climate change rules. He has also worked in senior legal, policy, and management positions at the Environmental Defense Fund. So with that, I'm going to step aside and turn the floor over to Professor Ann Carlson.
Speak without them, sorry.
And how do we advance the slides?
There they are, yeah. And
That's an excellent
is there a
question.
clicker? The
Keyboard,
here.
so you go up or down?
Okay, so the first thing to note is that I have a title here at the very top that says the Environmental Protection Agency turns 30. So I think maybe I'm wishful thinking about my own age or something. Apologies for the typo. So I'm really going to talk about the Clean Air Act, but I actually think the Clean Air Act has some interesting things to teach us about how to think about the Green New Deal. I should preface my remarks by saying that I'm in the midst of writing a book about Los Angeles and air pollution. It's tentatively called How Los Angeles Cleaned Up Its Air, and you can't really talk about the Clean Air Act without talking about Los Angeles and its history, as you'll see when I begin. But let me just start with a little bit of information about the Green New Deal and some initial thoughts about it. So I think many people, have some serious skepticism about the Green New Deal. Its ambition, its interweaving of a lot of different policy areas, not just environment. Its, at this point, lack of specificity about how you might actually accomplish some of the goals. But I started to think a bit differently about the ambition of the Green New Deal as I watched I think the really catalyzing energy that it's created among young people, among voters, and so forth, and started to think about whether that great ambition actually might have some promise, and to look back at the Clean Air Act, which was also a wildly ambitious statute, and ask whether the Clean Air Act has something to teach us about really ambitious goals. So let me just start with what the Green New Deal, I'm not going to tell you everything the Green New Deal does, I'm going to stay away from the non-environmental parts. I just want to focus on the fact that the ambition is really the timing of trying to achieve net zero carbon by 2030 through a variety of relatively general policies. One is 100% green energy, clean energy. I think that's important, actually, that it's not renewable energy, it's clean energy, leaving the category somewhat broader. Also, through the implementation of policies to upgrade existing buildings, important, but very, very hard to do, and investment in our transportation system and infrastructure, I think with the idea of moving toward 100% clean vehicles, presumably electric primarily. And the Green New Deal has come in for some really hearty criticism, and this is not only from those who are not big fans of regulation. So it's just worth pointing out that, for example, Ernie Moniz, the Secretary of Energy in the Obama administration, who says it doesn't violate the law of physics to do it, but that doesn't mean that it's implementable. It's basically, it's infeasible. We can't possibly meet that goal, says Moniz. Another prominent, very pro-climate advocate, one of our most famous scientific advocates, says the Green New Deal is nonsense. And I could have put up a whole lot more quotes that get uglier from there. But I just wanted to point out that the criticism is actually widespread, and there's sort of a common theme about its ridiculous ambition. So now I want to take you, why is this suddenly not?
Down.
There we go. I want to take you to the 1970 amendments to the Clean Air Act and highlight just how ambitious the Clean Air Act was at the time, and remind those who are around and teach those who weren't about some of the reactions to the goals of the Clean Air Act. So let's just start. The Clean Air Act is obviously a wildly complex statute, not that complex in 1970, or at least not as complex as it's come with the 1977 and the 1990 amendments and all the regulatory implementation that's gone forward. But I want to highlight a couple of parts of the Clean Air Act that really set the EPA in its very first years on an incredibly ambitious program to try to cut air pollution. So within 30 days, the administrator had to set national ambient air quality standards with an adequate margin of safety to protect public health. There were already some standards in the works. EPA did so. One of the most important that we'll talk about is ozone, although at the time it was called oxidants. And then there were some specified provisions about how we were going to get there. And at the time, we knew that automobiles were one of the major sources of pollution. So very importantly, the Clean Air Act amendments of 1970 specify 90% reductions in various pollutants by either 1975 or 1976, depending upon the pollutant. Remember, we're talking about 1970 here, and car companies need lead time in order to get their models out. So this is extraordinary, asking auto companies in essentially 2 years to outfit their entire fleets, about 10 million cars, with pollution control equipment, importantly, that does not exist at the time. We do not have the technology in place. There's a long history here that includes the auto companies colluding with each other to keep technology from being developed. But nevertheless, it's fair to say that at the time these amendments are enacted, the technology does not exist, at least in a form that can be mass produced to put on new automobiles. And guess what? The reaction is not a happy one. So this is Lee Iacocca. Those of you older folks in the room will know who this is. He's probably the most famous after Henry Ford, the most famous auto executive in the United States. At the time, actually, he's not yet president of Ford. He's the executive vice president. But he basically says, we don't have the technology. We're not going to be able to continue to produce cars after January 1, 1975. A refrain that we hear actually from the auto industry quite frequently about whether or not it can meet tough standards. But Ford is not the only one complaining. The head or the executive vice president of the National Coal Policy Conference calls this onerous, cumbersome, again, unrealistic, hearkening to some of the language of the Green New Deal. But it's not just industry that's complaining. This is a quote from an air pollution control officer in 1971 in Los Angeles. Los Angeles has actually had regulators in place since the late 1940s trying to do something about air quality, and basically says you could take the people, the cars, the industry out of Los Angeles, we still couldn't meet these standards because there's background ozone levels that just exist in the atmosphere that make this impossible. It turns out that's actually wrong in terms of the numbers, but nevertheless, the administrators on the ground are saying we can't possibly meet these standards. And they're not wrong, actually, it turns out. Okay, so Edmund Muskie, the famous senator who's very involved in the passage of the Clean Air Act amendments, essentially says, you know what, we get that and we don't care because our responsibility is to establish what the public interest requires to protect the health of persons. That may mean that people and industries will be asked to do what seems to be impossible at the present time. Again, I think hearkening to kind of the spirit of the Green New Deal. And importantly, I think, Muskie here is embracing what becomes an extremely important part of the Clean Air Act, and that is to force the development of technology. So prior to the amendments of 1970, you may know that California issues the first mobile source standards to try to regulate tailpipe pollutants, but that is very much a technology following statute. In fact, there's great stories. I could go on and on. My head is heavily enmeshed right now in writing this book. But there's very, very good evidence that the car companies actually had technology in place that they were hiding because the only way the California could regulate tailpipe emissions was to have technology available, commercially available on the market. And if they kept it off the market, then they couldn't be regulated. But again, that reflected an idea that we're not going to regulate till the technology exists. 1970 Clean Air Act amendments say we're not going down that path. We are going to force the development of technology. Okay, so Los Angeles is a really, really important part of this picture. In part because it is, as you know, it continues to be the smoggiest basin in the country, although I will say just a couple little tidbits, we'll get farther along here, but so the basin is really big and encompasses a lot of counties. I live in Los Angeles. Anybody want to take a guess about how many days Los Angeles County violated air pollution standards last year? One on one day. So part of my story is how Los Angeles cleaned up its air, and I'll give you a little more data once we get there. But it's important to know that a bunch of stuff has happened in Southern California and California more generally that leads up to the passage of the 1970 amendments. One of the biggest things that happens is that a Caltech scientist, part of what Caltech called the Dutch Mafia, a bunch of Dutch scientists came over and joined the Caltech faculty, spent a lot of time demonstrating that the smog in Los Angeles is caused by cars. Something that was denied by the auto industry for a very long time, actually denied by a lot of pollution control regulators. And he actually recreated smog in a plexiglass chamber that he built outside because part of what he discovered is that it was the interaction of sunlight with chemicals that created smog. And he was really viciously attacked, principally by the oil industry as opposed to by the car industry. And this attack actually led him to become the first regulator of what is now the California Air Resources Board, because he was so angry at the attacks on his scientific integrity that he actually took a leave from Caltech and became a government official as opposed to continuing his scientific work. So Dr. Hagensmith, also sometimes known as Hagen-Smog, puts this scientific information together, and California begins to regulate, and as I said, regulates in a way that follows technology. Actually, there's some companies other than the auto manufacturers that come up with pollution control equipment that the state certifies, and then magically the car companies reveal that they in fact have technology themselves that they can install. But this is a really important part of the story. It's also, I'll give you some numbers in a minute. It's just important to understand how foul the air was in Los Angeles at the time. About half of the year, you couldn't see more than about 3 miles because of the smog. You couldn't see the beautiful basin that Los Angeles sits in with, mountains ringing, because the mountains couldn't be seen because of the smog. Okay. So this is an important figure as well. This is a guy named Eugene Houdry, and he's sort of a sort of tragic and heroic figure. So he is actually best known for figuring out how to refine petroleum, which becomes an extraordinarily important part of World War I, World War II, and ultimately allows us to propel vehicles with gasoline. But he also realizes that this process creates choking smog. And so he turns his attention away from refining petroleum and instead invents a rudimentary catalytic converter in the 1950s. We don't see the catalytic converter until the mid-1970s. Why is that? Because we're not regulating heavily. We're not forcing the development of technology. That's what happens with the Clean Air Act and the 1970 amendments. Oops. Now I got to go back. Wrong way. Anybody know how to go back here?
Yeah, you go up or down.
I tried to go down. It's going wrong. It's not happening. It's just getting in.
Try going back here then. Try this one.
Okay, I think that did it. Okay, that did it. Okay. So here, this is what emissions look like. I don't have too many numbers in here, but I just want to sort of show you the magnitude of what is required here. So this is what California faces in 1966 when it certifies the first equipment to cut pollutants from tailpipes, and the standards essentially cut that in half. That's with existing technology. It turns out not to be that hard to get the first 50% reduction. But it is from that second baseline that the Clean Air Act kicks in and requires a 90% reduction. So you just see 4.1 to 0.041. This is just an extraordinary requirement. And it's important to remember that this is also coupled with national ambient air quality standards that are requiring Los Angeles to meet standards that are essentially impossible for it to do so. But it's really important to recognize that the CAR standards are operating in conjunction with states having to come into compliance with very tough new air pollution standards. I say that because that's a really important part of the story in California. It's not so clear California would be the great environmental leader if it wasn't actually required to meet these national ambient air quality standards. Okay, so that's what's supposed to happen. And pretty immediately we get the auto industry going nuts, right? They're even though they tried to kill these amendments in 1970, they continue to put a lot of pressure on the EPA, the new EPA, Congress, in the press, and so forth. But they have a dual strategy, and I'm going to talk about both. But let's start with the kind of let's go on the attack. So, okay, now it doesn't want to move. There we go. All right, so some good Watergate era figures are going to emerge now, because remember in 1970, as EPA is created, this is also the time when there's all sorts of nefarious behavior going on behind the scenes by the Nixon administration. The Commerce Secretary, who later becomes, anybody know what CREEP stands for? Some of the older folks
Ready to
ready to
re-elect
re-elect
president.
Right, he becomes the chair of the Nixon campaign. It says in a 1971 speech, so this is after it's been enacted. The Clean Air Act shows a complete disregard for economic factors that make unrealistic technological demands. So again, this sort of theme that we hear about the Green New Deal. Lee Iacocca by this time is president, and he is basically saying we're going to have a complete shutdown of the auto industry. Lots of drama from Lee Iacocca. But at the same time, I think I'm okay on that. Bill Ruckelshaus, who also becomes famous during Watergate for refusing to fire Archibald Cox, is the first administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency. And he's another hero in this story. So there he is. I love the expression on Nixon's face. I believe when he's being sworn in as EPA secretary, so this is before he stands up to the president and refuses to fire Archibald Cox. But he has this very short time frame, and one of the things that's important to know about the 1970 requirements to cut by 90% is that there's an out for the administrator. And the out essentially gives auto companies an extra year if they essentially can show that they're not going to be able to meet the technological demands of the statute. And so naturally, the minute they can, they file for this extension Meanwhile, though, they're also working hard to try to meet the technological standards. And the statute asks the National Academy of Sciences to do a study, which is really an extraordinary document when you read it. Incredible cooperation with the auto industry to get a lot of really detailed information about what exactly is happening in trying to develop this technology. But we've got several problems. The catalytic converter becomes the kind of dominant technology that car companies are trying to develop, and there are at least 2, maybe 3 problems with it. One big problem is that leaded gasoline corrodes the catalytic converter. And so one of the great accomplishments of the Clean Air Act is actually, to some degree, an inadvertent one, because one of the things Ruckelshaus does is that he issues a rule that requires gas stations to offer unleaded gasoline, leading eventually to one of the greatest public health accomplishments ever. I'll talk a little bit more about that. But another problem is that they've never shown that a catalytic converter can actually operate for 50,000 miles, which is what the statute shows. And as somebody says, you need to do that not only in the heat of a Texas summer, but also in the winter in Alaska. So this is an extraordinary technological challenge. Oops, there's our lead. This is what anybody in the room who's over about 30 has lost 4 or 5 IQ points as a result of lead and gasoline. So the National Academy of Sciences comes out with this study saying no manufacturer has actually demonstrated that the technology exists to meet the standards. And what does Ruckelshaus do? He says, I don't think that statutorily you have met the burden to extend the deadline for a year. Sorry, auto companies, I'm going to make you go forward. And then he loses in court. However, he has a big weapon that is often really overlooked in the literature, and that is Dr. Ari Hagensmog, who is the chair of the California Air Resources Board. And California, under the statute, is given special authority to issue its own standards as long as they're stronger. This is what's at stake right now in all of the waiver dispute that we may hear something about in the next session. So California has a special authority to issue its own standards. And California wants to do so. And it wants to do so not only because California is a leader and maybe because Hagensmog really wants to get back at the car companies who lambasted his science, but also because it's got to meet the NAAQS. And it can't get close to meeting the NAAQS without seriously regulating cars because it's the biggest source of pollution. And so California applies for a waiver and the auto industry goes nuts. And what California essentially wants to do is require every new car in the state prior to doing so on the national level to be outfitted with a catalytic converter or some comparable technology that can meet those 90% cuts in the standards. It's actually slightly higher than that under the California standard. Ruckelshaus is under an enormous amount of pressure, but he goes ahead and he grants California the waiver. That's a huge part of the story in pushing catalytic technology because we've got this wildly ambitious requirement that California cut its pollutants, in particular in Los Angeles, really, really dramatically under the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. The air quality is so bad in Los Angeles at the time that it refuses to put together the plan that is required under federal law called a state implementation plan to show how it's going to come into compliance with the oxidant standards. California doesn't actually come up with a plan until 1997 because it can't possibly meet the standards. Federal government proposes what's called a federal implementation plan that would have required gas rationing in Southern California of about 90% during the summer months, and another one that essentially would have banned driving in Los Angeles in order to meet the standards. Obviously not going to happen. I'm going to go over my time a little bit. Okay, so I want to show you now, I just want to finish by showing you what's happened since the Clean Air Act passed in 1970. So these are, it's a little bit tough to read, but you can see we violated the ozone standard in 1970 on 240 days out of the year. These other numbers are about very, very serious days when the smog was so bad that, so I grew up there in the 1960s and 70s. We used to have stage 1 smog alerts all the time. They were awful. In 1970, at the time that it passed the Clean Air Act, we had 9 stage 3 alerts. We were supposed to shut down all industry and stop driving during stage 3 alerts. That's 1970. Oops. went the wrong way. Here's 1980. You can start to see the progress. So by this time, we've got catalytic converters installed on new cars. Still a lot of bad, dirty cars on the road. But you can see the progress. Here's 1990. Here's 2000, so steady progress. Sorry, this is 1998. The reason I put 1998 up there is that 1998 is the last year we had a stage 1 smog alert. We have not had a stage 1 smog alert in 21 years. We used to have 225 a year. And so this is what 2018 looks like. The ozone standard is now tougher than that. So we are now violating the ozone standard on something like 114 days. But we're doing so very marginally, just over the 70 parts per billion, which is what the standard is currently. And almost all those violations are in the eastern part of the basin, not in Los Angeles itself. So those of us who are lucky enough to breathe the Los Angeles air and not the San Bernardino County air, we are on almost every day of the year not violating the ozone standards. Ozone's not the only pollutant that we do well on. So carbon monoxide, by 1970, we have 203 carbon monoxide violations. I will say in 1964, California had its own standards, and we violated the standard on 366 days because it was a leap year. So that's how bad it was in 1964. Lead, we didn't have a standard yet. We didn't have a standard yet for fine particulate matter, but the nitrogen dioxide standard we were violating in 205 days. I want to say just something about lead because the accomplishments are so extraordinary here. So we get a standard in 1978 for lead, the long story as well, and it's the standard is based on quarterly readings. We violated the lead standard. This is true, by the way, for every city across the country. This is not unique to Los Angeles. It's all because of the presence of lead in gasoline. The standard at the time was 10 times higher than what it is today, and we violated it by 5 times above that. Lead levels in kids at the time, that would include me, were about 1,000 times higher than the lead levels found in kids in Flint, Michigan who were exposed to drinking water. And this was average. This was 90% of kids had lead levels that high. Again, the biggest effect of that is depressed IQ, probably 4 to 5 points as a result of the presence of lead in the atmosphere at the time. You can see the other one, nitrogen dioxide, we're starting to cut it. This is 1990. Look how we're in compliance with the lead standard. That is all due to the banning of lead in gasoline. I'm getting pretty close on nitrogen dioxide. By 2000, we are no longer violating 3 of the standards. Fine particulate matter then kicks in. But even on fine particulate matter, it's a pretty remarkable story. 9 days of violations in 2018. One of those, or the highest day almost always, is the 4th of July. And now we're getting some wildfire violations. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, the smoke last weekend was terrible and was violating the standard. Okay, just 2 more slides. So one of the things to note is just how much cleaner cars are today than they were in the mid-1960s. Emissions have been cut by about 99% from the tailpipes of cars. And those cuts are lasting for something like 150,000 miles on a car. So as the car degrades, the pollution control equipment is not. And we're continuing to make huge strides so that by 2025, what's called our LEV 3 program, which is actually not subject to the freezing of the California or the yanking of the California waiver, the projections are that we're going to cut pollutants 75% more from already incredibly clean cars. So we're getting pretty close to zero emissions even without going to electric vehicles. These are just charts that show that nationally the same kinds of things have happened. We're seeing, even with giant economic growth, we've seen cuts of about 60% in aggregate pollutants over the course of the last 50 years. And then finally, this is just 1970 to 90. We often focus on the cost-benefit ratio from 1990 forward because EPA has broken it into 2 different studies. But if you look at it, the benefit to cost ratio of the 1970 amendments to the Clean Air Act is 42 to 1. So it has cost us a lot of money to comply with the Clean Air Act, $500 billion. But out of that, we've gotten health savings and other savings of about $22 trillion. A lot of that is from lead. Some of that is from particulate matter. extraordinary accomplishments. And so I'll just leave you with the idea that we have this extraordinarily ambitious goal set forth in the Clean Air Act. California still hasn't met the standards. Los Angeles hasn't. We're still out of compliance. But I don't think anybody would argue that it was a bad idea to force technology in a way that led to these extraordinary accomplishments. So maybe that's a lesson for us for the Green New Deal. Thank you.
So thank you, Professor Carlson. We're going to move to Professor Elliott now. And after everyone's had a chance to speak, we'll have some time for them to engage with each other before opening up the floor to the audience.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be back here in northeastern Ohio. My mother was born in Columbus, and for many years I practiced law representing the local utility, First Energy, in this area. And I have very fond memories of a very nice program that I did almost exactly 10 years ago with Wendy Wagner and Jonathan Adler on her fine book that was new at the time called Bending Science. It's the only academic program I've ever been on that is on YouTube. So you can go see Wendy, Jonathan, and me 10 years earlier. I am in very substantial agreement with the fine presentation by Ann. I think that the Clean Air Act has been a success, and I have the a difficult task of trying to imagine whether we could have done even better. I think the key line in or one of the key lines in Ann's presentation was the line by Hansen, where he said if we want to deal with climate change, we should have a carbon tax now. And I think the important word in that sentence is now. And one of my main arguments is going to be that the system of legalistic bureaucracy that we've used in the Clean Air Act has in fact been successful, but it's been very slow. And one of the advantages of economic incentives that is not generally understood in the literature is their effect is felt immediately. They begin to affect behavior at the margins immediately. And I argue that we should do more of what has been, in my view, the most successful EPA program ever, which is the acid rain trading program under Title IV of the 1990 amendments, which, for those of you who are not familiar with it, reduced sulfur oxide pollution from utilities in the eastern half of the United States by 50% within 10 years, and did so at approximately 1/10 of the cost of a classical command and control regulation. That's due to the efforts of some very fine people, including Joe Goffman. Joe Goffman, I think, was centrally involved in making sure that the 1990 amendments were implemented, and particularly took a lead role with regard to the acid rain trading program. The interesting and fascinating thing to me about this is clearly, I think, the most successful program in EPA's history. I would say the car regulation is probably the second most successful.
I would argue with
program.
you. We'll leave that for the questions.
Well, thank you. I didn't interrupt when you were speaking, but okay. It doesn't really matter. I think it's an interesting point that one of the most successful programs in EPA's history is this acid rain program, and we don't do it anymore. And the key feature of the acid rain program is it was a hybrid system. I'm not arguing in favor of economic incentives alone. I think one of the key things with the acid rain program was and this was a conscious decision, it was a combination of the traditional command and control regulation and technology forcing that Ann talked about, but also economic incentives on top of it. And it's quite interesting to me that we don't do that anymore. And Brian Mannix, who's in the front row here and is a distinguished economist, explained to me last night at dinner why we don't do that from a public choice standpoint. And maybe in the questioning period, if you're interested, we can get into some of that. But that's kind of an overview of what I'm going to talk about. There's no question that the command and control system that we've used under the Clean Air Act has made dramatic progress. I think progress with regard to other pollutants has been measurable and substantial, not quite as great as with the automobile issues, the mobile source issues that Ann talked about. My colleague at Yale, Marianne Chertow, has argued that that's not a coincidence, that we've been most successful using command and control techniques with what she calls the big dirties. That is, where you have relatively small number of sources, like the 3 automobile companies at the time. But be that as it may, there's no question that we've made measurable progress. This is the same chart. These are great charts that EPA puts out. This is one that Ann used as well. And it is still the case, though, that an awful lot of people live where the air is unhealthy. Probably if I were to redo that chart, it's again an EPA chart, I would change the word unhealthy to not clean, because this deals with both primary and secondary standards. So it deals with, but there's no question in my mind that Ann is absolutely right, that no sane person could argue that the air pollution control program in the United States has not been successful. It's been a very substantial success. However, it has in some ways been quite and here are some of the main features of it. It's been described by a brilliant sociologist, Bob Kagan, as a system based on what he calls bureaucratic legalism, which is the features that we're very familiar with, basically setting standards through notice and comment rulemaking, judicial review by generalist judges, enforcement through the courts, very limited reliance on fees or economic incentives for some of the reasons that I'll talk about. And this is a system of regulation that we basically modeled on the successful programs that we'd used in the civil rights movement and going back to the New Deal of notice and comment rulemaking, basically administrative law. There are lots of advantages to that system, and one of them that I have written about is it results in setting measurable quantitative facility standards in advance for individual plants, and that's a very, very important system. If you look worldwide, that's one of the features, which is what I did in this lecture at Taiwan. When I was at EPA, one of the career people there, the late Don Clay, said, "This guy speaks in footnotes." That was not intended as a compliment, but in any event, and he probably should have said, "This guy speaks in footnotes, and most of them are self-citation." So I apologize for that. But when you look worldwide and you look at the systems in countries that are as diverse as Russia, Poland, and the UK until recently, they had the feature of enacting generalities, but not actually turning them into specific requirements until after the fact, which is what we legal scholars call an ex post system. The regulatory system has a substantial advantage of setting very specific standards for individual plants, and that is not a minor factor because it results in a greater enforceability. On the negative side, though, it's slow, and I put that first for a reason. It's expensive, it's complex, and it's legalistic. And this isn't just my opinion. These are the main conclusions of this wonderful study by the National Academy of Sciences in 2004 called Air Quality Management in the United States. Dick Stewart, who at the time was the environmental law professor at Harvard and is now at NYU, a little more pungent about it in a 1985 article where he condemned it as Soviet-style central planning. So yes, it works, but it takes a really, really long time. Now, the major trend that has taken place over the last 20 years or so is EPA slowly fixing mistakes that were made by Congress. And this is largely because Congress has been absent since 1990. I worked on the 1990 amendments, and we made the acid rain program only run for 10, or if you look at it a certain way, 20 years. because we could not conceive that Congress wouldn't be enacting an amendment to the Clean Air Act, for 30 years. Early in my career, I referred to lawmaking in the area as a three-cornered conversation by which Congress, the agencies, and the courts, together in kind of a dialogue created the law. By the middle 1980s, that had become what I call a portage strategy, in which the agency, largely using its substantial interpretive authority under the Chevron doctrine, has been kind of going around the logjam in Congress. This is a piece that I did for a program at NYU called Breaking the Logjam, which was done a few years ago. And I just basically said, hey, you can't break the logjam. You got to figure out a way to go around it. And that's the pattern that I largely see. I note that this is broader than just in the environmental area. In a very fine book that Carrie Cognalisi edited about regulatory excellence with 20 contributors, one of whom was Wendy Wagner. I reviewed it in risk analysis recently. They disagreed on a lot of things, but one of the points that they all agreed on, I thought, and I make this point at the end of the review, is that the administrative interpretations should be judged by their creativity in coming up with new ways to solve problems. So it wasn't so much a focus on the traditional legal concept of administrative agencies executing instructions from Congress, but by being an independent creative force. And I noted that was the vision for administrative law that Woodrow Wilson had at the very beginning of the development of the administrative state, that in many ways, and this is also shared by Landis, that the purpose of administrative agencies in some ways was to correct the failings and shortcomings of legislatures and Congress in regulating. And I think that's what's happened. Unfortunately, it's taken a heck of a long time. And I agree that banning lead in gasoline is one of the great public health victories of our time. I actually was involved as the law clerk to Judge Bazelon, who cast the decisive vote in the Ethel case in the DC Circuit in 1976 to uphold EPA's original determination that there were health risks to lead. But when you look at the whole story, it took 25 years. The total ban on lead in gasoline became effective January 1, 1996, almost exactly 25 years after it was originally proposed in January of 1971. And the story of how it got delayed and postponed and so on is told in a very fine article by Tom McGarity about radical technology forcing. So yes, it was a great achievement, but it took an awful long time. Unfortunately, that's not an outlier. There are a number of these major decisions that have taken a long time. One of them is the end to what's come to be called grandfathering, and that's cataloged in this excellent book by Ricky Revesz, the former dean at NYU and a former student of mine, called Struggling for Air. And Congress just, I think, made a mistake in the 1970 Clean Air Act by applying federal standards, new source performance standards, only to new plants, because it didn't realize what perverse incentives would be then created to keep the old plants online longer. And that was changed in a very successful enforcement initiative led by Bruce Buckheit, who was the director of the air program at EPA. And eventually they essentially won in the Supreme Court in the Duke Energy case in 2007. But again, this one took 37 years to get it right. Another major issue is, which has been criticized by David Schoenbrod, who's a professor at New York Law School. He said that Congress in 1970 focused primarily on local sources of air pollution because it didn't really realize that a lot of the problems were large regional problems. That was discussed in 1970, the possibility of regulating by what were called air sheds, but instead we regulated at the state level, and that led to situations in the Northeast in particular, where the air coming into the western border of Connecticut already violated the national standards. So there's absolutely nothing you could do in Connecticut or most of the northeastern states. One of the advantages that you have in California is you don't get the air pollution from the rest of the country coming in. And again, you can look at the steps that were taken. This was something that was very courageous. Joe was involved in a lot of it. Multiple administrations tried to deal with this interstate air pollution problem, and ultimately they were successful. But again, it took 25 years. To those of you who add it up, it looks like it's only 24, but at the end, the court case came so late that they had to extend the standard for another year, so it really is 25. So the question is, could we have done better? I call this the counterfactual difficulty, with apologies to my teacher and mentor who talked about the counter-majoritarian difficulty. Recently, a number of historians have started doing what's called alternative history. And what alternative history is trying to imagine, if we had made a particular decision differently, how things could have worked out differently. And I think this is a very powerful tool in law. And in our area, the primary road not taken are what economists call Pigouvian emission fees, which is basically the idea of internalizing the externalities from pollution by an offsetting tax or fee. This was actually proposed in 1970 by, really, Nixon proposed it, but it was really an idea by George Shultz, who was the Secretary of the Treasury, and he proposed the equivalent of a carbon tax. It was a sulfur oxides tax at the time, and that was not enacted. We decided to go down the bureaucratic legalism road instead. I don't think it should be an either or. I think it should be a both and. And I think had we had the sulfur oxides tax in 1970, as well as the EPA command and control regulation, my view is that we probably would have had something like the success of the acid rain program, but 20 years earlier. Imagine how much more successful we would have been, and that, I think, would have established greater precedential effect to using economic incentives. There are occasionally very far-sighted academics who believe that we should be charging user fees for pollution as well as command and control regulation. This is an article that appeared in the New York Times in 1982. And it's not just a historical issue. I'll skip this. This is just because of time. I'll be glad to talk about it in the questioning, and I think it really fits in. We did actually get a pollution fee enacted in the 1990 amendments. It was in Section 185 of the Clean Air Act. EPA interpreted it out of existence, even though it was a specific mandate in Congress in 1990. And it fits right in with Brian Mannix about why did that happen? But okay, your turn. How do you do it?
It just sticks every once.
Yeah, every once in a while it
Trying.
doesn't.
There you
Okay,
go.
there we go. This is a current debate as well. This is an article that I wrote, and Jay was kind enough, Jay Pendergrass and the Environmental Law Institute were kind enough to publish in the current issue of the Environment Law Reporter, in which I argue that EPA has existing statutory authority to impose user fees for pollutants, not just carbon, but all pollutants. And this is based on a 1952 statute that gives agencies the authority to impose user fees. If you're interested, what we call a carbon tax is not really, from a legal standpoint, a tax. It's a user fee, and I explain why that is in the article. This is not just some academic pie in the sky proposal. The latest numbers for which we have are from 2010, and in 2010, 22 federal agencies imposed a total of $64 billion a year in user fees. So that works out to about $3 billion per agency. If I get a chance to talk to Andy, who's somebody I've known for many years, I'm going to point out to him that if EPA were using user fees, they would not only be able to get an immediate effect, which is one of the features of an incentive system, but Andy would be able to go to the White House and say, let's cut the EPA budget by $2 billion a year, and then go to the EPA staff and say, let's increase our spending by another billion. So this is what other agencies are doing. EPA is not doing it, and I think it would be better if it did. Okay, the lesson here, is to get, I think the main conclusion is that command and control regulation can reduce air pollution significantly, but it often takes a long time. And economic incentives, whether they're tradable permits or Paguylian emission fees, begin to internalize externalities immediately. And a combination of the two, like the 1990 acid rain trading program, is probably the most effective approach, and the one I think we should be using. And I did have another slide, but somehow it didn't work. And basically the last point in that slide was, this is really the tragedy of the commons revisited. Most of you probably know Garrett Hardin's very famous article from 1968 about the tragedy of the commons. One of the reasons that that's such a successful and haunting kind of parable is it has a number of different lessons. But one of the lessons is that when you give away access to resources that are held in common for free, that results in their overuse. And I'm not against command and control regulation. I've spent my life on it. But I do think it works better if we combine it with economic incentives. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Elliott. And now to Mr. Joseph Kaufman.
First of all, I'd like to ask for all of your sympathy, because there's nothing worse than being the third speaker on a panel after the brilliant presentations of Professor Carlson and Professor Elliott. I also ask for your sympathy because I am here to demonstrate what it means to be blinded by what happened, and to speak as the champion of bureaucratic legalism. So please be kind. I'm going to focus on the Clean Air Act as well. Which button do I press?
Well, we're having difficulty trying to figure that out, Joe.
And the reason I'm going to talk about the Clean Air Act is because Clean Air Act jocks love to show this chart. And this is not the last time you will see it this morning. In fact, it's not the last time you'll see it during my presentation. It looks like a nice visual representation of decades of success that both the Clean Air Act and the EPA's implementation of it were able to achieve. I'm also going to talk about the Clean Air Act because it is on the terrain of the Clean Air Act and the EPA's implementation of it that the current administration is conducting one of the more ambitious campaigns to, in the word of one-time presidential advisor Steve Bannon, deconstruct the administrative state. I'm going to present a view of the Clean Air Act based on, if you will, the text of the statute and a few legal opinions. And I'm going to present the Clean Air Act as a toolbox that Congress created for EPA. And for most of its history, EPA operated from the premise that part of its job was to interpret the act by assuming that Congress had a specific, sophisticated view of the multifaceted problem posed by air pollution and of the best, most durable ways to find solutions to the problem. Thus, when EPA reached into the toolbox, it did so assuming that the tools it found there either were fitted for the task or could be fitted by the agency for the task, whether the task was addressing local air quality, long-range transport of pollution, toxic air emissions, or climate change. Current EPA management, in contrast, seems to operate from a different premise. Examine the agency's most prominent recent Clean Air Act actions, and you will find that it seems to see the same tools as inflexible and ill-fitted for the same tasks. In fact, it would be easy to forgive observers for suspecting that the EPA is determined to devise new interpretations of oft-used Clean Air Act provisions to render those tools ill-fitted, even useless for the tasks the EPA faces. The Clean Air Act itself, or I should say the watchword of the Clean Air Act, is progress. Progress of exactly the sort that characterizes the science enterprise and technology. Coupled with the progressivism of science and technology is a permanent urgency about tackling air pollution, an urgency created by the Act's mandate that EPA stay on task of continuing to find out what threats air pollution poses and of continuing to find the newest technologies and strategies for reducing it, and then putting in place over time an ongoing succession of rules and standards reflecting the latest science and the latest technology. These mandates are found in the demand that every 5 years EPA examine the latest science to determine whether national ambient air quality standards need to be revised, in the demand that every 8 years EPA determine whether advances in pollution control technology warrant tightening emission standards for new and modified sources, and then in the demand that EPA and the states permit new sources of pollution to be built only if they install and operate state-of-the-art pollution control equipment. Meanwhile, the architecture of the Act reflects a determination on the part of Congress that the problem of air pollution be attacked from every conceivable angle. Thus, the Act is designed like a net or web, creating interconnecting mandates and authorities so that the application of one aimed at one set of pollution sources triggers the application of other authorities aimed at other sets of pollution sources. Lest EPA not stay on task, third parties can bring citizen suits to enforce EPA compliance. The lexicon of the Clean Air Act features maximalist adjectives: best system of emission reduction, maximum achievable control technology, lowest achievable emission rate, best available control technology. If I had to reduce the Clean Air Act to one or two sentences, they would be something like, first, air pollution must be continually reduced, and second, EPA shall do what it takes to get the job done. If you doubt the first sentence, then in a moment I will show you some statutory language that at least foretells that outcome. If you doubt the second sentence, then consider the cross-state air pollution rule, or CASPR, CASPR being the Brett Favre of acronyms. That 2011 rule, which was ultimately upheld by the Supreme Court, relied on a provision that says little more that in the absence of state action, EPA shall devise a federal plan to reduce pollution that, quote, significantly contributes, close quote, to downwind non-attainment, and leaves it to the EPA to determine what significantly contribute means and what a plan for addressing long-range pollution should look like. On the strength of that provision, EPA followed a complex process to design a multi-state, multi-pollutant program featuring state-by-state emissions budgets implemented through regional emissions trading. CASPR, an EPA regulation based on barely a dozen words in the Act, compares in scope and complexity to the acid rain trading program that it took Congress itself to enact in Title IV of the 1990 Clean Air Act amendments. Down?
Try it.
I hope you can see the text here and the highlighted sections. And if you look at the language, you'll see what I meant by that permanent sense of urgency about curbing pollution. The authorities of the setting of the NACs, the setting of new source performance standards, the achievement of maximum achievable control technology for air toxics, all involve a close nexus to science, a close nexus to the advancement of technology. And in the case of all three of these authorities, at least one repetition of the cycle, and in the case of the NACs and the NSPS, an ongoing, continual repetition of the search for the latest, newest information about health science and the latest, newest information about emission control technology. For the EPA to be on task as Congress directed is to be continually, is for the EPA to be continually on task as Congress directed is to be continually engaging with the relentless advance of science and the equally relentless advance of technology. I think I have to look back. There we go. The language of at least two of the three Supreme Court and, in one case, D.C. Circuit opinions I cite actually ratifies that view. In the Sierra Club case, what the court essentially said is that when EPA used maximalist language for setting air toxic emission standards, it meant what it said and sent a MACT rule back to the agency to implement it. The Supreme Court, in some ways, was even more forceful. Justice Stevens distilled the relentless progressivism of science and technology, and even more important for EPA's purpose, the urgency of keeping up with the progress. If you look at what Justice Stevens wrote, failing to keep up courted the existential threat of obsolescence. It's right there in his language. Hate animated slides. Why do I use them? When Congress put together the act, if you will, or designed the act, it essentially created a structure or an architecture designed to attack air pollution in every conceivable, relevant, and appropriate way. And that architecture encompassed state-federal partnerships, programs tailored to address pollutants and sources ranging from national technology-based standards for entire categories of sources to individual source permitting. The key components like new source performance standards and the best available control technology element of individual source permitting show how thoroughgoing is the nexus between innovation and the air quality goals of the acts. As Professor Carlson illustrated, the EPA, or rather Congress, was preoccupied with the continual advancement of air pollution control technology from automobiles. In fact, some of the most important provisions in Title II of the Clean Air Act were actually pioneered or antedated by actions on the part of California. And Congress essentially incorporated the leadership of California as a permanent feature of the Clean Air Act, not only allowing California to set its own air pollution standards for automobiles, but allowing other states to adopt California standards. Thus, it built in not only a mechanism for promoting a pollution control technology innovation, but also for disseminating it beyond California. I think I will skip ahead and sorry to make you watch all this pointless animation. But I'm going to go back to Casper, because again, I think it's at least to my view, an example of what Professor Elliott referred to as the reliance on administrative agencies, at least in some cases, to introduce creativity to a problem-solving task without much more than Congress's direction to identify a problem and solve it. This is the statutory language on which EPA relied to put together the cross-state air pollution rule, and you can see that in many ways it's rather meager. In order to put the rule together, the agency had to go through multiple steps, and if you look at the third bar, you'll see that the agency had to undertake a technically complex four-step progress, both to characterize the problem, assign responsibility to states, and then actually design a program which, as I said, was as detailed and in some ways more complex than Title IV of the Clean Air Act. And again, although Professor Elliott is correct, it took quite a while to do this. Ultimately, the Supreme Court itself upheld the agency's remit and the way in which the agency carried out its remit in setting up this complex program. One of the things that's worth noting is that the cross-state air pollution rule was not the first time that an administration had addressed the problem. Indeed, the initial foray was undertaken by the Clinton administration. A second foray was undertaken by the Bush administration. And I think that illustrates the fact that up until recently, the language of the Clean Air Act summoned a certain kind of bipartisanship in the way that it was interpreted. Sorry.
It's a little slow.
It's a little slow, not as slow as I, so, oops. Well, we're still at the Clean Air Interstate Rule and all right, well, and I still have time left. I think I will stop torturing you with the slide deck and try to wrap up here. After the experience of Casper, I think you can understand why, from the perspective of the EPA, a rule like the Clean Power Plan was not an outlier. The Clean Power Plan, in many ways, was no more radical than Casper itself was, and not an outlier relative to the other major power plant initiative that the EPA promulgated, which was the mercury and air toxic standards. And that essentially marked, along with the oil and gas methane standards that the agency promulgated in 2016, the end of an era, or perhaps maybe just the temporary interruption of an era. Because the current administration seems to be taking an entirely different tack. Instead of embracing the progressivism, as I call it, of the Clean Air Act, it is devising a number of tactics to try to defeat that progressivism. And one of those tactics is to, at least relative to its predecessors, reread the Clean Air Act in order to find interpretations of the language that limit its authority. As many of you probably know, the agency has completed the repeal of the Clean Air Act and replaced it with something called the Affordable Clean Energy Rule. The pivot of that decision is a new reading of Section 111 of the Clean Air Act, which expressly limits the agency's authority. If you look at the language in the Clean Power Plan, which is on one of the slides that I will not try to retrieve, you will see that the agency actually acknowledges that the language of the relevant provisions give it the authority and discretion to find the most suitable policies for addressing, in this case, power plant CO2 emissions. But then the agency hinges around and finds other language that suggests, or in its view, mandates that it severely constrain its own discretion. And as a result, whereas the Clean Power Plan was designed to achieve significant reductions in CO2, its replacement rule achieves, by the agency's own analysis, virtually no reductions. The agency has made similar moves in restricting its ability, or at least attenuating its ability, to regulate methane from the oil and gas sector, again, proposing at least new interpretations of the same authorities that the agency had been using for decades, but finding, rather than the progressivism that I described, and which I think is documented by the agency's and the court's history, finding a stasis. Similarly, in denying California a waiver for its clean car or advanced clean car authority, the agency turned to an entirely different agency and relied on implicitly that agency's air quality analysis to take away California's ability to proceed with its zero-emitting vehicle program, which had been on the books since 1990 and which was and continues to be primarily an air quality, not just a greenhouse gas program. But of course, in taking away California's authority to regulate greenhouse gases, it also neutralized the role of California, which had been one it was following for decades as a pioneer in promoting innovation. And finally, the agency has proposed to take away the premise of the mercury and air toxic standards, and has done so by offering an interpretation that amounts to concluding that Congress contemplated that mercury and other air toxic emissions from power plants would never be addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. So now if any of you want to take a few moments to respond to anything from the other panelists' presentations, we can begin there.
Well, I'd like to just make one point. I'm in very substantial agreement with Joe Goffman. I do like his rephrasing of the Clean Air Act better than the one that Congress produced. But the difference, I guess, is I am very much admiring of the CASPER rule, the cross-state air pollution rule. There's a little joke there. You know, it was named Casper because it was Casper the Friendly Ghost. It was a redo and largely very similar to the CARE rule that had been done under the Bush administration, which was an expansion of the rule that had been proposed under the Clinton administration. Here's the fact, which was on my slide, but I didn't mention it. In 1990, we knew about the regional effect of oxides of nitrogen. We realized that there was a substantial interstate air pollution problem in 1990. And we, including myself, had in the House bill standby authority to promulgate other trading systems in addition to the acid rain trading system, which was limited to sulfur oxides. That was in the House bill. And it was taken out in the Senate at the instance of the utility industry, and what was substituted instead were some weak min-tech requirements, minimum technology requirements. And I remember when I got out of the government, I asked a friend of mine in the utility industry why they had done that. Because I said, look, it would cost you 1/10 to control the oxides of nitrogen through a trading system of what it would cost through command and control. And he smiled and laughed and said, yeah, we know that. But we thought by taking it out of the bill, we'd be able to delay the regulation of the oxides of nitrogen for 10 years. And we'd still get a trading system at the end of the line. Now, he was wrong. They were able to delay it by 25 years. And I think my only point of disagreement with Joe, for whom I have great respect, as well as Ann, is I believe that we have to be somewhat more critical of Congress and the role of industry in successfully delaying some of these programs by creating a very, very complicated system. And, we don't have time to go through it all, and I'm not going to try to put my slide up again, but it was all on there. It's important to recognize that the courageous attempts by the Clinton administration to address this problem, or by the Bush administration to address this problem through the CARE rule, was set aside by the DC Circuit, holding that it was fundamentally flawed. And then in the Casper rule and the Supreme Court, they were ultimately successful. But let's be clear that clearer authority by EPA to do some of these things would speed up the process. That's the only point I would make.
Can I respond by obliquely agreeing entirely with what Professor Elliott just said, but I think the problem we have is that Congress is a lagging indicator. It's always the last. It always is the last party at the table, and very often it produces, or at least the 1990 amendments represented the codification of a lot of progress that had already been made by other actors, whether it was state governments, California, or other regulatory agencies, the Interstate Commerce Commission, in deregulating rail rates so that low sulfur coal could be transported on a nationwide basis. And then dimly, it combines that lagging indicator with a dim understanding of problems that are on the horizon that nobody has quite figured out how to solve yet. So it puts into place very dynamic language, like a broad definition of air pollutant, or these permanent repeating cycles of NAAQS review and technology review, and then leaves it to EPA and the courts to get into a dialogue to figure out just how much power the courts think Congress actually meant to give Congress. And I would say that in a way, and I keep going back to Casper, in a sort of static way, as the exemplar, because Congress didn't say anything other than go figure out what significant contribute means, and once you've figured that out, go figure out what a good program looks like. Period. End of story. And ultimately, the federal courts, including the Supreme Court, was okay with that. Similarly with the mercury and air toxic standards, although the language is more detailed and prescriptive, ultimately the courts were fine with as long as EPA was literal-minded and took the maximalist view that was reflected in the language, it was given the authority and the ultimate approval to do that.
So I want to just raise one point that I don't have a great answer for, although I have some speculation, but I'll raise it for the panel, and that is to contrast California in its regulatory kind of policy making and its relationship with the legislature, with Congress. And the example that I think best illustrates this is California's economy-wide carbon policy, which was passed originally, I think in 2010, something like that, and the bill was 15 pages long. And it directed the California Air Resources Board to essentially establish a cap and trade program, maybe, but that was left up to the discretion of the agency, and other policies, complementary policies to reduce carbon emissions. And the agency has done so on time. And I always think about the delay that Don, I think, did a great job of illustrating, not just on command and control programs, but also on market-based programs, when you look at all of the cross-interstate issues, and try to figure out what is it about the state of California that can move much more rapidly and that allows the agency to get its job done, even though we have active environmental groups that sue all the time. You know, we have a lot of the sort of similar characteristics. What is it about the EPA process that makes that process so ossified? And I don't know that I know all the answers. I think one is Congress. I think the fact that Congress sits back and does nothing for so long and doesn't give direction to the agency, leaves it to the courts and the agency to apply. But I don't know that that's the whole story, and I'd be curious about, you know, why do we have this cumbersome sort of process, even when you can have sort of very similar statutory language in both jurisdictions?
Can I try to?
And then we'll open it up.
Yeah, I'll try to do a first order approximation to that. It's because of the tremendous cultural diversity in the country. You know, if everybody in the country looked at the way that the environment, the way the people in California do, it wouldn't be nearly the challenge that we have. When Bill Ruckelshaus, who was from Indiana, by the way, and I worked in his original Senate campaign, when Bill Ruckelshaus became administrator of EPA, one of the brilliant things that he did was recognize that the laws that would work in New York and New Jersey and California were not going to work in Alabama or Mississippi. So he created the regional structure of EPA and delegated substantial discretion to the regions. This has also happened within the European Union, which for many years recognized that the newly independent Eastern European states couldn't necessarily be held to the same standards. So the pattern that we see is one of California leading in most areas, and then over time. I represented Puerto Rico a number of years ago in their dealings with EPA. And if you think I'm outspoken now, you should have heard me when I was in my 40s. But any event, I remember marching into the regional administrator's office in New York, which has jurisdiction over New York, New Jersey, and Puerto Rico, and saying to the regional administrator, now, you all can pretend as much as you want that Puerto Rico is just like New York and New Jersey, but it's not. And he was sufficiently responsive that he created an outreach office in Puerto Rico, which I think has been very successful in helping Puerto Rico comply. But I think it's not just the political diversity, it's the diversity of the country. You know, most people don't realize that the eastern half of the United States is 10 times more densely populated than the area between the Mississippi River and California. That creates a very, very substantial problem. And we've tried to deal with that sometime. We thought very seriously when we were looking at amending the statute in 2003 and 2004 of setting up 4 different regional trading systems. And that was actually proposed in the administration's bill. But I do think that part of the problem, part of the dynamic that has to be managed, and part of the creativity of the system is that we are a very diverse republic, and that's part of the genius of a federalism system.
Yeah, the only thing that I would point out is, we did produce Ronald Reagan as governor and as president. We produced Richard Nixon. The Central Valley of California is not a wildly pro-environment part of the state, and so I don't know that that fully explains it. I think it's part of the explanation, but I think there's more going on there, and it may have to do with the setup of bureaucratic structures and so forth that make me think there's a more complex answer to the question.
Let's take a moment to open it up in the time we've got left. So if anyone out there.
In view of the political challenge of any carbon program that includes the word tax, I'd be curious on the panel's views of the structure that's been proposed for a carbon fee and dividend program.
Well, I think it's a great idea, and the title of my article puts the word tax in quotation marks, and more the burden of the article is to argue that it isn't really a tax, that it is a user fee for giving a special benefit, which is access to use the public's air for disposal of waste. And there are lots of places where we have public property, and if a private actor wants to use it for their private purposes, we charge them a user fee for it. And I would say that this is not limited to carbon. This could be true for other pollutants as well. And I think that, again, going back to the quote from James Hansen, the advantage of these economic systems, in addition to command and control, is that they become effective now. And many of these other features and programs, whether it's the Green New Deal or the Green Power Plan, have the unfortunate feature of politicians being able to claim credit for doing something, for promulgating a rule that will say that other people have to do something to actually deal with the problem several years in the future. And I'm not opposed to this, but I think people should recognize that, for example, the Obama administration waited until the last year to do the Clean Power Plan, and the structure of the Clean Power Plan was not that the federal government was going to do anything, but that the federal government was going to command various states to do things several years down the road. So there's a bit of a political shell game that goes on, where it looks like we're taking effective and tough action on issues, but in fact we're simply making a commitment that somebody, usually in the next presidential administration, will have to do something. There's a word for that in Washington, but it's a little obscene, so I won't use it.
So I'm going to be a naysayer here and just suggest that as long as we have a political party that doesn't acknowledge the existence of climate change, it doesn't matter whether you call it a fee or a tax or a cap and trade program, which has now been called cap and tax. We need political will to do something about the problem of climate change. Then we can have a very serious discussion about what the right mechanisms are. But as long as we've got, Congress controlled by one party that doesn't acknowledge the existence of the problem and a president that does the same, it doesn't matter. We're not going to do anything.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. I in the article specifically addressed the question of the Trump administration, and I make two arguments. I'll just tell you the first one. The first one is they won't be in office forever. Second one's more complicated, so I won't go into it. But yes, I wish I had realized this many years ago. I wish I had realized this. And actually, the article is all about how a legal opinion I wrote in 1990 was wrong. And if I had gotten it right in 1990, if I'd known about this Independent Offices Act, perhaps when we had an administration in office like the Obama administration that wanted to take action on climate. The article is not about what we should or shouldn't do with regard to climate. It is in a footnote 9. It specifically says, "Look, this is not the place to argue that one way or the other. I'm really just talking about the issue of legal techniques." I do disagree a little bit with Ann that that we shouldn't talk about what the legal mechanisms are until we actually have an administration that's willing to do them. I'm with Milton Friedman, who said the function of academics is to create ideas that will then be around and part of the reservoir when there is a group in Washington with the political will to act on them. And that's what I'm trying to do.
I don't disagree with that. I just think that the idea that you call it a fee doesn't change the political calculus.
Well, it does change this. It's not a question, it doesn't change the political calculus, but it changes the legal status. The basis for my 1990 opinion, which was correct, was a 1974 Supreme Court case that says that there's a strong presumption that Congress has not delegated the ability to tax to administrative agencies. What I didn't realize is there is a difference legally between a tax and a fee, and I wish that economists would stop calling this a carbon tax, because that has major implications for its legal status, not its political status. But EPA does not have authority to impose a carbon tax. It does have legal authority to impose a carbon user fee or a user fee on any other pollutant.
As the one who's been blinded by what happens, let me remind you that up until this point, we Americans have liked our emissions reductions certain and our taxes hidden.
I think that the gist of that question is going towards the cap and dividend proposal itself, which is different than cap and trade and a carbon tax, in that money is returned to taxpayers. And when I think the original Collins-Cantwell proposal was competing with the Waxman-Markey, it got very little traction. But I think, my opinion was, I think it would have stood a better chance in Congress if they had switched the conversation to cap and dividend instead of cap and trade.
I agree with that. I think we're all nodding up here.
If no one asks,
Gentleman in the green tie.
if no one asks, we'll ask a question. I'll ask. There used to be that we updated environmental statutes with some regularity. The Clean Air Act was last meaningfully amended in 1990. We are quite literally trying to address 21st century pollution problems with 20th century technology and legal rules. Setting aside whether or not Congress is likely in the near future to revise the Clean Air Act, is that something that should be an aim? And if so, briefly, what would a 21st century Clean Air Act look like? How would it be different than what we have now?
Well, I'll start. We got very close to amending the Clean Air Act in 2003 and 2004. Basically, there was an incredible consensus between the two political parties as to what would be done, and it was basically very similar to the proposed amendments in 1990 that were passed by the House but were not adopted by the Senate. And that is to give EPA authority to create cap and trade systems for multiple pollutants. The difficulty was that and I was on a number of panels with people at the time talking about this. The Republicans had proposals for 70% reductions, and the Democrats had proposals for 90% reductions. And I'm sitting there saying, duh, there's a deal to be had at 80, right? But both sides thought they were going to win the next election, and they were very clear about it. And so we passed on getting 70 or 75 or 80% reductions efficiently because we wanted to, and I think both sides wanted an issue for the next election, and I think that's part of what the problem is with our politics, that people in the Congress are not willing to compromise anymore.
This is not responsive, but it's just an observation I can't resist making. What I continue to find, lo these many years later, so remarkable about Justice Stevens' opinion in Massachusetts versus EPA is that he almost explicitly concedes or recast the Clean Air Act as it's on the books now as a permanent feature of environmental policy. Basically says clearly Congress meant to accommodate known unknowns and unknown unknowns, and we're just going to have to keep using this piece of legal technology. It's not obviously not an answer to your question, but it seems to be the situation we're in.
But
So
I think it's, I'm sorry, but I think it's very relevant because it suggests that getting rid of the Chevron doctrine would be a terrible mistake for a lot of reasons.
So I agree that clarifying EPA authority to establish cap and trade programs would be a great improvement, particularly for cross-state pollutants. But the big and giant looming question is, what do you do about greenhouse gases? With this court, I think that it's going to construe EPA authority to regulate greenhouse gases very, very narrowly. And that means that, if we're not going to adopt a carbon policy, a cap and dividend program, or whatever it's going to be, then I would want clarification that EPA has the authority to regulate greenhouse gases in as expansive a way as it does conventional pollutants. But that kind of begs the question about whether Congress ought to be what Congress really ought to do is address carbon pollution directly, either through the Clean Air Act or some other way.
I think we're out of time. So thank you to the panel, and thank you to all, and see you in a few minutes.
We are on break until 10:30, so if folks want to use the restroom, get more coffee, please do so. We will reconvene promptly at 10:30.
Really looking forward.
All righty. We'd like if people could take their seats so we could get started. So we just heard a panel talking about the successes and challenges the EPA has dealt with in implementing the Clean Air Act, which is certainly one of our most important and significant environmental statutes, one of the most important statutes that the Environmental Protection Agency administers. Now we're going to have the opportunity to hear from the person responsible for seeing that that law is implemented and enforced, EPA Administrator Andrew Wheeler. As an initial matter, I just wanted to make a comment. As some of you may know, this morning we had some protesters out front, which is awesome, not because it shows that people care about these issues and are interested in these issues and are interested in an exchange of views. I will remind folks that under the university's free speech policy, although members of the university community are free to criticize and contest the views expressed on campus and to criticize and contest speakers who are invited to express their views on campus, they may not obstruct or otherwise interfere with the freedom of others to express views they find to be wrongheaded or objectionable. That was probably unnecessary to remind anybody of, but I felt it was worth doing. I want to introduce Administrator Wheeler, and then after his remarks, we will be taking questions. Students will be passing out note cards for individuals who would like to ask questions. So just write your question on a note card. They'll be passed up to me, and we will have some good back and forth. But it's really my pleasure to be able to introduce the nation's 15th Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, not least because he got his undergraduate degree here at Case Western, where he studied English and biology. After that, he got his law degree at Washington University in St. Louis, his MBA at George Mason University. He worked in Congress as Staff Director and Chief Counsel on the Senate Committee of Environment and Public Works, has worked in consulting and lobbying, and worked as a special assistant in the EPA's Pollution Prevention and Toxics Office. He was initially appointed to be Deputy Administrator of EPA, and then was more recently confirmed, as I mentioned, to be the 15th Administrator of the EPA. You've all heard me talk more than enough so far this morning, so without any further ado, I'm going to turn the podium over to Andrew Wheeler.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I want to thank you, Professor Adler, Jonathan, for the introduction. We've actually known each other at least 20 years, something like that. And I want to thank the university for hosting today's important forum. It's great to be back at Case Western. As Jonathan said, I graduated undergraduate here, 1987. I almost attended law school here. It came down to the wire between Case Western and Washington University. Do we have any faculty who were here in the 1980s? Nobody? Okay. So you will understand what I'm about to say. One of the final decisions between attending Case Western Law School and Washington University was right when I was making the final decision, my car was stolen for the second time outside of the dorm. The campus has changed a lot since the 1980s. It's a lot safer, and when it was stolen for the second time, I just said, I want to try a different city for a while. So I went to Washington University in St. Louis. I know I would have had a great experience here if I'd stayed at Case Western. Next year, as you all know, the purpose of this conference today, EPA turns 50. To borrow from the old Henny Youngman joke, you know you're 50 when you're warned to slow down by your doctor instead of the police. My speechwriter, Chris Beach in the back, wrote that line for me. He's about half my age. I think he thinks that Henny Youngman was a comedian when I was young. I'm picking on him because today is actually his last day with me. He's going over to the Department of Defense after today, and he's done a great job for me over the last year and a half. Thank you, Chris. Yes, please. The agency has matured, but we're not slowing down anytime soon. We have a lot of important work to do. For my remarks today, I'd like to focus on two EPAs, the EPA of the last 49 years and the EPA of the next 50 years. I don't think there's any question that our nation has made tremendous environmental progress over the last 49 years. From 1970 to
The effects of climate
2018,
change are already upon us. Andrew Miller's pro-extraction policies have no place at the EPA or in this room. Citizens of conscience cannot stand idly by while men like him are awarded with power and privilege for
the,
their
com-
destructive policies.
the combined emissions of the main 6 air pollutants dropped 74%, while the U.S. economy grew by 275%. Emissions of all 6 of the criteria air pollutants have continued to decline under President Trump. In the 1970s, more than 40% of our nation's drinking water systems failed to meet even the most basic health standards. Today, over 92% of community water systems meet all health-based standards all the time. That's not to say that the other 8% fail to meet them all the time. They may have a day here or there, but we work with those communities. But it's an incredible improvement to go from 40% in noncompliance to less than 8% in noncompliance today. Today, we have the cleanest air on record, and we are ranked #1 in the world for access to clean drinking water. My point here is not to gloss over our challenges, but to demonstrate that the efforts started in the 1970s to clean up our air, land, and water have largely been effective. We all know that there is still much work to be done. We face significant challenges, some that have plagued the agency for 49 years. But to properly understand and address these challenges, we must go back to our founding. EPA is the child of a large executive branch reorganization. President Nixon transferred 15 existing units from 4 government agencies into the new independent agency. Air, solid waste, radiological health, water hygiene, and pesticide tolerance were transferred from the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. Water quality and pesticide label review came from the Interior Department. Radiation protection standards came from the Atomic Energy Commission and the Federal Radiation Council. And pesticide registration came from the Department of Agriculture. All these incoming employees had to learn new policies and protocols, not to mention keeping pace with the slew of new environmental laws passed in the 1970s. One result of piecing the agency together in this fashion is that we have tended to be very siloed mentally, and that has continued throughout the last 49 years. The Air Office operates in its silo, the Water Office in its silo, and so forth. That's a mentality that we've struggled with for the past 49 years, and it impacts our rulemakings and how we interact with the states and the regulated community. We have to break down those silos, and that's what we've been working on. I think our best effort in this regard has been on the PFAS action plan. The action plan is the first time that we utilized every single one of our program offices to put together a multimedia national research and risk communication plan to address an emerging chemical of concern that had never happened in the 49 years of the agency. We issued that plan this past February, and we are looking at all of our statutes, and we're moving forward to protect the public from PFAS. Does everybody know what PFAS is? It's a chemical that was in Teflon, Gore-Tex, Scotchgard, firefighting foam. It's ubiquitous in the environment as well as in commerce. It gets into the drinking water, and it's an incredibly difficult environmental issue to grapple with. And we are using all of our statutes to try to address it. And it bioaccumulates. It has an impact on internal organs, kidneys, and livers in people. It gets into the water system, and there's over 5,000 different PFAS chemical substances. 602 have been in commerce in the last 10 years in the United States. 1,200 overall have been approved in commerce in the United States over the last 10 to 20 years. And it's hard to detect. You can't use the same detection method for all the PFAS chemicals, and you can't use the same cleanup technologies for all of them. We're moving forward with the process to develop a national drinking water standard for PFOA and PFOS, and we've begun the regulatory development process for listing PFOA and PFAS as hazardous substances under the Superfund statute. And in April, we released for public review and comment the interim groundwater cleanup recommendations for sites contaminated with PFOA and PFOS. All of these actions required coordination across program offices, and I'm very proud of the progress that we're making in this respect. While the agency has been slow to change in some respects, in other respects, certain changes have been an important and necessary part of the agency's development. 40 to 50 years ago, EPA was the primary enforcer of our nation's environmental laws. The Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, and our other core environmental laws always envisioned a major role for the states, but it took states time to build up their programs. And early on, EPA had to throw its weight around to prove its authorities were legitimate. Here's what William Ruckelshaus, the first EPA administrator, said during his confirmation hearing. Quote, "As far as I view the mission of this agency, and my mission as its proposed administrator is to be as forceful as the laws that Congress has provided and to present firm support for enforcement by the states." And he meant what he said. In its first year alone, EPA referred 152 pollution-related cases to the Department of Justice for prosecution. And only a week after becoming the first administrator, Ruckelshaus announced that EPA was serving the cities of Atlanta, Detroit, and Cleveland with 180-day notices that directed them to stop violating federally sponsored state water quality standards. In response, Cleveland Mayor Carl Stokes accused Ruckelshaus of making a politically motivated assault on Democrat-controlled cities. Sounds vaguely familiar to the response of a certain state out west to some of our recent actions. Contrary to what some may think, our actions are not unprecedented. EPA has been doing this since week one of its existence, and in many cases, we are acting where other administrations have failed to. For the past decade, New York City has failed to comply with the Safe Drinking Water Act requirements that keeps its drinking water safe from harmful bacteria and viruses, even when it was under an order to do so. In March of this year, we compelled the city to comply by covering and protecting its Hillview water reservoir. Implementing the consent decree will cost the city almost $3 billion. It's costly, but New York City is not exempt from the law. No state or city is exempt from the law. The difference today is that over time, states have assumed their delegable authorities under federal law. In fact, states have assumed 96% of those authorities. We have delegated the Clean Air Act permitting program to 48 states. We've authorized the Clean Water Act permitting program in 47 states. And we've authorized 49 states to act as a primary enforcement authority under the Safe Drinking Water Act. In most cases, the states are now the front line for enforcement and inspection. Federal enforcement is now a smaller part of assuring compliance with environmental laws. 40 to 50 years ago, we did it all. Now the states play a major role, and we need to recognize that change. Much of our enforcement role today has transitioned to ensuring states uphold their obligations while also working with them to handle very complex enforcement cases. Case in point, in January of this year, EPA and the Department of Justice announced a $490 million settlement with Fiat Chrysler for cheating on U.S. emission standards. For 3 years, Fiat Chrysler told us that their vehicles were compliant, yet it was EPA engineers in our Ann Arbor lab that caught them cheating. Then they proved how they were cheating. We had to prove how they were cheating, and that was no easy task. The defeat devices were hidden in vehicle software that can have more than 100 million lines of code. To give you an idea of what the EPA staff had to deal with, an F-22 fighter jet has less than 2 million lines of code, and a Boeing 787 has around 14 million lines of code. Of course, this is not the first time that a vehicle manufacturer has purposefully installed hidden software that defeats emission controls. Volkswagen installed similar defeat devices in over 500,000 vehicles. These examples illustrate how we see our role moving forward over the next 50 years, taking on these large, complex cases that the states don't have the authority, or they have the authority, but they don't have the resources in order to take these cases on. To do this successfully will require us to work more closely with the states, which has been a primary objective of our administration. In Ann Gorsuch's memoir about her time at EPA, she writes that the Reagan administration inherited a backlog of nearly 2,000 state implementation plans. These are the plans under the Clean Air Act that the states submit to comply with the air quality standards. Reading her memoir this past year, I couldn't help but notice the similarities with our current administration. We inherited a backlog of over 700 SIPs from the previous administration. Since the fall of 2017, we have redesignated 19 areas around the country, moving them into attainment with the National Ambient Air Quality Standards and lifting major regulatory burdens off local businesses. To give you an idea of our change in approach, the previous administration imposed more than 50 federal implementation plans, or FIPS, on the states. and that's about 10 times the number of FIPS imposed by the 3 previous administrations combined. We are working hard to convert those FIPS back to SIPs, working cooperatively with the states. We have averaged almost 1 FIP to SIP per month since March of 2017. We are also aggressively tackling the backlog of SIPs that I mentioned earlier. Of the more than 700 SIPs that we inherited that were backlogged, we've taken action on over 400 of them. So we're down to less than 300 in the backlog. We're also keeping pace with the SIPs that are submitted each year by the states. For EPA to be successful over the next 50 years, we must work closely with our state and local partners. This is one of the reasons we realigned our regional offices with headquarters. Our regions are often the first line of interaction with the agency. It didn't make sense to have an air office at headquarters, but not in the regional offices. We actually had 2 regions that did not have an air office by title on their organizational chart. So we realigned our regional offices, and we've mirrored our regional offices with headquarters. And now we have a much more integrated and streamlined line of communication from the local level all the way up to Washington. In each of the examples I've mentioned, it's easy to see that we're asking a lot of our staff, and we expect a lot of them. One reason is that we know how talented and dedicated our staff is. The other reason is necessity. At its peak, the agency had over 18,000 full-time employees in 1999. Under Presidents Clinton and George W. Bush, the agency consistently hovered around 17,000. Today, we're down to 14,000. We must act and plan as if we will not reach the previous levels again. This also requires us to recognize that the broader workplace culture in America is shifting. 50 years ago, people went to work for one employer, and it was not uncommon for them to work most of their lives at that place. In fact, today we still have 10 charter employees that have been with the EPA 49 years. We can't expect that anymore. In fact, right now, 40% of our workforce is eligible to retire over the next 5 years. Millennials, and I know there's some in the audience today, are a different generation. They expect to work multiple jobs throughout their life. We need to adapt to that as an agency, and we need to do a better job attracting and retaining good talent. We hired a new human resources director. We'd had an acting resource director for years. We hired a new permanent one in March of this year. I actually interviewed the human resources director. I was told that that was unusual, that the human resources director is 3 or 4 levels below me, and administrators don't typically interview people at that level. But I said I have a dozen issues I'm going to hit her with on her first day. I want to make sure that she understands where I'm coming from. We need to do a better job of attracting people. In the past, managers at EPA would hire somebody, train them, and expect that they would be in the job for 30 years, 40 years. We can't expect that anymore. We also have to do a better job as people retire, making sure that we don't lose that historical knowledge as people leave. When I visit all 10 of our regional offices, I do all hands meetings, and I take questions from the employees everywhere I go. I was in Region 7 in Kansas City, and one of the human resources employees said that she had developed a database. As people retired, they would enter all the information that they had to pass on to the people that would replace them. She went away on a detail for 2 years, came back, and the region had redesigned their computer systems, and her database had been wiped out. I told our human resources director, we need something like that across the entire agency. As we start to lose this 40% of our employees who are eligible to retire, we need to make sure that we're not losing the historical knowledge that they have. This is so important to the mission of our agency. When the talent leaves, we need to ensure that the knowledge is preserved and passed along. We're also taking initiatives to develop creative ways to attract and retain top talent. In order to implement our updated TSCA law, which passed in 2016, which more efficiently performs risk assessments, we have been focused on recruiting highly trained scientists. One of the problems that we had, we focused our human resources last year on trying to hire new risk assessment scientists to the agency for the TSCA program. We put a lot of resources. It takes a long time to hire a federal employee. Our goal from start to finish is 90 days, which is fairly long, nothing like in the private sector, and that's if we're moving quickly. So we put a lot of resources in 2018 to hire new risk assessors. We were able to hire 30 new risk assessors for the TSCA program, which is an incredible achievement from the Human Resources Department. At the same time, 30 researchers retired from that program in 2018. So we put a lot of time and resources in, and we're barely treading water on trying to get new talent in. One of the things that we are looking at now is perhaps opening a risk assessment office down in our Research Triangle Park office, because of so many research universities in North Carolina, and people who graduate from those programs want to stay in that area. So we're trying to be creative on where we place our scientists to make sure that we can attract and retain as many quality scientists as we can. As any large organization knows, when you have ample staff, you don't have to be as efficient. We, on the other hand, are learning to do more with less, and we need to be more efficient. We found that out very quickly. Prior to this administration, the agency was not tracking some of its most important obligations. For example, beginning of this administration, President Trump announced he wanted all federal permits to be done within 2 years. My predecessor set a goal for EPA for permits to be done within 6 months. We quickly discovered that the agency was not tracking how long it took to issue a permit. You cannot improve a process if you do not track how long a process takes. So we implemented the lean management system across the entire agency. Now, this actually was launched by Gina McCarthy, the last administrator in the Obama administration, and she launched lean management as a pilot program in a few offices at the agency. Lean management, bless you, is also called the Toyota system, the Toyota management system. When I worked at EPA, my first job out of law school was at EPA back in '91. We tried to introduce total quality management, TQM, to the agency. It didn't really work or take off. TQM is a bottom-up approach. Lean management is both bottom-up and top-down at the same time. We've had tremendous success so far on the lean management system. On the permit side, we've reduced our backlog of permits over the last year by 54%. We also have our large enforcement laboratory in Lakewood, Colorado. They do the large multimedia enforcement inspections all around the country. It was taking them on average over 180 days to issue an inspection report. We implemented lean management system there last year, and now over 90% of those inspection reports are issued within 30 days, which is incredible if you think about it. That was 180 days where the facility didn't know what was going on or if they were doing anything wrong, but it's also 180 days where no environmental improvements were taking place because we weren't issuing the inspection reports to the facilities. I know that I'm running short on time, but I do want to highlight a little bit on Superfund and brownfields, and how we are prioritizing the mission of the agency. We can't be everywhere at all times, and that's not how Congress envisioned our role. But we do have some very important fundamental responsibilities that the agency has not consistently upheld throughout its 49-year history. A prime example would be the Superfund program. And I think it's fair to say that the agency did not anticipate the magnitude of the challenges it would take on when the Superfund program was created. The crisis at Love Canal awakened the nation to the reality of the problem, but it soon became clear that RCRA and the Clean Water Act were not enough to address the problem. So in 1980, CERCLA was passed and the Superfund program was created. By 1983, preliminary assessments were conducted at 7,300 of the 17,000 sites already identified, and 546 were placed on the MPL list. It wasn't too long before the MPL list grew to over 1,000. Most of these sites are incredibly complex and require a lot of time and financial resources. Thus, it wasn't unusual for a site to sit on the Superfund National Priorities list for decades. Perfect example was the Westlake landfill in Missouri, home to radioactive waste from the Manhattan Project, which has been on the MPL list for 2 decades. We believe that the agency must do better, and we believe that a site on the national priorities list should be just that, a national priority, and our actions demonstrate that. This past year, we reached an agreement with all the PRPs and the local residents around the Westlake landfill, and we're moving forward on getting that cleaned up for the first time in over 2 decades. In fiscal year 2018, EPA deleted all or part of 22 sites from the MPL list, the largest number of deletions in 1 year since 2005. And I'm very pleased to report that in fiscal year 2019, EPA removed all or part of 27 sites from the MPL list, the largest number of deletions since 2001. This is an exceptional and important achievement carried out by the EPA career staff. And these accomplishments are the result of detailed plans to refocus and re-energize the Superfund program. We launched the Superfund Task Force and created the Administrator's Emphasis List to help get sites on the edge of completion across the finish line. Our success in the Superfund program exemplifies the tremendous potential of the agency. More often than not, the residents living near Superfund sites are low-income or underserved communities. Our work is breathing new life into these communities and transforming frustration and despair into hope and opportunity. This, in short, is our vision for the EPA's next 50 years. An agency that is agile and responsive to the needs of the public, an agency that works seamlessly with its state and local partners, an agency that attracts and retains world-class talent that reflects the diverse society that we serve, and an agency that is a global leader in science and research. Of course, these goals will soon slip out of my control. I may have a say over the next 5 years, but not the next 50 years, which is why we're implementing things like the lean management system. In fact, what we did this year, the Senior Executive Service, the most senior career officials at the agency, we put it into their performance evaluation system. So one of the measures that they are judged on today is implementing a lean management project or program within their offices. We believe things like this and the reorganization of our regional offices and the hiring and the trying to cut across our silos to produce more comprehensive management plans for environmental issues where we don't look at things just in the clean air silo or just the clean water silo, but across the board using all of our offices will make the EPA a much more nimble organization that will protect the environment and public health of Americans for the next 50 years. Thank you all for your time and your attention. I appreciate that and happy to answer some questions.
So if people have questions, they filled out on cards, please give them to the students that are collecting them. I believe, for those of you in the overflow room, I believe there should be a student collecting collecting cards there as well. So when you were first asked to serve in this administration, you were asked to be deputy administrator, and your predecessor was controversial as administrator, and many people have commented that there are significant stylistic and managerial differences between the way you operate the agency and the way your predecessor was. And I'm just wondering, is that conscious? Is there a way you would describe how the agency is being run differently now than it was, say, in 2017?
You know, I think you can say that about any two administrators in the history of our agency. You know, I'm just the 15th administrator, and I don't think any of the 15 administrators, my predecessors, none of us have been alike with each other. We've all had different management styles. We've all taken different approaches. You know, Scott came to the job. He had never worked in D.C. before. I've spent my whole career in D.C. You know, I started my career at EPA. I was a career employee. I think that has helped me a lot, understanding how the agency works, the mission of the agency. When I graduated from law school, I went to work at EPA because I believe in the mission of our agency. And I spent 14 years working on Capitol Hill, you know, as the authorizing staff director for the committee that oversees all but the pesticides program at EPA. So I had a lot of experience there for 14 years, and then I worked in the private sector for 9 years. So I had a lot of different experiences that I think has really helped me lead the agency as we go forward into the 50th anniversary.
One area that the agency appears to have had some trouble with in the last 3 years is in court. A bunch of early initiatives have been struck down by various courts. Was that due to something the agency was doing? Is that something a result of something the courts are doing? As administrator of the agency, and as someone who I assume wants to have your regulatory initiatives upheld and implemented, what is your perspective on the EPA's track record in legal challenges?
You know, some of those defeats, some of the defeats, like on the coal combustion residual, were Obama regulations where we were defeated. We certainly lost a few in the first year. That was before I joined the agency, as far as freezing some of the regulations and the deregulatory efforts. But under my watch, what I've told our attorneys, what I've told our program offices, is that I want to make sure that what we're doing will stand up in court, which is our approach on ACE. We followed the Clean Air Act. We followed the Supreme Court cases. And I think it's, considering the Clean Power Plan was stayed by the Supreme Court, I think our final ACE rule will be upheld by the courts. We had the same approach for WOTUS. As soon as the previous administration's WOTUS was issued, it was 27 states sued, and it's never fully taken effect. Our WOTUS proposal, I believe, follows not just the Clean Water Act, but also the Supreme Court cases there. So what I've told my staff is that I want to make sure that our regulations will stand the test of time and will be upheld by the courts. And I've probably been a little more lax on deadlines, internal deadlines, than my predecessor was. He wanted to get things out the door and meet internal deadlines. I've given our teams more time to make sure that we're getting the law right and making sure that the regulations will stand up in court.
One of the actions EPA has recently taken was rescinding the so-called appropriate necessary determination that is the basis for the mercury and air toxic standard, or what those of us that work in this field refer to as the MATS standard. In the revised proposal, the agency excludes what we often refer to as co-benefits, or the ancillary pollution reduction benefits, that if you're doing something to reduce emissions of one pollutant, the benefits of other pollutant reductions that tend to coincide with or occur with. Can you say something about why the agency has decided that these sorts of co-benefits or ancillary benefits should not be part of the evaluation in determining whether it's appropriate and necessary to adopt the standard? And does this reflect a broader view within the agency that ancillary benefits should not be part of the way that regulatory proposals are assessed?
We will still look at co-benefits going forward, but when you look at the mercury air toxics, 99% of the benefits for that regulation came from particulate matter. We already regulate particulate matter under the NAAQS program. So, yeah, I do not believe, and I think the Supreme Court was very skeptical, and we're following the Supreme Court remand, was very skeptical about the fact that the agency was depending upon co-benefits to justify regulation instead of the substance that was being regulated, which was mercury. So I do think that's inappropriate, and you see that in our new cost-benefit regulations that we're moving forward on. We proposed in 2017 a cost-benefit regulation to apply to all of our statutes across the board. We received over 4,000 comments. We took a hard look at the comments. We decided that was not the right approach. So what I've decided to do is to move forward on a statute-by-statute basis. And we will now be proposing a cost-benefit regulation for each statute, following the guidelines and the science within the statute and the requirements. And the first one will be the Clean Air Act. And we plan to have that out before the end of this year. And after the Clean Air Act, we go through each of the statutes under our authority to implement a cost-benefit regulation. But I think that's very important to the future of the agency, and it also goes to the science integrity side, where we have to be upfront with the American public. I think there's a lot of people that were very skeptical, upset over the MATS case because it was supposed to regulate mercury, and all the benefits were from PM.
One issue that you didn't touch on in your talk, and I have a bunch of questions about, is climate change. And this administration certainly is being a lot less aggressive in seeking to regulate greenhouse gases than its predecessor. Is that because the agency does not believe climate change is a particularly significant problem? Is it because the agency does not believe the Clean Air Act provides the agency with tools necessary to deal with greenhouse gases? Is it something else?
Well, first of all, we are moving forward on greenhouse gases. Our ACE rule will get a 35% reduction from the electric power sector over the course of the regulation. Our methane regulation will reduce methane emissions, and our CAFE proposal actually will also reduce CO2 emissions. Is interesting. Yes, our proposal and our final CAFE standard is not going to look like our proposal. We're making changes to it. Can't say what the changes are today.
Can you say when they're coming out?
Before the end of the year. But You know, in our proposal, we did freeze the standards at 2022 to 2026. I think I got the years right there. But you know, it was interesting. After we came out with the proposal, the Auto Alliance came in and met with me and said, you know, do you realize that some of the out years you're actually more stringent than the Obama regulations, because we did away with a lot of the credits that the auto companies could use in order to comply. So under the Obama standards, even though they ratcheted it down each year, because of the off ramps and the credits that they were providing under that regulation in some of the out years, our regulation was actually more tight than their proposal was. So our final cafe standard will be different than what we proposed. We received a lot of comments. We've already. I'm going to pick on the California and the New York AGs for a second. They have a tendency of announcing that they're suing us before they actually read our proposals. And you worked at CEI, right? Back when. It was interesting. I attended the CEI dinner this summer, and it was right after we went forward with the ACE rule. And the day before the ACE rule came out, the AG in California announced he was going to sue us. We proposed the ACE rule. Then the next day, I heard the current president of CEI say that, you know, we're not sure if we like the ACE rule or not. I'm going to reserve judgment on it. I want to read it before I make a determination. And then 2 months later, he announced he was suing us. I much prefer somebody to take 2 months and read our proposals before they announce they're going to sue us than announce they're suing us before they've actually even seen it. We're always going to be sued by both sides all the way through. And it was interesting on the ACE rule, when we did that, I got beat up on the left a lot, very vocally in public, senators, congressmen, environmental groups saying we weren't doing enough. What we did under the ACE rule is follow the Clean Air Act and follow the Supreme Court cases. The Clean Power Plan was stayed by the Supreme Court, in my opinion, because it went outside the Clean Air Act. I also got beat up on the right. I got phone calls from members of Congress saying, why are you doing anything? You should be overturning the endangerment finding. You shouldn't be doing anything on climate change. That's not what the Supreme Court has told us to do, and that's not what I believe the Clean Air Act tells us to do. But we are extremely limited under the Clean Air Act on what we can do on CO2. Congress is, you know, John Dingell said it would be a glorious mess to regulate CO2 under the Clean Air Act, and I think he was right. It is a glorious mess. And we are doing what we believe the Clean Air Act tells us to do and what the Supreme Court has told us to do.
If it's a glorious mess to try and regulate greenhouse gases under the Clean Air Act, should Congress revise the Clean Air Act or enact new legislation that gives the EPA tools that could address climate change more effectively and efficiently?
You're asking me that question much more politely than Governor Inslee did when he asked me that question, and that was at a breakfast that I hosted for the Western governors at EPA headquarters last winter. He said, when I said what I said about ACE, that we're following the Clean Air Act, we're following the Supreme Court, then why aren't you telling Congress to pass new legislation? First of all, that would require going through the White House and OMB. I can't make the decision what we're asking Congress to pass as far as legislation is concerned, but I don't think this current Congress is going to pass climate legislation. I think it was interesting when the Waxman-Markey bill passed the House of Representatives and went over to the Senate, and Senator Reid had 60 Democrats. He had filibuster-proof Senate, and he didn't even bring climate change up on the Senate floor. I don't think, regardless of who is in control in the Senate, that they want to address the issue.
Later today, you're going to be meeting with undergraduates who are leaders of various student groups, and earlier this week, the undergraduate student government prepared a letter, which I think they're going to be giving you a copy of. And one of the things the letter says is, the undergraduates of your former institution are concerned that the EPA is moving in a direction counter to its purpose as the prevention of further climate change, maintenance of clean air and water, and preservation of the lands of our great country are responsibilities now under your protection. What would you say to these students, or what will you be saying to these students when you meet with them later?
I'm looking forward to meeting with them, and I'm happy to discuss this with them. I'm afraid that they're probably getting their views from the media, which is not always accurate on what we're doing. You know, we are taking cleaning up brownfield sites and Superfund sites a higher priority than the last 3-4 administrations. We We proposed last week new lead and copper rules for drinking water that are more stringent than currently on the books, and the first update to the lead and copper rules since 1991. A huge issue. Flint, Michigan, Newark, New Jersey today. We have to protect the drinking water systems in this country, and lead is a huge issue. PFOA and PFOS, as I said in my remarks. This has been an issue that's been out there for about 10 years. We're taking direct action on this. I will say there was an op-ed this week by my predecessors, Bill Riley and Gina McCarthy, accusing us of not doing anything on asbestos. I'm actually going to be responding to them because it sounds like neither one of them have read the new TSCA law. Because we're actually being more aggressive on asbestos than the agency has been since Bill Riley was administrator in 1989, when the agency lost the big asbestos lawsuit. We have put asbestos as one of the first 10 chemicals on the new TSCA program. We have to go through the regulatory program before we can ban or prohibit a substance. As administrator, and they both should know this, as administrator of the EPA, I cannot prejudge a regulatory outcome. If you prejudge, if I say today we're banning asbestos, and I'm not saying that, if I say we're banning asbestos, we can be sued, and that could be considered prejudicial in a legal proceeding. I cannot claim what we're going to do in a regulatory process until we've gone through the entire process. We also instituted a SNUR, a significant new use rule for asbestos. Since 1991, anybody could have imported asbestos products into this country without any regulatory oversight. By putting forward the SNUR this past spring, we now require if anybody wants to import an asbestos product, they have to come before the EPA, and that will give us the opportunity to ban that substance or prohibit or make restrictions on it while we wait for the TSCA, which is about a 2-year process to work through. So there was a huge loophole, and that loophole has been in place since '91. We're the first administration to close that loophole. And I'm being attacked in the press by not doing enough on asbestos. We're the first administration since '91 that's taken asbestos seriously. And I'm still getting beat up because first of all, whatever I do, the environmental groups are going to criticize it, no matter how good it is for the environment. It's a national game for them. But we are being more aggressive than any administration. I'm also going to be interviewed by the Observer newspaper after this. I'm looking forward to that. I actually worked on the Observer. I wrote the weekly trivia quiz on the Observer for 3.5 years when I was an undergrad here. And I did a couple of op-eds in the Observer too, and one of them was in 1987 where I called for eliminating animal testing. And what I signed this about 2 months ago was a decree to the agency that we will eliminate animal testing at EPA 30% by 2025 and 100% by 2035. I was immediately accused of doing this because of the chemical companies. I've never talked to a chemical company about animal testing at all. I'm doing this because I believe this for the last, I can't do the math, since before 1987, but I wrote this as an op-ed in the student newspaper here at Case Western in 1987, that we need to move to eliminate animal testing. I believe that as a principle. But I'm still, I even passed out copies of the Observer editorial that I wrote to the press to make sure that they understood it. I'm still getting beat up saying, oh, he must be doing this for the chemical companies. I can deal with that. I get beat up regardless, but I'm still moving forward.
Well, we appreciate your taking the time today. I want to keep you on your schedule and not keep the folks at the Observer waiting. And I know you're looking forward to meeting with the group of undergraduates at lunch and then with the Great Lakes Energy Institute fellows this afternoon. So thank you again for making the time and taking questions, and safe travels back to DC.
Thank you.
We are going to move directly to our next panel. So as the administrator makes his way to his interview with the Observer, if the moderator and panelists for our next session can come up, that would be great. Thank you.
I'm Emily. So I'm Emily, and then I think
I think we're okay. Oh, moderator needs to hear.
It should be.
Sorry, but. Yeah,
Together to.
I'm Dan. Hi, I know. Sorry.
Are you memorizing? Don't move yet. We should be. Should we next to each other? Yeah. Okay.
Actually, first, maybe. It doesn't really matter. That's true. Got that? So I don't actually know where I'm supposed to sit. Right here. Okay, thanks. This means I have the enigmatic slide thing.
All right, I think we need to.
I don't have slides, so.
Hi, Joe Alvey.
Emily Hammond.
Emily, good to meet you.
You too.
Oh, this one, these, okay. Are you putting them up?
You're all set?
Because I think we're first. So whenever you want.
Slides, he's gonna come in the middle and I'm
Okay. Okay. Which
Well said.
arrows are we? These.
Alrighty, we're gonna get started with our next program. Sorry I wasn't able to get through more questions with the administrator. I have a massive pile of good questions. Maybe we will be able to act like a Senate committee and send them to the administrator for written responses. And if so, we'll put them on the website. Moderating our next panel is my colleague, Catherine LaCroix, who teaches environmental law, land use, and federal courts. Previously, she had been a partner at Hogan & Hartson in D.C., and prior to that, clerked for then Judge Stephen Breyer on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit. And I'm going to turn the podium over to Catherine, who will be moderating our next panel. Catherine?
Thank you, John. It's wonderful to participate in this inaugural program of our new Burke Environmental Law Center. I think this is a terrific way to start a new enterprise for Case Western Reserve University. We have a wonderful panel on our topic, Perspectives on EPA's Decision-Making and Regulatory Performance. Dr. Joe Aldi is a professor of the practice of public policy at the Harvard Kennedy School, a university fellow at Resources for the Future, a faculty research fellow at the National Bureau of Economic Research, and a senior advisor at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. His research focuses on climate change policy, energy policy, and regulatory policy. In 2009 to 2010, he served as Special Assistant to the President for Energy and Environment at the White House. He also previously served on the staff of the President's Council of Economic Advisors. Dr. Carrie Kolianisi is Professor of Law and Professor of Political Science and Director of the Penn Program on Regulation at the University of Pennsylvania. He specializes in the study of regulation and regulatory processes, with a particular emphasis on the empirical evaluation of alternative regulatory strategies and the role of conflict and cooperation in business-government relations. His books include Achieving Regulatory Excellence and the one thing we all want to know, does regulation kill jobs? Dr. Dan Walters, who will be presenting with Carrie Kolianisi, was a regulation fellow in the Penn Program on Regulation at the University of Pennsylvania Law School prior to joining the faculty of Penn State Law. He brings an empirical approach to the study of public law and regulatory policy. Several of his works empirically test the effects of judge-made administrative law doctrine on agency behavior. Other empirical work focuses on the often overlooked domain of agencies' regulatory power of discretionary non-action and sheds light on how this aspect of administrative decision-making should be cabined or made more transparent. So these are fascinating and understudied aspects of regulatory policy law. And then Professor Emily Hammond is the Associate Dean for Academic Affairs and Professor of Law at George Washington University Law School, where she focuses on energy law, environmental law, and administrative law. Professor Hammond is a former environmental engineer with technical fluency in the cutting-edge issues at the intersection of law, science, and policy, and is co-author of one of the nation's leading energy law texts, Energy Economics and the Environment, and the environmental law text, Environmental Protection, Law, and Policy. So we have a distinguished panel here, and I look forward to first hearing from Carrie and Dan.
So Joe's PowerPoint is up. Do you want to just go first, or
It's going to be a fascinating presentation. Talk about evaluating regulatory performance.
Do you want to go, or do you want to wait for this to?
You would like? That's okay.
Why don't you guys go? If we can get it up. Can someone put up the other slides? That would be great. Not yet. Okay. There we go. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thanks again to Jonathan Adler and Case Western and the Case Western Law Review for hosting this. This is a great event, and really have learned a lot already. I guess it falls to me to follow the EPA administrator, so not something that is
You've
coveted
done before?
or done before. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to be talking about courts and the EPA, and you might be wondering how that relates to decision-making and performance of the agency. But as I think the first panel sort of suggested, it's hard to imagine what the agency's performance and decision-making would look like without court review. So it's our task to sort of dive into that relationship between courts and the EPA in a little bit more depth. So by any measure, EPA has a special relationship with courts. By pure numbers, EPA has consistently been featured in litigation at a greater, higher rate than other agencies. And the graph you see on the left side of the screen is just the Harvard NGRAM tracker. So this is mentions of the EPA relative to other agencies. And as you can see, EPA right off the bat sort of gets wrapped up in courts at a higher rate than other agencies. And then also focusing on just key cases, you can see that EPA has been central to the development of doctrine in administrative law, the administrative law that applies to all agencies. Certainly the Massachusetts versus EPA case is a foundational case in the law of standing. Chevron versus NRDC, of course, lays out the most important standards for statutory interpretation and deference to agency interpretations of statutes. In the arbitrary and capricious domain, a number of cases in the 1970s laid out the hard look standard, and EPA was really primarily involved in a number of those important cases. You might add to that list Michigan versus EPA just a few years ago, holding agencies accountable for cost-benefit analysis, even when statutes aren't necessarily clear about whether they're requiring that kind of analysis. So the bottom line is that the relationship between EPA and the courts has been formative, not just for EPA, but for all agencies. And that doesn't seem likely to change anytime soon. And scholars have certainly noted this relationship and how important it is. There's really too much scholarly work out there to go into in any depth, but just make a few notes about some of these foundational works. Much of the early literature, particularly Melnick's study of the implementation of the Clean Air Act in 1983, showed quite a bit of dysfunction in the relationship between courts and the EPA. And that narrative about the court's interference with EPA's efforts to roll out the Clean Air Act was pretty foundational to a general literature called the ossification literature, which suggested that court review was unduly hampering agencies' ability to move forward with rulemaking tasks that had been assigned to the agencies by Congress. Later waves in the literature, my co-author on this paper included in the early 90s, suggested that ossification thesis might have been a bit overstated, and I'm sure he'll talk a little bit more about that in his part of the presentation. Uh, so our goal in this paper is to try to stitch together some of this work, which really has focused on narrow snapshots of time and tried to characterize the relationship of the courts with EPA, and stitch these works together, bring in our own data to try to create more of a 50-year retrospective on the relationship of the courts and EPA. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Carrie to talk more about what we plan to do.
Great, thanks, Dan, and thank you to the Case Western Law School and Law Review. Congratulations on your new Environmental Law Center, and congratulations to Jonathan Adler, the new director, and we applaud the great work that's going on here at Case Western. In terms of the topic that our paper is focused on that Dan has introduced, this slide, I should say, also indicates, if you look carefully at the names of some of the folks contributing to this literature and the names of folks who are around the room, there are plenty of others in the room who can speak to these issues, and we look forward to the conversation. What we're doing, just to give you an idea of our plans in this paper, and we have data collection already underway. First, we will try to synthesize this existing literature that Dan mentioned, but then we are collecting additional data and trying to bring up to date some of the research that I and others have assembled over the years, as Dan says, to try to create a more comprehensive temporal picture of the relationship between the EPA and the courts over the last 50 or so years, and then to provide some up-to-date analysis of questions about litigation rates, about who's actually suing the EPA, how the EPA fares in court. This figure gives you just an illustration of what a temporal portrait of the relationship between the courts and the EPA might begin to look like. It's simply charting over the last 5 decades the rate of and frequency of publication or issuance of court decisions in which EPA was a party. These are Court of Appeals decisions. Many of them will be involving EPA rulemakings. But at this first cut, this chart gives all cases in which EPA was a party in the Court of Appeals, so that can include all sorts of appeals of enforcement actions, of FOIA decisions, of employee discharge complaints, and so forth. But it is instructive that I think over this period of time, there's about an average of 53 published, released Court of Appeals decisions every year. Enough to keep environmental lawyers very busy, and environmental law professors and environmental law students doing a lot of reading. The 2 other things that I think are important to see from this portrait. First of all, it probably isn't a 50-year retrospective, but technically a 49 or so year retrospective, because the first court decisions really didn't, involving the EPA, didn't come out until the agency was at least a year old. But second, and I think more instructive, is the pie chart here. The blue indicates, out of all of those cases over the years, the ones that came out of the DC Circuit. And you can see it's roughly a 50-50 split, really, between the DC Circuit and all other circuits, indicating the dominance of the DC Circuit here in the relationship between EPA and the courts. And if one looks actually since 1999, or actually about the year 2000, there's been a real dramatic shift. What occurred before 2000 was that about 2/3 of the Court of Appeals decisions with EPA as a party came from other circuits, and 1/3 came from the DC Circuit. Since 2000, actually, that has reversed itself, and about 2/3 come just from the DC circuit, 1/3 from all of the other circuits. So that is, I think, important for our purposes because we will be sampling a lot and looking a lot more closely at the DC circuit than in other circuits in this study. And in particular, that's an important place to look because in the Clean Air Act and in the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, there's a mandatory venue in the DC circuit. So when we're looking at the rate, as we will be doing, the rate at which EPA rules are challenged in court, it's really helpful to have that mandatory venue to know that if any EPA rule under those statutes will be challenged at all, it would be appearing in the DC circuit. And that is one of really the issues that we're looking at here is what is really the threat of judicial review. Some of the early views on this were that, and I think you actually heard EPA Administrator here, Wheeler, say that everything will get challenged in court. Probably everything that he's spending a lot of time on will get challenged in court. But it turns out that there's actually a lot of EPA rules that never get challenged. You heard in the first panel, opening panel today, a lot about Bill Ruckelshaus, the first EPA administrator. Well, when he came back for his second tour of duty at EPA, he reported that he was struck with how much there were lawsuits coming across his desk involving EPA rules. He didn't remember so many of those in the early years. Now, they were actually early years, of course, but he asked his general counsel at that time, tell me, how often are EPA rules challenged in court? And the person in the general counsel's office gave him the answer, who specifically gave the answer just sort of on an off-the-cuff basis. He said about 80% of EPA rules end up getting challenged in court. And then Ruckelshaus gave a series of speeches around the country in which he used that statistic. It turns out that as much as that statistic had taken on a life of its own, when I was looking into this more closely in the mid-90s, that the statistic actually is about reverse or opposite. About 20% of EPA rules overall end up getting challenged in court. And even if you look under some of the at the major rules under RCRA and the Clean Air Act, 35% or so of those are challenged. So a lot less, a lot lower litigation rate than has often been assumed. And then some work that Bill Jordan has done has shown that when EPA actually loses in court, often the remedy is a remand, and Jordan finds that about 80% of the time EPA is able to return to the issues and fix them and accomplish its goals. So the idea of judicial review as a threat, at least based upon the literature that we have today, suggests that it's not as dominant across the board as some had previously thought, and certainly Ruckelshaus had claimed in the 80s. But we'll take a look, and one of the things we're going to be looking at is how that plays out more recently and over time. When you get an EPA rule in court, how does it fare for the agency? Well, we know that business groups are actually some of the most frequent participants, both in rulemakings and in legal challenges to EPA rules. Maybe that's changed, actually. We'll have to see with more recent data with the role of the states in more recent years. But business groups in the existing literature are found to be frequent litigants. But does that mean that then the courts are really the place where there's an anti-regulatory or a business-oriented approach? I think the findings in the research literature, Wendy Wagner's work included among them have shown that the picture is much more complicated. That when cases actually do get decided by the courts, EPA wins with some regularity, and in some cases, you actually see the courts prodding the agency to engage in more regulation. Back when I was looking at this in the mid-90s, EPA had a win rate of about 51% across the board of the DC Circuit. That means there was, the courts gave the rule a total clean bill of health. Even when the EPA loses, it's not losing necessarily on every issue, and as Jordan's work showed, even when it loses on some issues, it comes back again. So I'll turn it over now to Dan to wrap up where we're going to take this.
So you heard Carrie talk about how when the agency loses, it oftentimes comes back. But also, as he suggested, the EPA oftentimes does win. So the literature seems to suggest that the win rate is somewhere between 30% and 50% over a pretty broad historical period, which is pretty good. But the elephant in the room is, of course, the Trump administration's win rate, which, if you follow the Institute for Policy Integrity at New York University Law School's count of court review of deregulatory actions, it's about 7%. And I haven't done the statistics, but that seems pretty statistically significant. So the question is whether that is exceptional. And I will say that there is a lot that we don't know about how exceptional the Trump administration's record in court is. Our initial data would suggest that certainly the Trump administration has not been sued more often than it has been or the EPA has been sued in other administrations. So there's a lot of questions still about just how exceptional this period has been. But it's enough to sort of raise the question, which we want to explore in the paper, how EPA's win rates and all of the other things we've been talking about change over administrations and change as the composition of the courts changes. And more longitudinal data of the kind that we're going to collect and are collecting for this project could shed pretty substantial light on that and help us explain just how exceptional or not this administration's record has been. So just like to close by saying something about the source of this variation that we hope to explore. As the late Judge Patricia Wald suggests here on the quote on the board, much of the variation probably comes from a deep tension in administrative law between deference and scrutiny. And fluidity is probably going to persist into the future as courts and politics change. And we can learn more about all of this, I think, by the kind of retrospective longitudinal study that we are hoping to conduct and to see into the future, perhaps, about how this relationship between the EPA and the courts might change going forward as the Supreme Court changes and as politics change.
And we look forward to your thoughts or questions and ideas about hypotheses or questions that we should be thinking about as we gather all of this data that we are in the process of gathering. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie and Dan. Now we would like Professor Aldi's slides back up, if we could. This is fascinating because just when you're talking about perception versus reality, in the mid-90s, when you did your initial survey, the conventional wisdom in private practice was the government always wins. Mm-hmm. And your statistics show, in fact, 51% of the time, which is not always by any stretch. So, all right, our next speaker, Professor Joseph Aldi.
Great, thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thanks to Jonathan for the opportunity to participate in the workshop, and to everybody here at Case Western Reserve School of Law for their efforts in pulling this together. Since I'm an economist, I should also right now thank whoever is the 2L who'll be assigned to my footnotes. who will get probably a disproportionate burden compared to the other footnote editors for this issue. Let me note at the beginning, too, that what I'll be presenting draws from a number of projects that I've been working on in recent years. One on the durability and adaptability of the Clean Air Act, a project that Ann Carlson led with Dallas Bertraud, Resources for the Future, where I got to spend some time understanding fuels regulations, and you'll see a little bit of that in my presentation. An ongoing project composed of economists looking at the performance of environmental regulations and using tools of retrospective analysis led by some colleagues at Resources for the Future, as well as a project that I've been undertaking on how to evaluate energy and environmental regulations. I also disclose and note my appreciation for funding from the Sloan Foundation and the Smith Richardson Foundations for those projects. Actually, I need this keyboard, thank you. So let me note briefly where I'll be going with the presentation here today. First, some comments and really some questions to sort of motivate why it's important to undertake retrospective or ex post analysis of regulations and to do so in a rigorous and credible manner. Then I will provide a sort of an illustration. I'll look at some of the empirical literature's focus on the performance of cap and trade regulations under the Clean Air Act. And this will do sort of double duty. First to say, look at what we've learned about the performance and look how well these cap and trade programs have performed. What are the impacts on cost? What are the impacts on the environment? What are some of the unintended consequences that we've learned as a way to sort of understand just how has the Clean Air Act performed in its past, but also to start to illustrate the kinds of tools that are used in empirical evaluation that can inform what I'll discuss in the final part of my presentation, which is how we want to design a system and institutionalize a way of undertaking retrospective analysis of regulations. As a note, I also say it's great to be on a panel with Carrie on this. This is something that Carrie's been given a lot of thought to over the past decade or so. So some of what we'll see at the end, I think Carrie will nod his head and say yes, and then some of it will say like, okay, well, I'm disagreeing with Joe again, but he's already heard me say that before. So let's turn now to a few questions to sort of motivate why we think there's value in undertaking ex post analysis of regulations. First, there's a kind of like, I think, first order question you would have if you're, say, a member of Congress and you've given a regulatory agency authority to implement a set of goals that Congress has established. You'd like to know whether or not the agency is actually delivering on those goals. You'd like to know that if you have said you need to go do X, Y, and Z to achieve certain things that we think are to the benefit of our society, that we're actually making progress on that. So there's sort of this sort of first order question of, is the regulator doing the job it's been tasked to do? And some of this, you know, we've seen a number of these figures earlier today showing the dramatic improvements in air quality over time, and it truly is impressive how much we've seen that improvement. But there is this question about how much of that is because of the Clean Air Act, and how much of that may be because of other factors, changing the composition of our economy, changing in technological innovation, some of which may be independent of environmental regulations. So there's value in really understanding what's really the driving force from our regulatory interventions in improving our environment and what may be caused by other factors. The second, to get to something that at least White Houses dating back to 1981 have been interested in is, are we actually increasing social welfare? So whether we go back to the Reagan executive order that the benefits had to exceed the cost, a slightly softer version of the benefits having to justify the cost, that's an executive order 12866 from 1993. There's been this interest of saying, are we actually making society better off with our regulations? And so there's a lot of value in doing this in an ex post way. This approach, both these executive orders have really driven an intensive investment in the EPA in prospective analysis. And in fact, if you look across the entire federal regulatory program, it's hard to find a regulatory agency that undertakes, I think, a more scientifically rigorous and economically sophisticated analysis of its regulations ex ante than EPA. But we don't have the same kind of focus on doing this kind of work ex post. And sometimes things are different ex post than what we anticipated. And it's valuable to understand what the impacts of the regulations have been in practice with the learning from that experience. Third is the fact that EPA often either has to because Congress says they have to, or an administrator will, by his or her discretion, want to undertake a review and an update of its regulatory authority. So whether it's, say, the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, which are supposed to be reviewed every 5 years and are reviewed something like every 5 years or more, depending on the pollutant and what's happening in the courts and things that are baffling to me at times, but then again, I'm trained as an economist. But the question is sort of, if we want to update these regulations, there's a lot of value in understanding how well they've been performing to date. And in fact, what we tend to see is, say in the context of the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, there's the Clean Air Science Advisory Committee. They're trying to review, often when they provide their advice to the EPA administrator, they're sort of reviewing sort of the latest on the science, not so much of what's the quality, the performance of the regulation to date. And so there's ways in which I think we can sort of change how we think about this so that EPA is doing a better job as it's going through its sort of periodic review and updating of its regulations. We see this in other contexts as well throughout environmental law, where EPA has this periodic charge to review and update its regulations. And finally, it can be the question of sort of, well, what would we want to say if we're to say that agency responsible for implementing environmental law to Congress to say, here's some things you could, we'd like to do better. We know we can do better. We've learned from evaluating our regulations we can do better, but we really think we're constrained by our existing authorities, and we'd really like you to update and revise our authorities. One example of this that I'll touch on briefly in a few minutes will be the renewable fuel standard, where I think everybody pretty much agrees it's not working. The challenge may be politically how you navigate that in Congress and navigate some of the key stakeholders, but it's one where we know we're not really delivering on what was the initial objectives from more than a decade ago when the renewable fuel standard was passed into law. So let me talk a little bit now about the sort of the performance of cap and trade programs. This is not going to be comprehensive or exhaustive of cap and trade programs implemented under EPA's authorities. You'll see that I'm focusing pretty much exclusively on air quality pollutants in one way or another, and some of that gets to a point I'll make a little later in the presentation about the availability of data. Often will inform where academics go to do analysis, and I think it has implications for how we think about institutionalizing analysis in the future. But also try to glean some of the key insights about how the analysis was undertaken to think about that next step of how we plan to undertake these kinds of reviews if we were to institutionalize that within the agency. So first, we've already heard from the first panel this morning about the sulfur dioxide cap and trade program under Title IV, the 1990 Clean Air Act amendments. Clearly a success, whether you're thinking about it from the standpoint of, am I improving the environment? Am I reducing people's exposure to sulfur pollution and related particulates? Am I doing so in a really thoughtful, cost-effective manner? The recent empirical analysis has gone back to look at its performance has suggested that we're probably lowering costs at least 20% compared to a command and control performance standard, that we have probably done so in a way that may not fully be maximizing the benefits of the program, in part because of, and there was some discussion about this earlier today too, the differences in where the emissions are occurring matter a lot for public health. So the way the SO2 program was created and designed and implemented is that we're going to treat a ton of SO2 the same anywhere among any covered electricity generating unit across the country. And you realize, though, that if you're, say, reducing emissions just upwind of New York City, you're going to have much larger public health benefits if you're reducing emissions in South Dakota. And it's just because where those emissions occur relative to densely populated areas matter a lot for the public health benefits. So there's some economic research suggesting we could really increase social welfare, really increase the public health benefit if we thought about being a little bit more sophisticated and perhaps sort of establishing trading ratios across different parts of the country. There have been some thoughts about this. We see, as I'll talk in a couple of minutes, the program to use trading in Southern California and Reclaim has a kind of trading ratio. There's sort of two regions, but there's ways, especially as we start to leverage, I think, a better understanding of atmospheric chemistry, better data, exploit some of the new tools in analyzing big data, that this may be something in the future that we could do where we have a little bit more of a sophisticated representation of the benefits of trading as we implement those programs. Some of this literature notes there hasn't really been much evidence of job loss in the power sector. And the other thing that's kind of interesting is recognizing that while the railroads were really critical, and the deregulation of the railroads were really critical in enabling low sulfur coal from the west to come into the Midwest, that the deregulation then actually evolved into a kind of rail shipping duopoly, and there was some market power where they captured some of the value of the SO2 allowance program and how they set their rail rates for bringing this coal to the Midwest. We started in late 1990s to regulate through cap and trade programs, first through the Ozone Transport Commission, and then through the NOx budget program, NOx across sort of the eastern part of the United States. Tremendous improvements in reducing the emissions, reducing ozone concentrations, and improving public health. So estimates of probably about reducing 2,000 premature mortalities a year, also reducing how much money people are spending on drugs and healthcare because we're improving air quality. One thing that's interesting is that we found that the utilities that were under economic regulation tended to invest more in capital-intensive equipment, and those that were in competitive restructured markets tended to do less of that. And that may have an impact on the spatial distribution of the benefits as well. That we also see that there's some evidence of manufacturing job loss as a result of this program, especially for younger workers. So it wasn't that we were firing older workers so much as just when older workers retired, a lot of these manufacturing plants were not hiring new workers. In Southern California, they implemented the Reclaim program to address primarily NOx, but they also address SO2. And the empirical evidence of this suggests that the units that were covered by Reclaim reduced their NOx emissions faster than similar units in California just outside of the Reclaim Cap and Trade program. And one thing relevant to a lot of current debates about especially climate change policy, but about what we think the environmental justice concerns might be. And there are some papers quite critical of Reclaim on EJ grounds, and yet the empirical work shows that there were not any hotspots that emerged, meaning that no one saw their emissions increase. There's differential decreases in emissions, but by census tract by census tract, everybody saw reductions in emissions under this program. And then the loser. So those first three, they're fantastic. They were cost effective. They improved public health. Renewable fuel standard, not so much. The 2007 revision of the RFS called for a very ambitious goal to increase the amount of biofuels in our gasoline and diesel markets. Really aggressive, if you will, technology forcing standards for cellulosic and advanced biofuels, really low carbon biofuels. We have not delivered on those. So given the original statutory goals, we've never seen more than 1% of the statutory goal for cellulosic ethanol met by the market. So EPA's had to go through this process of trying to revise the goals, and typically they do so in a way that elicits subsequent lawsuits, and we typically are not finding out what the target cellulosic ethanol is for the gasoline market for a given year until after that year has ended. Doesn't really create the kind of certainty you want if you're trying to comply with a standard, or for that matter, if you're an entrepreneur trying to innovate and bring this product into the market. There have been other problems with how this program has performed, with some fraud that's occurred through the program. And there's even some evidence that because of imperfect competition, we're not really passing through the benefits of subsidizing biofuels to consumers. So we're not creating the incentive for someone to say, I want to go buy a flex fuel vehicle that could consume, say, a high ethanol-based fuel like E85. So let me close with a couple minutes now about institutionalizing retrospective analysis. So first, all these studies that are referenced in some of our work that I summarized in the last few slides, they're all employing rigorous quasi-experimental methods in economics. And they're really able to distinguish and discern what are the impacts of the regulation from other factors. So they are able to establish in a rigorous manner the counterfactual so that we can say this regulation had a causal impact on this outcome X or this outcome Y. Part of that is that they're exploiting both the geographic and the temporal variation in the implementation of these rules so that we have a kind of, if you will, treatment group and a control group by which to estimate what we think is the impact of the regulation. Now, this raises really important data needs. A lot of these are evaluations done in the utility sector because we're already collecting an incredible amount of data, not at EPA, although EPA data are certainly being used, but at the Department of Energy, at FERC, and at the Energy Information Administration that analysts and researchers have been able to exploit to really understand the impact of these regulations. But it says something that oftentimes when we implement a rule, we say we want to collect data by the regulated entities. But by the nature of any of these designs, if you're really trying to identify someone who's not regulated, or not regulated at the same time, or not regulated as stringently, you want to make sure you're collecting data on them. They're going to be your control group in your analysis. So there's a lot that we need to think about with risk of bringing up discussion of the Paperwork Reduction Act, which may cause us to go to sleep before lunch, but that it may have important implications for having the data necessary to conduct rigorous analysis. The net analysis also suggests that there's, in a number of these markets, we don't have perfect competition, and some of the assumptions that are used in our prospective analysis aren't borne out by the experience in the markets, and we need to think about that and account for that as well. I would also note that what I was giving you were sort of snapshots from individual papers, and it's not like there's no one in academia doing what EPA does with a prospective analysis. We're not doing the full comprehensive analysis of all the benefits and all the costs. We're finding something narrow that we think we can actually estimate rigorously, and we focus on that. So there needs to be a job to try to synthesize across these rules. When we think about conducting this ex post analysis, there are clearly going to be important resource needs. There's going to be some pushback from the bureaucracy. We can talk about this some a little bit later during the Q&A if you want. So we got to be sort of thoughtful and really constructive in how we think about using scarce resources in a productive manner. So we want to think about how we target our rules for ex post analysis. So one, where might there be sort of positive spillovers to other rules, where what I learn about this rule can help me think and understand the implications for other regulations. We might think about doing it in the context where I know I'm going to be doing this again and again and again, such as in the NAAQS review of regulations. It may be that rules that have really big or really uncertain benefits and costs are ones where I could really learn a lot by having a rigorous ex post analysis. And it may be that I care about the implementation strategy. And if the implementation strategy for one pollutant in one context may have insights in another context, I really want to undertake and study that. So to sort of get some closing thoughts on how we might plan for ex post analysis is one, let's try to be creative with, to the extent feasible, the discretion we have and how we structure rules to enable the learning. So we actually think at the beginning when you're designing a rule, how do I want to evaluate it in the future? And are there ways I can actually design that rule to really ensure that I have the variation necessary to estimate the causal impacts? How do I think about my data collection up front so that I can conduct this ex post analysis? And I want to be doing this at the regulatory development stage, and I probably want to be soliciting feedback at the proposal stage. And then I want to work this into the actual rule that gets finalized and promulgated so that people understand how we're going to evaluate this rule in the future. And then how we end up using, as my closing comments on how we're going to use this ex post analysis, one is that this can inform for those regulatory contexts where we have to do periodic review and updating. An ex post analysis of one is really going to be the starting point for the ex ante analysis for the next regulation. So it serves as sort of an information foundation for that. It can highlight opportunities for Congress for where they can revise authorities so that we can be more effective and deliver more environmental benefit for our environmental laws. We can make the data and the analysis public and actually have third parties evaluate these data and extend on them and maybe come up with clever, creative ways for how the agency can use their tools in the future to improve the implementation of the regulations. We can also do something which I think is important given the public debate about environmental law and environmental policy in the country and say, here's what these environmental regulations do. They're actually, thoughtfully designed. They're actually improving public health. Or there might be like, you know what? Not all of them are great. Okay, we'll admit the RFS is not great. It's probably not the only one that's not great, but there's ways we can make it better. We're going to learn from this and hopefully continually improve the implementation of the regulatory program. So here's a lot of fine print you can't read, but there are a bunch of papers if you feel like you need some reading over the weekend. I'm also happy to make this available to you if you want to email me or make the whole deck available from the organizers. Thank you again for your attention. I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you for that. It is true that right now it seems as though the work you've been able to do amounts to looking where the light is better, and what you want to do is design rules to shed light for the future, which apparently right now we're not doing. So our last speaker is Professor Emily Hammond.
All right. Thank you, and I want to echo the thanks of everybody on this panel, the gratitude for being here, to Jonathan and to Patty, who I understand can hear somewhere outside where she's making everything run, and also to the Law Review for hosting this terrific event. I thought I would say something today on the general topic of how EPA incorporates public involvement in its decision-making to hopefully improve regulatory performance. But what I'm going to come around to is the role of civil disobedience and other forms of direct action in that decision-making. And I will invite you to conceptualize citizen science as a form of protest. Well, why civil disobedience? We have seen examples of it today, but notice it seems to be on the rise, at least many people think so. Just last week, there was a headline from Reuters, "Scientists endorse mass civil disobedience to force climate action." Where there were climate strikes nationwide just a few weeks ago. Our students are doing this, our neighbors are doing this. Perhaps many people in this room are engaged in these actions. We also know, of course, that civil disobedience and protest have been along much longer than EPA. I do think, though, that in terms of both administrative law, but particularly environmental law, the role of these kinds of activities in our legal system is under-theorized, at least in the legal literature. And it's certainly very under-operationalized. It's hard to know what to do with that if you're working at an agency. So these are some of the themes that I'm exploring. I have a very early book project in the works, so I'm certainly eager to hear what kind of feedback you might have. Ultimately, as I introduce some of these ideas today, I want to suggest that at the very least, civil disobedience and protest operate as part of our civil society framework. They do provide a check on agency or government behavior, and I think they can also be seen as a point of improved government decision making. First, I'll start though with administrative law. I think we all agree that, and I think many of the people who've written in this room agree, that most agency decisions are never reviewed in court. On the other hand, the doctrine that comes from that judicial review, as we've heard, sets up some norms. Norms like deliberation, participation, transparency, and reason giving. If we agree that those are worthwhile and even legally mandated, we should ask where else can they be applied outside of the big agency actions that see judicial review. Some of my past work on EPA's behavior in those other realms is actually fairly positive. So for example, Dave Markell and I did a project a few years ago where we examined the response of EPA regional offices to petitions to revoke state authority. And although those petitions were almost never granted, we did document a lot of what we saw as fairly positive behavior by the EPA regional officials. They held meetings, they did investigations, they were very responsive to the concerns that were raised in those petitions, and ultimately we also identified quite a few measurable outcomes resulting from those petitions. So there is something to be said for what happens at the regional and local level in terms of incorporating public involvement and improving decision making. Well, what else happens at that local level? Direct action. Let me do some terminology first. Civil disobedience. Here is John Rawls, the legal philosopher's definition. It's a public, nonviolent, conscientious political act done contrary to the law with the purpose of bringing about change in the law or government policies. So let's take, for example, people who locked themselves to equipment at the Spruce No. 1 coal mining site. This is the Mingo-Logan mountaintop removal controversy. Ultimately, during this same period of time, EPA vetoed the operator's Section 404 permit for that mine, and the courts upheld EPA's authority to do that. Often in environmental law, what we see is the legal violation of something like trespass. This is in distinction from civil rights protests, where often you see the law that's violated is the law that is being protested. So Rosa Parks is a great example there. Notice that these acts are communicative. Okay, this is the public component of the definition. They are a form of speech. They're also necessarily nonviolent, because to do otherwise would undermine the communicative nature and the force that those acts carry. The other thing that I think is interesting, at least from the legal philosophy literature about civil disobedience, is there's a fundamental commitment to the legal system underlying these activities. First of all, the person who engages in one of these acts is going to be accepting the legal consequences of the action. So the professor, and I know this person, who serves probation and community service as part of a sentence for trespass for locking herself to equipment just last summer. She knew very well that she was going to get arrested, and many people are planning for that when they engage in these activities. This helps demonstrate the sincerity of the act and the politically conscientious nature of it. The nonviolence demonstrates a commitment to the rule of law in the sense of minimizing harm caused by the act. And notice that the ultimate purpose is to influence the system. So this is not anarchy, this is actually a commitment to the system and a hope to improve it. Many contemporary activists speak in terms of direct action, which is more of an umbrella term. So more generally, direct action is going to include both legal and illegal acts of protest, and both violent and nonviolent actions. So for example, the protesters outside of the law school today were engaging in direct action. I don't know of any laws that they were breaking, and they were certainly nonviolent and communicative and all of the rest. So the emphasis of my work, I just want to point out, is on nonviolent direct action, whether or not it's legal. Okay, so I'm taking violent action out of the picture here. So with these ideas and this theory, let's think about how to operationalize it a bit, or at least what we can take from this kind of behavior for regulatory decision making. First of all, it tends to signal process concerns. There are ways we can learn from these actions about flaws in the system. So beyond, I should say, the mere presence of opposition, which is usually fairly obvious with some of these major controversies. So for example, there are ongoing protests to the Mountain Valley Pipeline, which is being constructed through West Virginia and Virginia in the Appalachian Mountains. And a lot of the process concerns there center around the administrative law of FERC, how it's behaving in this regulatory process, the process for eminent domain proceedings, the idea that people's land could be cleared before they are even compensated through the conclusion of an eminent domain proceeding. We can also see these kinds of activities signaling a failure of statutory purposes. Here, consider protesters outside of a power plant that has an unlined coal ash basin. Before it ever breaks, they're calling attention to the fact that there may be a failing there. To the extent that these kind of issues and activities take place during periods of agency decision making, I do think it's appropriate for EPA officials, and this is particularly going to be at the regional or local level, to engage with those issues on the merits. They may or may not be engaging directly with the civil disobedience, although I'll explain why I think they actually are quite often in a minute. But certainly there can be some issue spotting here, as well as indicators that environmental justice concerns may also be at play. So this brings me to citizen science, and I mentioned this idea that some of the people that the agency is engaging with already are also engaging in protest. So citizen science, this is roughly defined as the involvement of the public in scientific research. A number of my colleagues have just recently published a paper about it, and they've noted a boom in it because of advances in technology, an increasingly sophisticated public, limited agency capacity and data gaps, and then a growing attention to community level and environmental justice. Notice those last two sound a lot like the motivational component of traditional direct action. Now, citizen science is not new to EPA, of course. Many of us are probably familiar with the waterkeeper groups and how they often work with EPA officials to develop quality assurance and quality control procedures to help do environmental monitoring for waterways. Thus far, those kinds of programs have had a good impact for community engagement and condition monitoring, but they've had limited to no impact for regulatory standard setting, regulatory decision making, and enforcement. I want to suggest that that could be changing because one of the things we're seeing is that citizen science is being used not just as engagement with an agency process, but also protest. Here's a great example. The Environmental Defense Fund is planning to launch a satellite in 2022 to monitor methane emissions from the oil and gas sector. This is true even while EPA is working to roll back some of the regulatory protections from those emissions. One of the things they note on their website is they want to turn data into action. So again, this activity here is bridging two different worlds. Coming back to the Mountain Valley Pipeline example, there is a resistance movement to this pipeline. It's all coordinated by the same group, right? There is one umbrella public interest group that is coordinating both the people who are locking themselves to equipment and sitting in trees and a grassroots monitoring network that citizens are using to create geospatial data. You can get online and see over 700 documented potential violations of water quality standards. And then they're using that data both to press regulatory agencies to undertake more enforcement, but also to promote support for the civil disobedience who are working at the same time. So I think there's an important gap-filling nature of this work. I think it's important to recognize that this kind of activity is on the rise, and what to do with it. I do think that certainly for citizen science, one of the needs we have is a better ability to ensure data quality so that it can be used for more of these kinds of things that we'd like to see. I argue that agencies should be very responsive to it. They should be transparent if they find flaws in it and give reasoned analyses. But ultimately, what I want to suggest is this could become a pressure point for judicial review, provided the data is of a sufficient quality that it's significant, let's say, at the rulemaking level, an agency ought to be responding to it. And so that's at least one way that I think some of these things that really are a form of protest can get incorporated back into agency decision making. I'd also welcome some other ideas about it. As I said, it's in the early stages, but those are my initial thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. For that provocative contribution to our otherwise staid narrative. And now we have some time for the members of the panel to address comments or questions to each other.
Maybe this is, I don't know if this is a question or a comment or both for Emily to help us think through. There's an aspect of Rawls that is celebrating civil disobedience, right? And there's an aspect, I think, in which we ought to celebrate perhaps certain forms of civil disobedience, at least in certain circumstances or on certain issues. But what I'm wondering about is how one should think about official disobedience. And that may be not the paper that you're writing, but I do think that you are trying to connect up the civil disobedience and citizen science with governmental decision making. I don't know what the motivations might be, but we're certainly seeing in the news and as of late, not only numerous instances of the President of the United States just telling flat falsehoods, maybe justifying it as the ends justifying the means, in the same way that certain forms of civil disobedience might do that. What we have the President's trade advisor in the news lately is having made up a fictional person who he cites and quotes in some of his work, apparently.
That person's an expert, though.
That's right. You have the Council of Economic Advisors in this administration putting out a report on regulation, taking seriously a figure of $2 trillion in costs from regulation every year, which is not a number that I think serious economists would go to the bank on. You have Hatch Act violations that are at least, I guess, found by certain ethics advisors. We have concerns today about presidential direction of policy toward fulfilling personal, financial, or political needs. I mean, all of these things are forms of violations of norms, legal or otherwise. And it's, by the way, I mean, there may be a qualitative difference, certainly in this administration. It's not the only administration that has had questions raised about certain legalities. And the EPA, here we're talking about the EPA, under the last administration was found by the General Accountability or Government Accountability Office to have engaged in, I guess, activities that were in violation of the Anti-Deficiency Act for various quote-unquote propaganda over its defense of the waters of the U.S. rule. But so, I mean, where does one draw the line between this valuable civic forms of protest that might skirt the law or skirt norms? Do we just say that once you are a public official, none of that holds, or do public officials sometimes legitimately have a justification for engaging in their own form of civil disobedience?
Okay, very provocative question. I think that the Rawls definition helps us draw part of the line. And in part, that's in the commitment to the rule of law. I'm not certain that at least some of the actions that we're seeing actually do show a commitment to the rule of law. They seem to be instead an assertion of being above the law or not bound by the law. So I think there's a distinction there. I think there's also a distinction in the definition that points to a communicative act designed to bring about change in a system that is fundamentally seen as flawed or unjust. This is not to say that many officials, like what you describe, wouldn't like to change the system, but they're not protesting so much as just blatantly violating in many cases. So I think that some lines can be drawn there. Jennifer New has written an article, I'm sure you've seen it, on efforts by agency staffers, for example, to engage in acts of protest. So she's kind of fleshed out some potential parameters there. But yeah, I really am trying to focus on sort of citizen grassroots resistance efforts and line that up with an issue that we have in administrative law generally, which is how can our agencies engage in good decision making and incorporate that public input part of the process effectively. So that is where I'm focusing, but thank you for your question.
If I may, moderator's prerogative here, as a non-economist asking an economist, when we're evaluating welfare improvements of regulation, which is a topic of great interest, how far from the direct target of the actual regulation do we go to seek our cost-benefit analysis? Are there parameters you could explain to the non-economists among us? And the reason I ask this is this topic has come up that the main benefit of the mercury rule for power plants arises from the reduction in air pollution generally that the mercury rule provides, as opposed to strictly the reduction in mercury.
So I would say that most economists would be of the view that you would want to look at when you're evaluating a regulation. You try to figure out what's the world going to look like without the regulation, what's the world look like with the regulation, and look at the difference. And that difference is something where you want to think carefully about what might be benefits and cost that are not necessarily targeted or the intended target of the regulation. So it could be that if you're concerned about, say, the cost of a regulation of power plants, it's not just that you're going to look at the costs that are borne by the owners of the power plants, but you might be concerned about what the impact of, say, higher electricity prices would be for energy-intensive manufacturing plants. And it may be that if they're having to pay more for electricity, you want to account for that. So it's not the targeted or regulated entity, but it's going to be some of the costs because that's the change that's induced by the regulation. If I look at the impact on air pollution, I mean, some of this is by the fact that the regulation in the law may say I'm going to treat this pollutant differently than this one. This one's the one that's being regulated. But the engineer who works at the power plant who has to install a scrubber technology is finding out that, wait, this scrubber, by its very design, captures more than just the mercury that's being targeted by the regulation. And so at the end of the day, you say, what does the world look like because of this regulation that's different than if I didn't have it? And I want to understand those benefits. If people, if we lived in a world in which economists could create a market for everything, okay, which is not, no one's asking for that world, but let's play along for a moment. And you say, I want to have cleaner air, and I would go to the drugstore and I'd buy cleaner air. I'm not saying that I want like this little bit on ozone and that little bit of PM. I just want cleaner air. And I'm happy to pay for it. And so if we were to actually give people a world in which says, hey, here is better air pollution. I have this thing. You don't even, I'm going to call it the mercury and air toxic standard. You've already lost like 90% of Americans by the fourth word. You just say, I have something that's going to make cleaner air. They'd say, hey, I'll pay more for that. That's great. And if they're willing to pay for it from an economist standpoint, that's the benefits that we want to capture. So this kind of, it's an arbitrary distinction to say, well, that pollutant was targeted and that one wasn't. It's just, what's the difference in the air? And are people better off because of the differences in the air quality, because I implemented the rule versus a counterfactual if I did not?
Okay, thank you.
I think there's also been a bit of an asymmetry politically in how benefits and costs have been treated in this particular dimension here, where co-costs, I think, folks in the business community have been delighted to sort of try to roll in, and however far extended they might be. You mentioned the book that Joe contributed to called "Does Regulation Kill Jobs?" and Brian contributed to that as well. There's a lot of interest coming out of the Great Recession in trying to add up all the possible costs of regulation, no matter how far remote and how uncertain they might be in terms of employment, welfare effects of employment, and so forth. And now we have some of those same folks who wanted to kind of add up and tally all of those, what I would call co-costs, now saying, well, but we shouldn't have these co-benefits included. I think the consistent approach that you've just outlined is the ideal approach to take.
And I think, in fact, in the past, we took co-benefits into account in the lead phase down. It turns out there were additional health benefits in adults way beyond the health benefits in children that were only realized after the lead phase down. I think this is time now for questions from the audience. Yes, here.
Dr. Aldi, this is a question for you, and it's kind of related to the scrubber technology that you referenced from some of these power plants. From my understanding, there's some difficulty in accurately estimating pollutant-specific damages, and I was wondering if that's kind of on your radar for your research, and maybe there's a way to address that to more accurately inform policy moving forward.
Yeah, so there's, the science here is we're really trying to draw from a number of disciplines to do this well, where we have to bring in the atmospheric chemistry, the epidemiology, the economics. Sometimes as economists, we can sort of cut out the middleman, with apologies to the epidemiologist. So for example, when I talked about the NOx budget program, they found that there was this large reduction in NOx emissions. They saw a reduction in ozone concentrations. They saw some mixed evidence of reductions in fine PM. But one of the endpoints they look at is, are people spending less on pharmaceuticals and on healthcare? And they actually leveraged an incredibly rich business proprietary data set to do this. So they basically had like all the insurance claims for a fairly large population across the country. That they were able to look at and see how that varied with the implementation of this policy. We don't really know why people were consuming less pharmaceutical drugs, if it was because of the reduction in ozone concentrations, was it because of some of the fine particulates? We know that in aggregate there is this change in air quality, and we can see as a result of that policy. So in some sense, we're not saying I can say definitively what is the air pollutant reduction that caused this benefit, but I can say with a high degree of confidence that the NOx budget program causes significant reduction in expenditures on pharmaceuticals, and that I can see that as well on their mortality estimates. They use very high frequency refined data on mortality to estimate the change, especially among the elderly population, the change in premature mortality as a result of that regulation. So sometimes what we're doing is we want to go through this process where we say, here's the change in air quality, here's the change in by pollutant. I have a dose response function for each pollutant. I say what kind of change that has to some outcome I care about, and then I'm going to bring in the economists and try to monetize that outcome. And sometimes we sort of say, skip some of that and just say, I have a regulation. I have a credible empirical strategy to estimate what I think are the causal impacts of the regulation, and I'm not going to really distinguish among the pollutants. And I think there is some effort to try to leverage better data. More and more economists are actually using atmospheric measurements of air pollution as opposed to EPA monitoring. There's even some evidence now that the people who are very familiar with this are probably not surprised by it. EPA monitors are not randomly located in the country. They are oftentimes, if they have to have new monitors in an area that may have high pollution levels, they may be suspiciously upwind of like the big factories in your town, as opposed to downwind. So there's a sense in which like even the data that we use to try to measure this aren't great. So we want to try to tap other data sources to better understand what people's exposure are to these pollutants.
Thank you. Professor Enton had a question.
Sorry about that. I want to pick up on some data that Professor Kolyaniz and Professor Walters picked up on, and also maybe pick up on something that Professor Hammond mentioned. It seems that the conventional wisdom of how often the EPA gets sued is exaggerated, and the conventional wisdom on how often the EPA wins is also exaggerated. How much do we know about the extent to which these misconceptions influence the way the EPA operates, and maybe the way litigants or potential litigants think about whether to sue?
Well, I think I would first acknowledge that there's folks in the audience who've spent time in the EPA General Counsel's office and working on rulemakings, and I want to recognize them to contribute on this as well. I do think that there is a shadow effect that litigation has, even when a rule does not get challenged. In fact, one of the reasons why EPA may well have such a low litigation rate and a relatively high win rate is that they are adapting to the threat of judicial review and building the record. And I think one of the reasons that Joe could sit here and say, and I would agree with him, that EPA has one of the best economic shops in regulatory agencies is probably more to do with judicial review even than OIRA review, arguably, at least. I mean, that's speculative on my part, but certainly that has a lot to do with it, that shadow of judicial review.
Just to echo what Carrie was saying, there have been a lot of studies of how agencies respond to comments and notice and comment. And overall, there's a lot of evidence that EPA and other agencies are very responsive to the commenters, perhaps more than they need to be to head off judicial review, essentially, right? So that might be an explanation for why the rates are lower. They're accommodating the preferences of the parties and the stakeholders who are involved in this process. I think somebody once called notice and comment a negotiation, right? And that is exactly what it is in form.
Professor Carlson, did you have a question?
Thanks. Great panel. Emily, I have a comment for you and then a question. The comment is, I think there actually are instances of citizen science, depending on how you define citizen science, actually changing regulations. So one example is the fence line monitoring that EPA is now going to do of oil refineries, which I think is the direct result of an EJ community in Louisiana getting pretty good science showing that emissions are higher than what was previously reported. And there's a similar law now in California that is the same, comes out of the same kind of monitoring. So I just think there's some great examples for you that are actually have had even better results than what you suggest. Here's the question I have. So I had a student write a paper on the number of climate activists who engage in civil disobedience and then try to raise a defense of legal necessity. And the idea of legal necessity is I had to do it because the conditions are so dire, and therefore you should let me off the hook. And so I'm curious, when you say that civil disobedient activists who engage in civil disobedience accept the law, whether that's really true. They don't really necessarily always want to accept the punishment, and how you think about that and what that might mean for, just your thoughts about civil disobedience more generally.
I guess I would distinguish between trying to use your best legal case from not being committed to the legal system, right? So even somebody who is in a trial as a criminal defendant, they're using a doctrine or defense that I think we all know has very little chance of success, but they're using it again within the structure of that system. So
They're not accepting the punishment.
So
the argument is I shouldn't be punished. So I just think maybe you want to play with it because it's
Okay.
an interesting kind of way in which you're both engaging in civil disobedience, saying I'm doing this within the system, and then saying, but wait a minute, I don't actually want to accept the punishment that I know is due me because the morality of what I'm doing is.
I think I worry about saying that. I need to think through this, but about arguing that any criminal defendant who puts on their best defense is not accepting their punishment. I think those are two different things. And I think I would defer to people who do criminal law, which I don't, on those distinctions. But I think there is one. Saying there is a legally valid reason why I should not be found guilty is different from saying I disrespect the system and I won't accept a punishment if it is actually imposed on me.
Okay, another question for Professor Hammond is, I thought that was really fascinating, your talk, and whether you think there are lessons in thinking about how civil disobedience combined with citizen science can influence agencies from the engagement of ACT UP with the FDA during the AIDS crisis around clinical trials and licensing of AZT, because that seems like a really signal case of exactly the sorts of things you're talking about.
Thanks, I'll take a look.
Yes. Professor Elliott. Oh, there.
Thank you. Great panel. Very, very interesting. On the co-benefits issue, I'm inclined to agree with Carrie and Joe that we ought to consider all costs and all benefits. But I would just point out that sometimes that's not what the Congress has done. So I think we have to make a distinction between the legal justification and the economic justification. So for example, with regard to the mercury and air toxics rule, it's promulgated not under a general section of the statute that says reduce pollution and consider costs and benefits, but under a section of the statute that says look at the harms or the potential harms from toxics, which are defined, do not include particulates, and they specifically exclude under Section 112 consideration of costs and benefits. So I think this has been a very clarifying conversation between about sometimes the difference between a legal analysis and an economic analysis. With regard to, say, the acid rain program, I think it's perfectly legitimate for you to look at the health benefits, even though when the program was enacted, it was specifically enacted as an ecological program, and we acknowledged that there would be health benefits, but we didn't rely upon them. So I think there's a difference between the economic analysis of whether or not something is a good policy and the legal justification. The question is, isn't that right?
So you're saying the law sometimes can be wrong? Sure. I mean, I would agree with you on that.
What I'm really saying is I think the objection that Andy and others have made to the 99% co-benefits is a legal argument, not an economic.
So I'll agree that there can be important distinctions between legal arguments and economic arguments. I think I concur with Kerry that on his interpretation of when there are those differences. I will note that this isn't on the economic side. It's not just that, well, economists typically think this, it's the agencies think this. So whether you look at, EPA's own guidelines say count the co-benefits. You have OMB's guidance to all the regulatory agencies, Circular 84 says, which is the guidance for how to do regulatory impact analysis, count the co-benefits. You even have OMB in this administration in their most recent report to Congress on the benefits and costs of regulations, talking about the MAT standard, saying that the large benefits disproportionately come from fine particulates and are appropriately counted in that analysis. Now, again, these are all the economists talking about how we do the economic analysis, and there's a question at the end of the day, and this is something that's come up a number of times in legal cases, on the Clean Air Act of when we should be looking at and accounting for benefits and costs and making a determination. It goes back to, at risk of being an economist trying to quote law, was it American Trucking? Yeah. That was the case on the NACs, on should you think about benefits and costs. So that is a great example of why we sometimes make decisions that are not reflecting the benefits and the cost. But from a conceptual standpoint, if our objective is, as set forth by Congress, is try to improve the air quality, we kind of want to be looking at all the different ways we can improve the air quality.
And I agree with Kerry that this restriction of what you can consider under Section 112 is wrong. They were supposed to when they did it.
Okay, a couple of questions from the back row. So one question is for Kerry and Dan. And your efforts to kind of analyze retrospectively how EPA is done in the courts sounds really, really interesting. I was wondering, are you going to build into it an analysis of different doctrinal grounds? So, for example, are you going to try to, maybe you could potentially categorize the legal issues, standing, statutory interpretation, and see, how's EPA done better or worse under these various categories, or to what extent are challenges falling in with their certain categories? I think that could also be quite interesting. So that's just a suggestion. And then my other question is for Joe Aldi. So in talking about what some of the existing retrospective analyses of the trading programs, like Reclaim in particular, the effects of them, you mentioned sort of the environmental justice concerns and what the retrospective analysis suggests of those. So this is kind of a plea for actually more work by economists looking retrospectively at the distribution of pollution and of benefits more generally, or reductions in benefits more generally, of trading programs, because this is a huge argument that environmental justice groups make, and that maybe the benefits are not fairly distributed, the benefits of pollution reductions are not fairly distributed, and you see this argument being made about California's cap and trade program. In New York City, right now, the city is thinking about establishing a trading program to reduce emissions from buildings. And environmental justice groups have also raised this argument that, well, we're concerned that the benefits of a trading program wouldn't be fairly distributed. So it's a huge issue, and I would really just encourage a more retrospective analysis of it, and also more analysis of the extent to which trading programs have tried preemptively to address these EJ concerns and how various measures have fared. So now, another question.
So I can tell you all don't need another project, but we're giving you lots of ideas. So one is, how about one of you all calling the administration's bluff and going to Kerry's point, do a symmetric analysis where you say, all right, if you're going to exclude, I got cut off, maybe I was protesting or something. If you're going to exclude co-benefits, let's do something where we exclude co-costs, and let's do a CBA based on that, and let's take a look at that. Either do it as to a specific rule, or do it across the board and take a look at what the cost of environmental protection would be if we took a symmetric analysis and we excluded co-costs the way they want to exclude co-benefits. That's different from the legal question that Don was raising, but I think that might have surprising traction in policy debates if one were to say, sure, we'll do that, but we also need to do this.
So I would like to ask a question about the prospective and retrospective analysis. It's really a question about utility MACT, but I'll pretend it's not. So when all of the stuff that I've looked at and all of the commentary has been treating this rule as if it's this giant monolithic single thing that either exists or doesn't exist, and that it's one thing. And then the question has been like, should we do this or not do it? And it seems like the question should be, are we regulating in the right way? And particularly, how are we avoiding two things? One, not spending money wastefully as part of that regulation, some subset or part of it. And two, avoiding specific circumstances in specific communities where shutting down a particular plant might have way more negative consequences for the people that live and work there than elsewhere. So particularly concerning circumstances you want to avoid. So variances and things like that. And in all of these analyses, it's like Utility MACT is 3 different control mandates, one for sulfur and acid gases, or acid gases is with sulfur as a proxy, one for mercury and one for non-mercury metals. And those are 3 different things, and when you impose them in all these different power plants, you get different results. So how do you identify either the fat or the particularly silly consequences? I mean, like, the mercury thing might be great, but are you analyzing the acid gas thing and whether or not you're making power plants match the performance of people who got emission credits during the Title IV program for no reason, even though that particular one isn't justified? How do you tease that out in retrospective and prospective analysis?
So let me make a couple of quick comments on that. First, there's this challenge that when we look at, say, typically the prospective analysis, that EPA may say, here's our preferred rule, and the alternative is just say no regulation baseline. Sometimes if it's at the proposal stage, they may have a couple of different options, so we may have a few alternatives to look at, but it's not a very, it's often not a very rich set of alternatives to think about different ways of implementing it. And sometimes it may be, boy, there'd be a really smarter way to do this, but we don't have the authority to do that. You typically don't see that, say, in a prospective analysis from EPA. I've seen that a couple times at other agencies. DOE once did that when they were looking at a regulation and compared it to why is this regulatory approach better than a carbon tax, which of course they had no authority to do. I think, Don. But so I mean, part of it is that we don't really see that kind of analysis too much prospectively, or even for that matter retrospectively, where the retrospective analysis tends to be much less common and tends to be where we already are shining the light, which is a really nice way of describing it earlier. But I think is one reason why I think there's a lot of value that if we were to collect these data and do some analysis, but then make that available for third parties, that's where you could start to get, you relax the constraint on resources at the agency, where I go tell a bunch of my grad students, boy, look at all these data. You've always been wanting to find data, and let's go play around and really start to do some of these additional kinds of analyses to see what really is the most cost-effective way, say, to improve air quality. And that kind of independent analysis could help feed into the next round of the regulation. Because right now, I think there's a challenge at the agency that a lot of this modeling, I mean, if you look at the MATS rule, the modeling they did was quite sophisticated, quite resource intensive. There's only so many different variations of the rule they can do. It might say something that I think is kind of peculiar about what is in the current proposal by EPA. They just took the 2011 estimates and they're replicating them again in 2019. The power sector is dramatically different today than what it was in 2011 or what we projected it to be back in 2011. We have 20% less coal-fired capacity in America now than was projected with and without the regulation. And that's not because of MATS. There's actually 2 really good papers that are forthcoming in economic journals really showing the role of natural gas, reduced power demand, and the investment in renewables that's responsible for the more than 90% of the retirements of coal-fired power capacity. The balance is a mix of MATS and CASPR. So those rules do have an impact. They may have an impact in some areas locally, but it's much, when we think about sort of local impacts of a plant being closed down, right now it's gas and low power demand that's doing much more of that than any of the Clean Air Act regulations.
Thank you to an excellent panel, and I think we could probably ask questions all afternoon, but we're not going to because it's lunchtime.
Yes, that was another great panel. One quick thought just in terms of the 3 presentations, and one way to think about their subjects is 3 ways of thinking about what establishes legitimacy in administrative action. On the one hand, we may think of something as welfare maximizing, that is the basis for determining that something is legitimate when engaged in by an agency. Another way of viewing it might be that the ability of the agency to follow the rules and comply with the relevant procedures such that it can withstand challenge in court is a way of determining whether the agency's action is legitimacy. And another, and Emily came with this in some respects from the opposite direction, is if we feel the process is such that citizens have the ability to engage with those who are making decisions, such that they feel that process has heard them and reflected their views, that itself is a way of thinking about legitimacy of governmental action. And if people are engaging in civil disobedience, presumably that is a sign that at least some portions of the public don't feel that process has been legitimate in that way. So anyway, very fascinating panel. Lunch is in the rotunda. There are 3 buffet lines there. You may bring your food back here, one of the overflow rooms, the student lounge upstairs, outside if you think it's warmed up enough. We will reconvene at 1:15 for our next panel. But again, thank you very much, and we'll see you in 30 minutes.
I think about how citizens, I don't know.
I don't have slides. I'm really glad I don't have slides.
Oh.
Yeah, for this, seems like there's been some issues. Oh.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Probably got
any of
some good
those.
ones in there.
Right. Yeah.
You gotta blow that up.
And it's not where, yeah, fortunately that's not my actual talk. That's just my backup, specific. I actually, had spent some time talking about
Yep, right. And it's not going to be all.
now spoken quite a bit about that, so I might just mention it a little bit.
Oh, we have water. Is this mine?
Well, you know
I
what?
don't want
There
to
are
take
too
like the
many
wrong
books
fork
on here,
here or
too.
something. Thank you. I'm ready for a nap. How about you guys? Can I have a nap back here?
We're ready to be jazzed. Yep.
More caffeine, please.
Great.
How do we do this? We
All
do
righty. Okay, we're gonna get started up again. I know we've had a lot of interesting subjects have been raised so far. A lot of fun stuff to talk about. Moderating our next panel is Jay Pendergrass, class of 79, who we were thrilled was willing to come back to help us with the program. He is the Vice President for Programs and Publications at the Environmental Law Institute. I'm sure many of the folks who are here are familiar with ELI's many fine publications, the Environmental Law Reporter, the Environmental Forum magazine, the various books and research guides it puts out, as well as the other work that it does. And Jay's a big part of that, overseeing the research and policy division at ELI. I will turn it over to him and let him introduce our next set of panelists. And so, Jay, it's all yours.
The one additional, also proud to be a alum of the Law Review, so very pleased that Law Review is co-sponsor here. And one plug for the students here. You are eligible for free membership in the Environmental Law Institute, which gets you one of the publications, the Environmental Forum. So please join. We'd love to have you. So our panel, Under Pressure, EPA's Response to Lofty Expectations and Political Demands. To introduce our speakers, Professor Michael Livermore joined the UVA faculty in 2013, teaches all the important courses, environmental law, administrative law, regulatory law and policy, as well as advanced seminars. And his research focuses on environmental law, regulation, interesting one that is computational analysis of law, does a lot of interdisciplinary work, working with people in other academic fields. And I will, I guess, finish with that he clerked for Judge Harry T. Edwards on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit. Professor Brian Mannix is a recognized national expert on energy and environmental policy and regulation. From 2005 to 2009, he served as EPA's Associate Administrator for Policy, Economics, and Innovation. Earlier, he served as Deputy Secretary of Natural Resources for the Commonwealth of Virginia. Has had a number of appointments with other federal and state agencies and research positions at policy think tanks, and holds degrees in mathematics and chemistry and public policy from Harvard. And Professor Wendy Wagner is the Richard Dale Endowed Chair at the University of Texas School of Law, and clerked for the Honorable Albert Engel of the U.S. Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals. Was an honors attorney in the Environmental Enforcement Section of Department of Justice before her first academic appointment here at Case Law School. Her research focuses on issues related to the design of bureaucratic processes, environmental and health regulation, law and science. Author of books on the subjects, and so I'm looking forward to hearing from the three of you.
Great. Well, thanks very much. Should I start us off? Great. Well,
Or whoever is got the slides, if we ever.
I don't have slides actually.
Start us off.
I rarely have been so glad that I don't have slides as I have been today. Well, thanks very much. It's a delight to be here. This has already been a fantastically interesting day, and I look forward to this panel, of course, and our conversation. So the subject that we're going to be talking about for the next little bit is the relationship between politics and agency decision-making at EPA. And so I thought I would, I'll be focusing on this, and I will kind of emphasize the role that economic analysis plays in negotiating that balance. And so we've talked a little bit about this already today in the context of co-benefits and the MATS rule. I will return to that, although I will try to keep that relatively short because we've already spoken about that quite a bit. But that's going to basically be the theme of the talk. So one of the things I think is important at the outset to recall is that we normally do not think that all political influence over agency decision-making is a bad thing, right? In fact, a consistent critique of the administrative state that we have is that it lacks a solid democratic pedigree, right? So unlike the legislature, which is elected, we have administrative agencies, most of the officials of which, most of whom lack direct democratic accountability at all. And what we have instead is a system where the president appoints the senior managers at most agencies. And that's part of the way that we solve the problem of democratic accountability for administrative agencies. We actually embed our agencies in the political process through the appointment of senior officials and through accountability to the president, and therefore ultimately to the electoral process. And indeed, this is one of the justifications that has been raised by courts for the deference that's provided to agencies. So in the very famous Chevron case, the majority discusses the political accountability of agencies as one of the reasons why courts ought to defer to agency interpretations of the statutes that they administer. So the idea isn't that we want to entirely extract politics from agency decision-making, but of course we also do not think that agencies are appropriate simply as merely instruments of partisan politics, right? We think that part of what agencies do is impartially administer the law. They bring to bear their expertise on social problems, and they do so in a way that is in some ways insulated from the messy and often problematic context of partisan politics, all right? So what we have is attempts broadly across the administrative state, and then certainly at EPA, to balance these two countervailing ideals. On the one hand, some version of democratic accountability, and on the other, some version of impartiality and expertise and sound decision-making. So the way that this has largely been achieved over the past several decades is through a set of what I'm going to refer to as guardrails. And the guardrails, at least arguably, achieve this balance. So within the guardrails, there is some scope for political influence. We do not think that agencies are going to do the same exact thing under Democratic and Republican administrations, for example. But the guardrails limit and cabin the influence that politics is going to have. And this has worked reasonably well for us. This system of guardrails has kind of grown up over several decades. It really starts to really take on the kind of the cast that it currently has, starting in like the late 70s and into the 1980s, where we start to see more probing judicial review of certain kinds of agency decisions, and the application of OIRA review, the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs in the White House. And so we have both these institutional guardrails, probing review by courts, external to the executive. Within the executive, we have OIRA review in the White House. And then we also have substantive requirements that are placed on agencies, sometimes by courts, requirements around reason giving, and then sometimes internal to the executive, and specifically the requirement that agencies conduct economic analysis of their major rulemakings. So this requirement has, of course, as many folks here are well aware, has been around since 1981. There's actually precursors before 1981 when Ronald Reagan puts in place an executive order that requires agencies to engage in this kind of analysis. And so what does cost-benefit analysis do? I think it's worth just kind of taking a step back. It's a fairly straightforward idea, is that agencies, when they're regulating, ought to take into consideration the positive and negative effects of their decisions, and that they ought to seek out rules with the largest net benefits. That's the basic principle. And this has a long history, of course, like I said, going back to 1981. And the one important part of this history is that these principles and these institutions have been endorsed by administrations of both political parties. Okay, so this is something that has existed for a long time and with a broad amount of consensus. This doesn't necessarily mean they agree about everything, but the basic architecture is something that represents an important element of consensus. Another important kind of component of how economics serves to inform how politics is balanced against other norms in the administrative state is the importance of consistent methodologies, okay? That there's this element of consistency in how economic analysis is done across agencies. And some of this has already been mentioned. I'll just reiterate because I think it's worth keeping in mind. So at EPA, there have been peer-reviewed guidelines for how you conduct economic analysis that, again, have been around for decades, that administrations of both political parties or during both when both political parties have been in office have contributed to developing, and they've been used in administrations of both political parties to evaluate EPA rules. Another important touchstone, which again was mentioned briefly, is what's referred to as the A4 circular. This is a document that was put in place during the George W. Bush administration that establishes methods for how you conduct cost-benefit analysis, okay? And one of the values of these consistent methodologies is that it helps avoid the problem, which is a critique of cost-benefit analysis, is that it's used to simply provide post hoc rationalizations for policies that are arrived on other grounds, okay? So when you have well-established best practices for cost-benefit analysis, they reduce this threat because they create a clear standard that you can then use to hold the agency accountable. If the agency departs from established methods, then that's a red flag that alerts the public to the possibility of manipulation, okay? And so these established methods play a very important role in informing how the public perceives agency decisions. And one kind of consequence of this is that the larger the departure in a particular rulemaking from established methods, the more problematic that is, the greater the rationale or the justification that would need to be provided for that departure, okay? And so again, there are kind of two very general things that cost-benefit analysis does for this balance. One is it creates a very general principle to comprehensively look at the costs and the benefits, the positive and negative effects of a rulemaking, and it provides a means for the public and other observers to understand when politics is kind of being played with the regulatory process, when there's kind of been a problematic intrusion of politics into agency decision-making. Okay, so the history of economics at EPA is actually largely quite a happy one. So although the agency largely at the very beginning resisted the move to more cost-benefit analysis, what ultimately the agency realized is that it was better to learn how to conduct strong cost-benefit analysis than try to fight. And again, this is stuff that's already been mentioned, but a substantial amount of effort has gone into building out really a world-class community at EPA of economists who are capable of doing just really excellent economic analysis. They have thought very hard about how to address lots of difficult issues that come up when doing economic analysis of rulemaking, especially environmental rulemaking. EPA rules often affect things that are not traded on markets, or at least not traded directly on markets, like public health. like ecosystems. And so, the agency has over the years developed ways of engaging in this cost-benefit analysis, even under conditions when it's actually quite difficult. And in the process, it has developed these methods that it applies over and over and over again in a consistent way. So one example is the value of statistical life. The agency has to place a value on mortality risk reductions, and it took a number of years to put together a method for doing that. But it has had in place a very consistent approach to dealing with that over the years. Okay, so this is again like a very happy story. Many EPA rules, the cost-benefit analysis of those rules that have been done show very substantial net benefits. When you look programmatically, for example, we've seen several folks mention programmatic assessments that have been done of the Clean Air Act. You really see these huge net benefits that have been generated, sometimes counted in the trillions of dollars. So this is just very, very substantial benefits that you can monetize, and you can go to kind of take those to the bank. We can actually take them to the bank because they're public health benefits. But the idea is that there's very good reason to think that these benefits exist. So this kind of takes us to the current administration, and I think it's important for us to understand that the tradition of doing these rigorous cost-benefit analyses and using them to inform decision-making and cabining political influence over agency decision-making, that's not something that we necessarily take for granted. It's something that got built. It's something that could be torn down, and it may, in fact, be much more sensitive and fragile than I think we really understand. So this administration has taken a number of steps that represent very substantial departures from methodological best practices that had been around and endorsed by both political parties. This isn't merely a kind of a red flag for one particular rulemaking, but is really a kind of across-the-board signal that cost-benefit analysis is not playing its traditional role of protecting the agency from undue or inappropriate political influence. So I have a couple of minutes, a few minutes. So I will talk about the MATS rule. There are other examples. So just to give quick other examples, so we don't spend too much time on MATS again. Proposed rulemaking by the agency to limit the kind of scientific information that's available, specifically making it more difficult to use epidemiological studies in agency rulemakings because of requirements around what kind of data would have to be made available, which if it were applied retroactively, which may happen, would knock out some of the most important studies that support especially air quality protections and show the really massive benefits that are associated with those. But just to kind of put a fine point on the issue that we've been talking about, which is this MATS rule. So what we're talking about here is there's actually a couple different components to this. So the MATS rule adopted by the Obama administration was directed at this kind of, you might think of as target and non-target risks. So it's directed at certain target risks that are associated with mercury exposure. And one important kind of piece of this is that the agency does not say that there are not substantial benefits from mercury exposure, reduction to mercury exposure. So that's sometimes bandied about. It's used in political rhetoric. But the agency says that there are in that rulemaking, that there are very substantial effects associated with mercury exposure that will be reduced. What it doesn't do is it doesn't quantify those effects. So when folks say that like 99% of the benefits of the rule are from PM reduction, that's not actually what the agency said at the time. What the agency said at the time is that there are very substantial benefits from mercury exposure. We're not quantifying them, and we're going to quantify this other chunk. And so it's misleading to say that the benefits are only attributable to the PM reductions. It's actually that they're attributable, it's that the monetized quantified benefits are attributed there. The other important thing, and this goes to the point about consistency, is that the EPA has been looking at co-benefits in its rulemakings for decades. For administrations of both political parties, it's what the A4 circular says that you're supposed to do. It's what EPA's own guidance say that you're supposed to do. It's what the Trump administration, EPA, has done in other rulemakings. So for example, in its efforts to roll back the fuel economy standards for automobiles, one of the major benefits of the rollback, according to the agency, it's actually wrong about this, but if it were right, it would be that, that there's going to be life savings benefits from reduced fatalities from auto accidents. That's obviously an indirect benefit, and as far as the agency is concerned, perfectly legitimate to take that into consideration. So the MATS rule is really special in the way that the agency has said, look, we're not going to consider co-benefits in this context. That's why we've been talking about it all day, because it represents this really radical departure from practice. And it's exactly this kind of inconsistency that raises a red flag. So Don raises the point that there's a difference between a legal and an economic justification, which is very true. And so I just wanted to point out that the agency's legal justification for failing to look at the co-benefits of MATS is incredibly terrible. And so if you look at the language of 111 or 112N, and I'll be really quick about this, I just got my time. So the language doesn't say anything about not taking costs into consideration, costs or benefits or co-benefits or anything like that. None of that is actually in the statute. It says that the agency is to regulate electricity steam generating units under the section if the administrator finds such regulation is appropriate and necessary after considering the results of a public health study required by a subparagraph of the statute. That's it. Okay, that's the whole language. It doesn't say anything about not considering indirect effects. So the Supreme Court has interpreted this language because the agency in the first instance actually didn't want to consider costs, and so the court knocked them down. And what the court said is, quote, appropriate is the classic broad and all-encompassing term that naturally and traditionally includes consideration of all the relevant factors. So you could not get language more expansive than that coming from the court. And so the idea that either Michigan v. EPA or the statute itself prohibits the consideration of indirect effects is just not strong from a statutory or in any kind of legal perspective. So the final just thought on this is that part of the reasons why the guardrails have been effective is because administrations of both political parties have agreed to play by the rules, okay? In the past, if a Democratic administration wanted to depart under pressure from folks on the left, for example, from using cost-benefit analysis, they might think to themselves, well, we don't want to do that because a future Republican administration, we want them to also play by the rules. There is a reciprocity in these kinds of norms. And so the concern now, I think, going forward is not only that this administration is going to adopt bad rules, which it's in the process of trying to do, but that future administrations will also decide that they don't need to play by the rules either. And the entire kind of system that we have constructed to protect agency decision-making from this kind of raw partisan political influence is going to be a casualty of the current administration as well.
Okay. It's depressing.
That's what I go for.
I've got slides. I'm hoping I'll be able to read them. The title of our panel is EPA's response to lofty expectations and political demands, and I'm going to talk a little bit about its response to some less lofty expectations and political demands, which are ubiquitous in all administrations. But we were talking before the conference began, some of us, and I said, you know, it's EPA's 50th birthday coming up. It's probably not fair to start with the recitation of the grievances, but there is a lot of that. So I want to say in advance that I do love EPA. My first full-time job was at EPA back in 1977. I did oversight of EPA rules at OMB from 79 to 87. When I worked in Richmond, my first political appointment was in Richmond, Virginia, and supervising, among other agencies, Virginia's DEQ. So I got to see a whole other side of EPA that I hadn't really appreciated until you're working in a state and trying to manage that interface. And then finally, I returned to EPA 2005 to 2009 to run the policy office. So what do I find attractive about EPA? Well, it sounds a little funny, but unlike many other agencies, it has a real reason to exist. And in Washington, there are hundreds of agencies, many with regulatory powers. Sorry about that. And, you know, when I look at them, through an economic lens, it's often hard to think of why do we really need that agency, or why is it at the federal level? But that's not true of EPA. EPA does have a real mission. There's a real market failure that needs to be remedied. It's got bipartisan support, widespread public support. There are things we could do better. I think we could do a much better job of using federalism, figuring out who should be doing what with which pollutants. We could do a better job of using property rights. It drives me crazy every time we sign a treaty for the ocean or Antarctica or outer space and call it the common heritage of mankind. I mean, read the tragedy of the commons and then stop calling everything a commons. Figure out how to make property rights work. We've done it in fisheries. We can do it with other things. And we can do a better job of using market-like remedies, which several speakers have talked about today. They work better, they work cleaner, and we can do more of that. In the end, though, we're still going to need a federal agency with responsibility for environmental rules. And so I say EPA has a legitimate Baptist reason to be. What do I mean by that? Many of you will have heard of Bruce Yandel and his theory of bootleggers and Baptists. And here's his most succinct description of it. Durable social regulation evolves when it's demanded by both of two distinctly different groups. Baptists point to the moral high ground and give the vital and vocal endorsement of laudable public benefits. Bootleggers are much less visible, but no less vital. Bootleggers expect to profit from the very regulatory restrictions desired by the Baptists, grease the political machinery with some of their expected proceeds. They're simply in it for the money. Now, he says bootleggers are vital. I should clarify that Bruce here is talking about an empirical theory, and bootleggers are an important part of an empirical theory that explains a lot of the regulatory landscape. And he has lots of examples. He's got books on this. As a normative statement, that really stinks. No, we don't want bootleggers messing with our regulations and diverting regulatory authority to their own ends. But there are lots of examples at EPA. And the first, I think, was documented in a book, Clean Coal, Dirty Air, by Bruce Ackerman and William Hassler. During EPA's first decade and the beginnings of the Clean Air Act, and many others here can tell this story in more detail than I can, but there were a lot of compromises made in the Clean Air Act. One of them, which we heard about, was the decision to use scrubbers rather than to use cleaner Western coal, low sulfur coal. It was not the best way to go about cleaning up those plants. Another was the decision to grandfather older electric generating units, some of which are still with us today, and they've caused no end of trouble over the years. That difference between new sources and old sources has been a constant vexation to EPA and has led to a lot of trouble. Another is the land ban of hazardous waste. EPA banned the disposal of hazardous waste in landfills. I don't know if that was right or not. I mean, I can see why that might be a good thing to do, but they did it when there were only a handful of lawful incinerators who could handle hazardous waste. That was the only legal way to get rid of hazardous waste. There weren't enough incinerators. They were not in all the right places. And so the result was they also refused to allow burning at sea. Of course, that's an international matter, not so much a domestic EPA matter. But someone built an incinerator ship to burn hazardous waste at sea, far from any population. They were not allowed to use it. So the result was very high costs for disposing of hazardous waste, costs that were passed through to consumers, making it a very expensive decision, and more illegal dumping because companies just, some of them couldn't figure out how to, or couldn't afford to pay for the incineration, and I think it caused a lot of untold damage. Another example, phasing out CFCs. Now this is a success story. The Montreal Protocol got the US and other countries to reduce the production of CFCs, used mostly as refrigerants, replace them with substitutes that are less damaging to the ozone layer. And I think scientists will tell you today that we have succeeded in reversing, not just stopping, but reversing the damage to the ozone layer. But if you go back and look at the decisions that were made, when particular refrigerants were banned, when new ones were approved, how many were available, it was tailored very closely to the manufacturer's patent portfolio. When a patent ran out on a refrigerant, EPA would then ban it and require a substitute, which, lo and behold, that same manufacturer had just gotten a patent on. And that went on for years. So one company got very rich, and because it was an international treaty, they were able to suppress foreign competition too. I think that made this a success story, but an unnecessarily expensive success story. The perfect pesticide, EPA sort of borrowed a page from FDA and its drug approval and said, well, Congress is requiring us to register pesticides and then re-register them. It's really a burden. Let's just pick a specific application like killing Japanese beetles on golf courses. Compare the relative risks of the pesticides that can do that, and then we'll approve one and disapprove the rest. It's a policy that it gives no attention to the value of competition and innovation. I think EPA doesn't do it all the time, but they did for a while slip into this pattern, and I don't think it was particularly helpful in moving us to more innovative, effective, and safe pesticides. Lead in gasoline. Several people have talked about this, and it's for good reason. It was probably the most consequential decision that EPA made, removing lead from gasoline. I know the administrator that I worked for most recently, Steve Johnson, had been a career employee at EPA. He rose to the level of deputy administrator and then administrator. After 30 years, he was asked when he left what was the most important decision the EPA has ever made, and he said taking lead out of gasoline. The striking thing is that that was something that OMB had to ask EPA to do. EPA they started phasing out lead in 1973, reducing the level of lead in leaded gasoline, and later required unleaded gasoline to be available too. But they gave small refiners a looser standard. A small refiner could use 5 times as much lead as a large refiner. Why? Well, because they complained, and EPA found that they could pay them off by giving them extra lead. Small refiners also got extra crude oil entitlements from DOE. What that means is, at the time, in the Carter administration, oil prices were regulated. Domestic oil prices were regulated, not foreign oil prices. So every refiner had an entitlement to a certain amount of cheap domestic oil, and the small refiners got an extra boost. They got a large extra boost. The result was that small refiners were among the most powerful lobbies in Washington. These were not mom and pop operations. They were very wealthy. In 1981, OMB proposed putting all refiners on the same lead standard and to allow trading so that nobody was being subsidized. EPA fought hard against this, but eventually capitulated. It was challenged in court, but eventually prevailed. And as a result, in the next 3 years, more than half of all the refineries in the United States closed. Why? Because they existed only to collect those subsidies from DOE and from EPA. We know this because through 1980, Jimmy Carter had wage and price controls looking at the gross margins of refineries. That is, we knew the value of all the oil that went in one side of the refinery and all the oil products that came out the other side, and just ignore the costs and the capital and the people. Just looking at what's going in and what's going out, what came out was worth less on the market than what went in. There was subtracting value from everything that went through those refineries. Why would they do that? They did it year after year just to collect the subsidies from DOE and EPA. So when those subsidies were cut off by oil deregulation and by the 1982 lead rule, those refineries closed. 2 years later, after those refineries had closed, OMB asked EPA to phase out lead altogether, which they did mostly over the next 3 years. There was almost no opposition because no one was getting a subsidy. That couldn't have been done 2 years earlier. It was only able to be done in this stepwise fashion First, make sure you're not using lead to subsidize somebody, and then ask the question of whether we really need lead in our gasoline. And the answer was no. Other countries quickly followed. It took 20 years, but it was another 200 countries. And it's interesting to follow that story. But whole continents would switch, would remove the lead. Saudi Arabia did a great job in places like India and China. In South America, it was Brazil producing all that ethanol. Anyway, the global benefits of removing lead from gasoline are estimated at almost $3 trillion per year. So, yes, it was a big deal. CAFE standards, I'm not going to dwell on this, but you may have wondered, because I'm running out of time, you may have wondered why auto manufacturers favor the stricter mileage standards while the Trump administration is trying to roll them back. Well, the auto manufacturers, they do want relief. They know they can't achieve the standards that the Obama administration had put into place for future years. But they want that relief in the form of tailored exceptions and adjustments. That is, they want higher standards that raise the price of new vehicles. They want to be able to sell vehicles for the higher price. But they want exceptions that allow them to sell vehicles that don't meet the standard. They take a lot of different forms. The footprint adjustment is the one I'll mention. If your wheels are farther apart, so that the area under the wheels of a car are larger, then you get a free mileage boost. You don't have to actually achieve the mileage, but you get a boost in determining compliance with the standards. There are lots of gimmicks like that in the CAFE standards. It's very unfortunate because it makes it hard to figure out what's really in the public interest. Finally, the RFS bootleggers. The Renewable Fuel Standard is a terrible program. It's a cross-subsidy, effectively taxing gasoline and subsidizing ethanol. It's very costly for consumers who are buying gasoline, and not just for gasoline. It also raises the prices of food. It's damaging to the environment. It hurts air quality. It hurts water quality. It's really distorted land use. And primarily, the benefits flow to ethanol refiners and to a lesser extent to farmers who grow corn. So in this administration, they got a lot of complaints from refiners, and rather than try to reform the standard, which would take legislation, but they do have the authority to give exceptions, so they started handing out exceptions to refiners who asked for them. Interestingly, when they got them, those small refiners, and in some cases large refiners, when they got an exception, they would then turn around and short the RIN market. The RIN market is where you trade the credits for ethanol that you're supposed to be adding to your fuel. And then when they realized, well, if I've got an exception, that lowers the effective demand for ethanol this year, and I can short the market, and when everybody else finds out I have an exception, I'll make some money because the price will shift. EPA has recently moved to try to prevent that practice. But giving exemptions like that, it ensures that consumers still pay high prices, the refiners still enjoy selling gas at higher prices, but they don't have to, some of them don't have to put ethanol in. Very little relief. I'm at the end, so I'm going to move along. Very little relief for the environment, but the pie is divided now between ethanol and oil refiners. Finally, the president instructed EPA to do something more for the farmers and the ethanol people. So there is a plan to increase the total requirement, which will hurt consumers more but make the pie bigger. That is the money that the consumers pay into the system, which will get divided between oil and ethanol refiners. On Tuesday of this week, just 2 days ago, EPA proposed a new rule saying, well, in the future we won't necessarily, if you ask for an exception, we won't necessarily give you a complete exception. It's not an all or nothing decision, but we'll fine tune it. They don't really say how they're going to fine tune it. But all of this is rent seeking. It's a market for political influence. It's not doing anything for the environment. In fact, it's damaging the environment. I think EPA would do much better in the future if they were less ready to do business with the bootleggers and just stuck to the mission and to promote the public interest. Is EPA a victim or a perpetrator? Often they're a victim. These forces are always present in Washington, and they're hard to resist. But EPA too often participates willingly, and I think they should stop. That's it for me.
Thank
Wendy.
you. All right, it looks like we don't have slides behind us.
Victor has gone out to break. We're going to see if we can find a way to rotate it so the slides are at the back of the room. So go back and forth.
So I think, like Anne, I was kind of depending on my slides. So when they're particularly critical, I'll kind of point them out. There was also some eye candy in my slides because it's after lunch. I thought you might need a little blood sugar visual. And so I will sort of try to point that out as well. So some of my trivial, funny slides. Of course, the panel's expressions will tell you whether they're good. Pardon?
I'll go be Vanna White.
There you go. It is an amazing conference, and Jonathan, thank you so much for including me. Also, I'm back to my very first institutional home, seeing students from 24 years ago. And also among my very favorite environmental scholars, so it's truly a pleasure to be here. So, since my age roughly corresponds with EPA, give or take a few years, I might be cheating a little bit, I'm very empathetic with what it feels like to have a 50th birthday party. And so when I was invited to this particular conference, I was absolutely determined to be somebody that brings good cheer and happy news to celebrate the 50 years of EPA's life. So I looked for things to celebrate, and I found them. And so to that end, I am going to talk about EPA's stunning role in pioneering some innovations in bringing rigorous expertise to the federal government. A little counterintuitive, but I'm going to part ways a little bit with at least one of my panelists. Okay, so first of all, if we look at EPA's Enabling Act that you have to turn your head to see and you won't be able to read because of the screen size, in 1970 we had an Enabling Act for the agency. And it was pretty clear at that time in 1970 that we had 4 roles set out for EPA. One of them was clearly to be the nation's expert on pollution, toxic substances, anything having to do with the environment, and honestly all 4 roles had to do with expertise. I don't think there's any question about that. But if we stop and think about what it means to be the nation's expert, we also need some autonomy or independence from the political process and also from the stakeholders. And in fact, there's a recent report by the OECD that says if we really want competent technical regulators, the most important thing is independence from the political process. Okay, so we know we need independence, but those of us in administrative law in particular know that in our current administrative state, current meaning over the last, since the 1940s, we haven't institutionally or legally designed an administrative state to provide room for that expertise. And instead, honestly, our obsession with political accountability of the executive branch is running headlong into our equally strong insistence on having agencies serve as experts. So to put it in simple terms, we have basically set EPA up and other expert agencies to fail. We have designed institutional and legal processes that in part pose formidable obstacles to these agencies to provide the kind of expertise that we demand when we say they absolutely need to bring best science to the table. So what is there to celebrate? What I want to celebrate is EPA's ability to persevere nonetheless and acting within internally to actually create structures, maybe guardrails, to provide much more rigorous expertise than Congress or the White House would ever imagine, particularly to surmount some of these obstacles. So in my talk, I first want to talk about a little bit more about these formidable obstacles to actually being an agency expert. The title of my talk is It's Not Easy to Be a Bureaucratic Expert. And I want to talk about a few of those obstacles. Then I want to talk about some of the innovations. And most of these I'm pulling from a study I did for ACUS about 5 or 6 years ago. Don Elliott was there. He was sort of a white knight at the end, but we won't go into that particular story. But I want to talk about what I saw in ACUS and I've built on since then and some quick implications. So starting first with some of the formidable obstacles. I think first and foremost, in our system in the United States, the agencies sit within the executive branch, okay? So their boss is political appointees, and their boss is the White House. That's how we designed it. That's how we make them politically accountable, right? But that means, therefore, that if the White House, I'm sorry, contra to what Administrator Wheeler said, if the White House or an appointee or anyone in that agency wants to give top-down directions on what they want that result of that rule to be, they can do that. And so in a study we did for Duke, a symposium last spring, we documented several dozen ways that we have seen the executive branch manipulate in a very ends-oriented ways the science in the agency's analysis. Sometimes the White House or other executive officials will actually change the numbers. Sometimes they will bully the scientists to change the numbers. Sometimes they will get rid of the scientists completely. And sometimes they will completely misrepresent what that scientific consensus is a variety of ways. Those are only 4 ways up on my slide. We actually had more than a dozen different ways we have documented that the executive branch manipulates the very parts of the science. So we know, and there's a good eye candy one. It's too bad it's not big because I really like that slide. We know the presidents have some goals politically, and when the science doesn't comport with those goals, they are going to step out and manipulate the science, and we've seen that with Phil Cooney. The White House also, we've heard, has the Office of Management and Budget, who by executive order reviews rules, and they do, and they get way into the details. You can't see that, but that is a line edit of the scientific analysis in an agency's proposed rule by an OI member who was not a scientist. And they essentially have control over what comes out of the agency. Finally, of course, we have our political appointees, right? And they are thick through the agency. That's a flow chart of the political appointees and the agency. And they are definitely going to make darn well sure that the stuff coming out of the agency is not going to be inconsistent with the political priorities of the president. They have full unilateral authority, essentially, more or less, to do this. And virtually all of it is non-transparent. It's deliberative process, okay? So the opportunities, both to want to manipulate the science and to manipulate the science within the executive branch are quite thick. Okay, let's add on to that the administrative process. We all say, oh, but stakeholders can catch this and sue. And that's absolutely true. So we have an administrative process, and what it does is it enlists stakeholders to essentially hold the agency accountable under the arbitrary and capricious standard, ooh, you're being arbitrary with your science. And actually that works great when we have all stakeholders engaged and all hands are on the deck and everybody's looking at what the agency's doing. Oh, the APA is great and the role of the courts is great. But we know empirically that that's rarely the case, that we have all hands on deck. In fact, half in the empirical studies done, half of EPA's rules have 0 public interest comments. Almost exclusively industry comments on half the rules. And on the rest of the rules, then you can barely see it up there, but the white bar is industry. The bar next to it that you can't see hardly at all is public interest. Industry completely overwhelms participation before the proposed rule is done and then during notice and comment. Okay, what that means in terms of who can sue is that we're going to have input that's coming into the agency coming primarily from one side, and when it comes time to sue, and you can't see my NRDC disappearing, you actually have credible threats of litigation only from industry. So the agency can be completely arbitrary in its science with respect to the public interest because there is absolutely no credible threat of ever being sued. Not that the agency responds to these in an irrational way. Nevertheless, this could be a biasing effect on the quality of the science. So we have the executive branch coming in. We have lopsided pressure coming in also legally. And finally, of course, we have an organization here that we're trying to manage. And we're trying to bring out the best expertise. In a big organization like that, that's difficult. But it's even more difficult in our executive branch because the agency doesn't have control over its budget. The lines of authority, these are all politically potentially controlled. Wages, competing with the markets, a whole variety of things. So the agency can find itself shrunk into nothing, but it doesn't have the ability often to overcome the politics. So it's in this incredibly hostile institutional environment. We have an agency with the odds stacked against it in terms of being the kind of expert that it was created to be and that we really need it to be in terms of our nation. So what has EPA done? Bless its heart. So I don't have numbers, I don't have quantifications here of the successes that EPA has. When it comes to scientific expertise, it's the process, essentially. Science is a process, so we measure good science, good expertise by rigorous, scientific-looking processes. So that's what I'm going to show you. Unfortunately, I'm not going to show you numbers. But we will see that EPA has, in fact, and continues to rise above all of this to provide amazing procedures for trying to provide scientific expertise, at least in light of the impediments. And to step back, perhaps the reason it's doing this, perhaps the reason it's so persistent in trying to be an agency expert is because ultimately its success in the political environment and in the courts and in Congress is judged based on its expertise. So it has high-level, strong incentives to be absolutely excellent. We've just created structures and legal systems that impede it from doing that create hurdles. What has it done? Here's a slide that you'll see 3 times, and this actually outlines some of the things that I found in the ACA study, none of which I was looking for, all of which amazed me. First of all, in some programs, and here's my big disclaimer, it was supposed to come up front, by no means am I saying EPA is always perfect as a scientific expert. There are many, many things going wrong. Many of the innovations I'm talking about are only in individual programs. Some of them are sometimes compromised. Staff can fail. I am not making unilateral statements. I'm simply saying that EPA has pioneered some innovations that deserve celebration. Okay, so the first thing it has done is it said to everyone, I got this biasing effect from stakeholders, I got this top-down thing. What I'm going to actually do is create a safe space for the scientific analysis itself, particularly the literature search that summarizes what the science actually says. I am going to create subsets where I'm creating reports on what the science says, on what the literature searches are doing, and I'm also going to firewall my geeky scientific experts from the political process in doing that. They basically create an insulated expert space for their experts to tell us what the science says. Now, all of you are sitting there saying, well, of course, all agencies do that. No, I don't know of any agency that does that. The Fish and Wildlife Service decides whether to list an endangered species by pulling the political officials and having them sit side by side with the field biologist. It's one big political science decision. In this case, we're transparently first pulling out the science, what does it say, and then talking about what we want to do with that as a nation in terms of the policy. The second thing they do is they're insistent as an agency, again, this is not fail-safe, but repeatedly from the beginning, EPA was determined to bring in skepticism. Skepticism is the heart of science. That's a procedure in science that's essential. They have peer review processes internally where the staff peer review each other. They have also peer review processes where they bring in outside external experts, sometimes voluntarily. EPA created its own idea of expert advisory boards that was later codified into Congress that we see now instituted in a much more wide-ranging way. They had many reasons for instituting these expert advisory boards, but the idea also was they wanted to produce skepticism internally on the quality of the work and externally on what the outside academic scientists who were reputable actually thought of the quality of the work. The final thing they did and are doing is to encourage the best in the scientific staff. They create attribution and authorship. This is a critical ingredient of science and science journals. The idea is if you're a technical staff doing one of these big reports that summarize the scientific literature, your name is on it. All of a sudden you are getting attribution. This is not some big anonymous bureaucracy. This is a place where you get credit and shame for the quality of the work you produce as a technical analysis doing this technical work. We also give attribution, or they give attribution to the peer reviewers by name with their comments. Together, we stack these together, and we actually see what EPA is doing is putting in scientific processes into how it uses science when it can. These are incredible innovations because they're not coming from the White House, they're not coming from Congress. What's most incredible is all but one, and maybe all of them, actually were generated by EPA career staff. This was not coming from political officials. This was coming from within the technical expert staff about how science should be used. In fact, some of the best innovations I've outlined came in during the Bush II administration and also during the Reagan administration. The other thing these things do is they hardwire in an entire process. I had ever more Trump slides, but I deleted them. I'm nearly done. They're hardwiring in essentially a standard operating procedure for how you use science. And believe it or not, those prove much more resilient to the changing political winds, because this is so permeating and infiltrating on how the agency does its work. These are more resistant to immediate sort of changes in administration. You have to really do a lot of dismantling to get at the idea of attribution or authorship or skepticism. And so while there's a lot of monkeying around with external advisory boards, for example, I'm not aware, except for some violations of firewalls, of a lot of upending of some of these processes, which seem somewhat resilient over time. So what are the implications? Ultimately, really quickly, three takeaways. First of all, in my view, the fact that we see an agency create these kind of processes to bring the best science to bear on policy decisions, not because of the way we've set them up institutionally or legally, but in spite of it, is extraordinary. It is a testament to the idea of public administration and civic bureaucracy that we hear about. It is really something truly to celebrate. The second thing, it suggests that if we had a conference when EPA turns 60 and it's getting a little gray around the ears, if it doesn't dye its hair, all of a sudden we will actually probably see, despite what it's being dragged through, an agency that is even better and doing even more innovations and doing more special things if we give it the space, essentially, to do the innovations. The final thing is, if we really are committed to try to get rigorous expertise inside the government coming from the agencies, I think we need to look no further at some of the things the agencies themselves are doing, like EPA. That's where we're finding the innovations and the good work. We don't have to create this from the ground up, from White House, certainly not from the White House, no matter who they are. If we leave the agencies alone and we motivate them to be excellent, I think we'll see a lot of fabulous kinds of things come out of them. Okay. Thank you.
So, reactions from the panel.
Yeah. I was happy to hear that sometimes EPA brings in experts voluntarily, but I wonder what the experts say who were brought in involuntarily.
What do you mean, in handcuffs or what?
I was just misphrased, I guess. But I mean, I agree with you absolutely that the career staff at EPA go to great lengths to cloak themselves in what they call science. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. It needs to be evaluated. They go to great lengths to make sure that no political appointee can interfere. They go to great lengths to make their decisions almost unreviewable by courts for substance. They're very good at following the process, but no court is going to wade through 50,000 pages of equations that the staff has built up over the years. The experts they bring in, you say, are the best, but how do you know that? They're handpicked by the agency, they're paid by the agency, and they're told what to say. Some committees are better than others, but I'm reluctant to concede that just by removing politics and saying we're going to give absolute power to people who can never be voted out, that scares me. There's a lot of politicians I would like to vote out, but it scares me more to say, well, we just shouldn't let politics have anything to do with it and let ourselves be regulated by people who say, well, I'm a scientist, you have to do what I say, you have no choice, and you have no appeal. That's just not the system of government we work under.
So I think you might have misunderstood what I said. I was talking about the agency career staff providing rigorous scientific analysis of the scientific literature, and individual studies that try to synthesize the scientific literature. Now, maybe there's a role for politics in specifying the questions to be asked of what the literature says, and EPA actually solicits that political involvement. But I did not suggest that the agency scientists should determine what kind of policies we have or what rules we should have. I merely think that if we are summarizing what the science brings to a policy question, that it would probably be best to have the scientists provide that.
Absolutely.
Good. So we got agreement. We have nothing more to talk about. I actually have a
When
question.
they come and say the answer is 3, administrator, you can only pick 3. The science says pick 3. The law says it's up to you. The science says you have to pick 3.
So I'm not sure I've ever seen that, but anyway.
But maybe just to intervene just a touch is on the, and this just relates to the conversation that is very broad, and others have intervening in a long conversation, is about the question between kind of scientific inputs into regulatory decision-making processes and standards that are kind of scientized, right? Where we have, the NAAQS are a good example, right? Protect public health with an adequate margin of safety. Now, that's clearly a question that implicates empirical reality, right? Things that we think of as being scientific, or that science can tell us something about. But it's also something that implicates values and other decisions like that. So it seems to some extent that some of the disagreement arises from questions about how we allocate certain kinds of decisions to scientists versus a broader process where we acknowledge that kind of political appointees have a legitimate voice and values are implicated and so on.
Right, and I guess what I'm saying is that I actually think there's a role for summarizing what the scientific literature says before we start to talk about what to do with it. And right now, except for some aspects of EPA, we don't make that separation at all in agencies. It's all smushed together, so we have no idea what's ends-oriented and what's actually honest scientific work. And I think what EPA's effort to separate the two at a preliminary level and say this is what the literature says is a step in the right direction. This is peer-reviewed, it's public-reviewed, and the administrator can say, I think your science stinks, you career staff. All of this is on the record and it's all open. I had a question for both of you guys. So we talk about EPA, and obviously I'm trying to separate out the political from the career. And I wondered in your bootlegging whether you can trace some to political and some to career, how much of that is going on? And I guess, the same from Michael, to the extent we see deviations, is it really a split between two conceptions of EPA?
My answer is that both goes on. The career staff engage in politics, probably small p politics would be a better description, as much as the political appointees do. And for example, when there was a bill that, this was in Bush 43, and the White House had an energy bill which amended the Clean Air Act in some respects, and they had plans for, and they had agreements on the Hill for what was going to be done, even though they didn't control both houses at that point. The Republican Party did not. But what the White House didn't realize is that the EPA career staff had much more intelligence on the Hill and much more control, and could make sure. I mean, many EPA staff are detailed to the Hill and are writing the laws that are being debated, and so it was fairly easy to predict that this is how it's going to come out, because this is what the career staff wants. It doesn't matter what you say in the White House. That's how it's going to come out. And so I lived through that experience, and it's instructive.
Yeah, so I think that there really is like a very big difference in the career political appointee interface in this administration than in prior administrations. I don't think, and I'm probably not saying anything overly controversial when I say that, right? That's lots of folks agree about that. But the way I think about it in the context of EPA and the economists there, who is the group I'm most familiar with, is that to be a successful career economist at EPA, you have to, know how to work with administrations of both political parties, because that's just been the deal. You've faced times when the Clinton administration is around, and you've faced various Bush administrations, and so a smart staffer who is going to be successful is going to have priorities to push in both types of administration. So I'm thinking about economists. So what are economists going to worry about? So in Republican administrations, they're going to think about how can we use markets, how can we use financial incentives, how can we reduce burdens when they're not achieving any benefits. During Democratic administrations, you say, okay, well, where are the big net benefits that we can go? Where are there where's there stringency? Because that's what the Democrats are going to prioritize, and that worked pretty well, So during the George W. Bush administration, we had CARE, really big important market that actually got up and running, was struck down, but still continued to be up and running for a while. And then that, of course, was as the basis of the Casper rule. There was CAMR, which was the first attempt to use 111D to regulate, to create a cap and trade system. Ultimately, that thinking at EPA translates into the Clean Power Plan. For obviously different pollutant. But in any case, there's things that you're doing in both administrations, and that seems to have broken down in this administration, that there's a substantial amount, you just hear stories, they're horrible, about the hostility that folks face, and these are the economists. These are the folks who know how to work with Republican administrations. And so that's my broader concern, is if you start to break down that system that has worked fairly well, it's not one that's perfect, but it's one where politics and expertise can interface with each other, I think, in largely productive ways. That's going to become a problem going forward.
So questions, we have one.
I guess it's kind of more of a question maybe for Michael. I'm just hearing Wendy's story, or basically she's kind of suggesting that scientific analysis, or the scientists, have kind of been able to preserve or uphold a lot of the processes and procedures that they'd created over time to insulate themselves, where it seems that economic analysis, the framework for cost-benefit analysis, has proved a lot more vulnerable to manipulation or to change in the current administration. So I'm wondering why you think that is. Maybe Wendy could weigh in on this too. Do you think that it's something inherent in the analysis, or is it because the economic analysis didn't benefit from the same kind of institutional structures that Wendy's describing were developed to protect the hard science? And so if you think that going forward we want to go and sort of rebuild the economic analysis function, as part of rebuilding that function, and say in a new administration, going to also involve creating some new institutions comparable to the ones she's describing that protect the hard scientists.
Right. I think so there's a couple parts of this. So one is the agency has moved on some issues, like the thresholds for PM, right? So it's not, I wouldn't say that that the administration is exclusively focused. Now that's an important input into cost-benefit analyses, of course, but that's more on the science side. But then you have other matters like the co-benefits or the social cost of carbon is a big one, right? And part of that is substantive in a sense. So on the social cost of carbon, the agency quit using what was the best estimate of the social cost of carbon. This is the economic monetary, it's an estimate of the damages associated with greenhouse gas emissions. And there was just a couple of things that the administration could do. They could change the discount rate, used to calculate the social cost of carbon, and they could focus only on domestic effects rather than global effects. And those are just two really big ticket items that then are going to, really knock out a lot of the benefits. Co-benefits, again, it's just you can do one thing and it will have a really big effect. As opposed to, so that might be part of the reason. I don't know that the economic, and one other thing I just mentioned briefly is this is more is a bit speculative, but those are arguably values decisions. They're decisions I think are wrong, and that you can argue about why they're wrong and think quite persuasively. But if the agency says, look, this is the discount rate that we want to use, and they're not, in a sense, they'd be better off making a claim to just be following the science. But in a way, it's hard to push. It is outside the norm of the economics community, but I think that's colorably a values decision that the agency might ultimately think it's going to have a better chance with in court, as opposed to say claiming there's no such thing as climate change. Right? That would be a thing that would be very difficult for the agency to get away with in court.
Right.
I agree with most of what Mike says about the economics at EPA. And I think it is in better shape than the science in terms of sticking to the standards of the profession. But they've had an uneven ride. It's hard to survive as an economist at EPA. And that shop, which I supervised when I was there, has had some rough times. In the Clinton administration, when Carol Branner had her first meeting to meet her senior staff, the head of that shop, the chief economist at EPA, said, I'm the chief economist, and she threw him out of the office and said, I never want to see an economist in here again. And so for 8 years, she never did. They were part of the administrative office, but just kept their heads down and did research, published papers. They had no influence on policy. And when I got there, I actually had to negotiate to get them to come back to work. And tell them, your job is not just academic. You have to work on policies that the agency is considering. So they've had a rough ride. And I think it's not so cut and dried on things like international benefits, right? The social cost of carbon. The Obama administration was using a global number, but think about it. Now, it's true. Ricky Revesz likes to say no self-respecting economist would say that the right answer is just to use domestic benefits. That's true, but no self-respecting lawyer would say that EPA is authorized to act on behalf of the rest of the world against the United States. Right? If a rule doesn't pass a benefit cost test when you're using domestic benefits, that means you're imposing net costs in the United States. And why are you doing it? Well, to help other countries. That's something that Congress can do. We give foreign aid all the time, but I don't think Congress has authorized EPA to use all of its regulatory powers, all of these statutes, to use them against the United States in order to help other countries. I think that's a decision for Congress to make. And I'm just reluctant to say, well, politics isn't working, Congress isn't working, let's just let the experts rule the world. It doesn't appeal to me.
So just real quick, within the science and sort of responding to your question, all of this is a continuing game, obviously, and we don't know what the next play will be. So with regard to the agency's expertise, and I won't, explicitly disagree with you, but I do. With regard to the expertise point, I think the Trump administration is not admiring of each EPA's autonomy or its expertise, and it's pretty explicit and frank about that, and that's part of the reason he's president. So he's doing a good job attacking a lot of the structures I put up there as best he can, and there is a transparency rule that Scott Pruitt proposed and is on the table for Administrator Wheeler. So there is possibilities of top-down dismantling of some of the things I put up there that are certainly out on the table and feasible that you could actually sort of do a nuclear bomb approach to what the agency's doing. I do believe there's resilience, though, when you have a career staff that have done things so long for so many ways that once you lose some of those atomic bombs and get rid of them, things might return back to normal.
All right, we have...
my question is addressed to, I think, Professor Manick, but anybody else can chime in. And that is, you talked about some wonderful examples of contradictions, ethanol, and so on. The one that's come to mind, it seems... I just turned it off. All right, thanks. Anyway, the recent contradiction, to me, it seems, is you got the electrical vehicle subsidies. A friend of mine said she got a $17,000 subsidy for buying a Tesla. And at the same time, we're shutting down appliances that they don't, my appliance breaks because the electricity standards, to make it more efficient with electricity, or electric light bulbs, you're banning them to save electricity. Is there a contradiction that I'm missing here in policy between the electric vehicles, electric light bulbs, and appliances?
My opinion on most of those, there is an argument that there's an externality whenever you use energy of any kind. I'm not sure how large that is, but certainly people do value, efficiency in your cars and appliances saves you money. So people value that. I think DOE and NHTSA and EPA tend to disagree with people's valuation. Most of the benefits from appliance efficiency standards are attributed not to any effect on the climate or any externality or any market failure. They're attributed to savings that consumers should want if they were just smart enough. And I hesitate to create a government that approaches benefit cost analysis that way. I see benefit cost analysis figuring out what makes people, improves their welfare, and figuring out a system to correct market failures so that they can achieve that, rather than saying people are too stupid to buy the light bulbs that I think they should have or the cars I think they should drive, so I'm going to make them do it and then say they're better off. Agencies are increasingly doing that and say, well, everybody knows consumers are irrational. Well, I mean, so are bureaucrats. So we'll have to figure out how to live with each other.
So I just have a follow-up to that. Just a question. This is a question though, which is whether your objection to those kinds of behavioral economic justifications for regulations, do you think of that as a kind of a philosophical or principled objection? So you object across the board, or so if I was to show you that kind of systematically people, for reasons that we understand reasonably well, underinvest in energy efficiency such that a rule that increased the efficiency of products on the market would be welfare enhancing, would you object to that on libertarian grounds, or would you accept that that would be the case? You would.
I think that yes, all of us make mistakes, make imperfect decisions, satisficing, and there's a vast literature on that. I think giving some people guns and saying, okay, you guys are the government, you make the other guys do what's good for them, it doesn't help in that situation. If people are not angels, but that doesn't mean you just need more government to tell them what to do. And I think it's a problem when people don't understand their own welfare function very well, and none of us is really perfect in that. But it's a bigger problem when you say, well, your own welfare function is not up to you anymore. The government's going to tell you what's good for you. That, yeah, I do have a philosophical objection to that.
All right.
So just a quick thought on the question of light bulbs. People were offloading to future generations the total cost of electric lighting when they used incandescent light bulbs. And one fact many people don't realize, and this is based on some research by Lucas Davis, an economist at Berkeley, but largely because Walmart said to its suppliers, if you give us a good-looking LED bulb for under $10, we'll make it the house brand. LED light bulbs have now been widely adopted in households. They save households millions of dollars, and they're responsible for, in part, for the first time since the Second World War, the U.S. household electricity sector per capita leveling off and now going down. So they're saving millions of dollars. The U.S. household sector, all these sources within the U.S. household sector, if you think of all the emissions from that household sector, would be equal to all the emissions from all the sources in South America. So we're actually having a profound effect on the cost of electricity, the use of electricity, and global carbon emissions, because Walmart and some others have pushed for the availability of LED light bulbs. Number two, Brian, I was Carol Browner's chief of staff. You and I should talk later. If you're a law student in this room, please at least put an asterisk next to the statement that she never met with an economist in 8 years. You and I need to talk about that a little bit. That's right. We don't need to have a discussion about that. One other just quick thought. Lisa Bressman and I did a survey that included almost every Bush 41 and Clinton Senate-confirmed appointee. And one thing that emerged from that, we talk a lot about cost-benefit analysis, and we sort of assume that OMB is the interacting vehicle with EPA. And we treat that almost as a piece of the sort of notion of a unitary executive. The White House speaks through OMB. And what we found universally is that's not true, right? That there are many other departments within the White House that have a lot of effect on EPA. So when we're thinking about cost-benefit analysis, put it in the light of the Legislative Affairs Office and the Domestic Policy Council. And here's the second thing we found, that not one person could remember one situation in which CBA was used by OMB to make a rule more stringent. We couldn't find one example in the period of 16 years of 2 presidential administrations. So that might be because the EPA is always making a rule greener than it should be from a cost-benefit analysis, or it might be that both EPA and the White House economists have very deeply different perspectives on what is the appropriate policy, and it's getting reflected through these debates. But we just have to account for that as we're having these conversations.
All in favor of LEDs, by the way.
So I have a question for you, Michael. I too am concerned about the erosion of norms from this administration, most of them outside of the environmental context. I'm curious why what is the basis for your worry that norms are going to erode in the contexts in which you are discussing them? So, for example, the social cost of carbon, as you said, might reflect policy choices, right? Those might be value judgments about, I mean, we can argue about that, but you could imagine pretty easily a new administration coming in and revising the social cost of carbon to include international benefits and so forth. So help me, I just want, I'm trying to be optimistic that norms are not going to erode, that this is an aberration, that we're not going to see this going forward. But you seem more pessimistic, and I want to know
back
why.
off.
I'm so very, yeah.
Wendy's the optimist.
Right.
Let's hear from your pessimistic side.
Just run a scenario. Obviously, this is kind of predicting the future a little bit, so this could be wrong. So I think that there's two paths that we might imagine. Who knows what the next administration is going to look like? It's going to be a Democrat, who the Democrats would be. But at some point, there will be a Democratic administration. And we could, I feel like, imagine two different paths that administration could go down vis-a-vis this question of specifically economic analysis, and how independent that should be. How much should the economics be be in purpose of political goals versus a constraint on or informing the policy choices? And one option would be essentially revert back to the Obama administration approach, which was also the approach of the Bush administration, largely again guardrails with some policy differences, which is fine. And that's the happy story, and that may happen. Another story would be to say something like, look, you could imagine someone, senior political appointee, when faced with this question. The economists come back from both EPA and OMB and say this is not a good rule. On the other hand, you have political forces that are saying, look, we have a political reason to do that. We have a constituency that wants this. And the president or the chief of staff or some other senior person in the White House says, well, you know what? Freaking Trump did this all the time. Why the hell do we have to, take on board these constraints if the other administration isn't doing that? And then that's kind of one more, hole in the dam. And so I think that's the worry, is that, and then the next administration comes in, well, the Warren people used to do this all the time. And then, it becomes a mess.
In the context of still having a social cost of carbon, which is a guardrail at some level, right? So
right, but over time, you can imagine, I think the concern would be over time. So yes, social cost of carbon, although it can differ between $5 and $500, depending. And then, say the value of statistical life. Well, no one's messing around with that, but who knows? You can imagine over time. I think the concern is that these start to break down.
Right. This question's for Wendy. So I buy your account entirely, and I think it's great that there are these natural incentives for developing this expertise within the agency. My question is, do you think there are adequate incentives for agencies like EPA to communicate science to the public? In an ideal world, communicating scientific knowledge to the public could actually dissolve the difference between politics and expertise. And I don't know that EPA really has enough incentive to communicate its information to the public in a digestible form. Or maybe it's actually some kind of constraint on the agency. I know we talked about the Anti-Deficiency Act earlier, right, and the WOTUS rule, where EPA really was kind of hamstrung when it came to communicating with the public and counteracting some of the narratives that were out there about that rule. So, just wondering what your thoughts are about communicating some of this expertise to the public.
That's a fabulous question, and I hadn't even thought about that aspect of the scientific expertise. I, again, like to think of this as an evolutionary story, and this isn't a static thing. Over the last 50 years, the developments I showed on the slides have sort of continued cumulatively over time. And so I could imagine a world where EPA sees increasing rewards and success associated with translating the work that it's doing for the public. I think in the past it hasn't had those incentives and hasn't done a very good job at all. I think probably the reverse, actually. But I'm not sure that in this particular climate and going forward it wouldn't have incentives. With that said, a big major downer footnote, and I promised myself I wouldn't be downer because of the 50th thing. But there is a possibility that if the agency staff is largely gutted and replaced with hires done by political officials, that we could see a very different kind of agency than the one I described with a very different mission. So it's not in response to your question, it's essentially a caveat. But I would predict that if drastic bad things don't happen, that we would actually see that communication improving over time, although maybe not as quickly as it needs to.
Well, maybe I'll make a note on the communication issue, both pessimistic and encouraging. I mean, if you can get into the bowels of the EPA website, you'll find some very effective, very good explanations of technical issues. The problem is finding them. The problem is getting through the agency's website to find useful information. That is, even when you know something exists, you can have a really difficult time finding it. So there's some, I think, some work to be done.
Well, and jumping on that, Environmental Law Institute, but also academic institutions probably could serve a mediator, translator role that would be extremely valuable. If there is lots of great stuff buried there that's accessible, that's precisely the kind of stuff we might be able to help with as law schools.
I mean, one thing as we're talking about kind of science and its public role, is I think that there's a way in which communicating the domains of science and kind of where empirical questions can be resolved through the scientific method, or at least informed, versus being clear about where the values decisions necessarily arise in environmental policymaking. I think that would have an enormously useful role for the public, which is very, very, my scientist friends are very confused about that matter because they're not really trained in that question. The public is hugely, and I think that there are mistakes that the advocacy community makes by saying things like, well, we should just do what the science says we should do. Well, science never says what you should do. It's like
right.
Literally, that's like the naturalistic fallacy that Hume points out. It does not work that way. Science can tell you with your value system, I don't want the world to end, plus science might tell you what to do, but you still need the moral, kind of part of that equation. So being clear about that, I think, would be a great service.
Amen. Amen. Beautifully put. Can't
A great way to
Yes.
end this panel, I think. Thank you.
So on that point of agreement, we have our last 15-minute break, and our final panel will begin at 3 o'clock. It will be another great panel, so hope to see you all back here in 15 minutes. I am told there are still cookies from lunch. So get your sugar fix, get your coffee.
I totally disagree.
See you in 15 minutes.
Okay, that was made it more fun.
Exactly. So
Yeah, you
Lauren,
and
if we
I
all
were like
agree.
bookends.
Charlie Korsmo. Some of you may recognize Charlie Korsmo as the prolific and important business law scholar, which he certainly is. Some of you may recognize him from his prior life as a child actor. We won't talk about that. But what you probably did not know is that a young Charles Korsmo, one of his first jobs was actually at the Environmental Protection Agency, which is one of the reasons why I asked him to join us today in our discussion of environmental law in the EPA. So without any further ado, I will turn things over to Charlie.
Thanks, and thank you all for sticking out through the last panel. We have another terrific panel for you today. And Jonathan's right, actually. I mean, my field is corporate law, but if you don't count the shameful child actor jobs I had, the EPA was in fact my very first paying job. So I worked in the Office of Policy, Economics, and Innovation, and I looked it up today, though, and now it's just the Office of Policy. So economics and innovation got the hook at some point in the last 10 years for some reason. But this panel is going to discuss the many ways in which the EPA has influenced state environmental policy domestically and also environmental policy internationally, both in individual nations and in various international bodies. The format's going to be the same. Each speaker, I believe, will have 15 minutes to talk, and then we should have a good amount of time for a discussion, both among the panel and with the audience. So I will introduce our speakers briefly. Immediately to my left, right stage left here, to bring in my old Professor Percival, Robert Percival. He's the Robert F. Stanton Professor of Law and the Director of the Environmental Law Program at the University of Maryland. And following his graduation from Stanford Law School, Professor Percival clerked for Justice White and was later a senior attorney for the Environmental Defense Fund prior to joining the faculty at Maryland, where he's now the principal author of the most widely used environmental case law book in the country. And is an internationally recognized scholar of environmental law. Moving one further over is Katrina Wyman. Professor Wyman is the Sarah Herring Soren Professor of Law at NYU Law School and also serves as Director of the Environmental and Energy LLM Program and Deputy Faculty Director of the Guarini Center on Environmental, Energy, and Land Use Law. She holds degrees from the University of Toronto and from Yale. And like all of our panelists, is an internationally renowned scholar of. I'm going to stop saying that at the end of each of that applies across the board, right? Without further ado, right? Professor Vandenberg, Michael Vandenberg, is the David Daniels Allen Distinguished Professor of Law at Vanderbilt, as well as Director of Vanderbilt's Climate Change Research Network and co-director of its Energy, Environment, and Land Use Program. He also did a tour of duty in the trenches at the EPA, although somewhat higher up in the trenches, if that works that doesn't work. But he wasn't as deep into the mud. All right, it was a different trench. With trenches means your head was up when they started. That's right. Exactly.
That's the most accurate thing said.
That's right. He had to go over the top into the machine guns more often than I did. And finally, all the way over on the end is Jonathan Gilligan. Dr. Gilligan is a physicist, actually by training, with degrees from Swarthmore and Yale, and is associate professor of Earth and Environmental Sciences and of Civil and Environmental Engineering at Vanderbilt. In addition to his earlier work in experimental physics, Dr. Gilligan's now engaged in interdisciplinary research into interactions between human behavior, society, and the environment. And has published numerous influential articles on sustainability law and policy. So welcome to all our panelists, and who's starting here?
Good. I'm going to start.
Okay, go for it.
So thank you all for sticking it out. I find it's always fascinating to talk to audiences as the microphone comes and goes. No, as that are a mixture of CLE attendees and law students and professors. So you're all coming from across the whole realm of different perspectives. And let me just say that we're going to do something here that is a major conceptual shift. that will either be central, if you're here from a CLE perspective, into what you're doing, and you'll get that, and it makes a lot of sense, or it will seem like you just wasted 15 minutes. And so let me apologize in advance if you come to the latter. I don't think you will, but you might. I'll also say briefly that this is both deeply pessimistic. We heard a lot of conversations earlier today about, oh, could we actually get law or not? We're going to be very pessimistic, but as I tell my students, nobody likes a sour environmentalist. We're also going to be really optimistic. We're going to offer a new way to think about environmental protection that is quite different from anything else we've talked about today. So, Jonathan, you had an opening thought, too.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I really have been enjoying the chance to work with Mike in crossing disciplines between the sciences and law for a long time. It's really great to be here and see the really exciting stuff that's happening. And also a little bit of a homecoming is Case Western is a place that has a place in my heart because I spent the first 4 years of my life in Cleveland while my father was getting his medical degree from the medical school here. And it's nice to come back a little bit older with a different perspective on things.
Just a little older, right?
Yes.
And also, just thank you to Jonathan and to Case Western. It's really remarkable what you've been able to put together here. And I think, as you'll see, we believe that the polarization and the deep divide in environmental protection is a critical weakness in the system. And I think to the extent Case Western is helping to bridge that, it's playing a very important role. So let me start by asking a question here, and that assumes that we are able to functionally do
Yes,
this.
it is working.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to talk a little bit about a standard model of environmental governance, which is what we've talked about for the last day, for this entire day, and then we're going to talk about what we think is the emergence of a new model, not a complement, or a complement in many cases, not necessarily competing with the standard model. And then we want to take a look at one of the implications of this. And we think one of the implications goes to a point that many of you will have learned in 7th grade civics or freshman political science, which is the concept of the revolving door. And we want to suggest that there's a new way to think about the revolving door given this new model that's emerging in environmental governance. And we'll start with that by asking, what organization recently announced an initiative to reduce worldwide greenhouse gases by 1 billion tons by 2030? And Jonathan and I have this book out, which we helpfully put in front of us here. And we've asked this question to literally over 100 audiences at this point. Anyone have an answer? This is an amount equal to Germany going carbon neutral for a year, so you know it's not Germany alone. Walmart, right. You're in a small and exclusive club, Don. But we hope very well informed. So it's Walmart, right? And we think this is a new thing that's emerging. All right, we don't want to overclaim about it, but we believe that some of the most important things going on out there on the climate front in particular, but also in other areas, are activities by the private sector. And what we want to do is talk about how, in our view, what's happening here is that over time, if we think about the traditional governmental model, there are a series of assumptions that are built in. And the first is that the actor is government. We ask when we see a problem, and so we've done all day today, what can government do? How can it do it better, et cetera? Is international government, subnational, et cetera. And that then means that the actions are laws, policies, and programs. I was taught environmental law, like I assume everybody in this room, as a subset of administrative law. And our argument is that's still largely true, but there is a lot more going on in environmental governance today that's relevant to lawyers that is beyond the traditional model that we all studied. And as a result, the instruments that we study, the instruments we deploy for NGO lawyers or government lawyers or private sector lawyers are different than they might be. And there are actually many parallels between the public and the private instruments, cap and trade or market mechanisms, prescriptive mechanisms, information regulation, et cetera. And it also, what we're finding is that private governance is actually addressing many of the same topic areas. So we have parallel instruments in public and private governance and parallel topic areas too, is a piece that I did with Sarah Light at Wharton a few years ago. So this is the traditional model. Here's a slide that Mike Gerard lets me use from Columbia. He put this together. On the left is the Code of Federal Regulations. This is the traditional model of environmental law, right? EPA regulations are almost twice as voluminous, at least, as the tax code. So as I tell my students, we're number one, right? Which doesn't make the conservatives in my class happy.
That's the traditional model, but here's a phenomenon that I think is very hard for all of us. There's almost no one in this room who teaches or is more senior in the environmental area who didn't come through the environmental conceptualization forming process except in an era when statutes were the answer. And so what we did is we looked at what the major pollution control statutes have been since 1970, and we find almost 24 adopted between 1970 and 1990. And then we look from there forward, and we can argue about the federal water pollution, or the water pollution control, what is it, the federal, the amendments of the Safe Drinking Water Act amendments of 2000 or 1996, right? And the Food Quality Protection Act of 19. There can be minor ones. There's one at the far end there as well, which is the Lautenberg Act, which I think is the exception that proves the rule. We can talk about that maybe in questions. But essentially, if your model is what we've talked about almost all today, which is the question of when do we adopt a carbon tax or some other regulation, right? Which or some other statute that then allows a regulatory answer. The answer might be that something is deeply different today that makes it unlikely that we're going to do that. And maybe that's not just true tomorrow and next year, but maybe we're in a new era. Maybe we need to be thinking a little more creatively, more generally, because we never look at these eras. I was the EPA Chief of Staff in 1993, right? And we're going to talk about that in just a second, why that matters.
Yes, so if we ask why is this, why has there been only one major statute in the last almost 30 years, is that we have big barriers to federal pollution control statutes. We saw Democrats and Republicans have generally not all lined up. This is showing over time the League of Conservation Voters scores for Democrats and Republicans. The House is in the solid line, the Senate's the dashed line. There were differences, but they were fairly close together through the 70s, through the 1990s. And then roughly about the time that Mike showed up at the EPA,
I come in right about here.
yeah, they just completely diverge. And so now we've got a kind of partisan polarization that didn't used to occur, and that makes it much harder to make the kind of deals and negotiation to make things happen. And so we have a bunch of barriers to any new federal pollution control statutes that'll go through the legislature. First of all, you need to have a priority from the White House to push it. You need to have control by those who favor the legislation in the House of Representatives, and then not only a majority, but enough to override a filibuster and possibly a presidential veto in the Senate. And then at that point, it all gets kicked for years and years and years to the courts to sort out whether the statute is legitimate and how to interpret it. And all of this really stands in the way of making progress. And so what we see right now is that states that represent about 12% of the population, 5% of the vote, are controlling a majority of the Senate. And so it's very easy for a very small fraction of the US population to block any progress on making environmental legislation.
Let me make a small correction to that because I changed this.
Yes.
So that slide at the bottom there is that in the last election, 2016, the 18 to 24 part of the population made up 12% of the population and 5% of the vote. And that 18 to 20% of the U.S. population now controls 50 plus votes in the U.S. Senate.
Yeah.
Just thinking about that as we think about, are we going to adopt a Green New Deal or whatever it might be?
Yes, so what we see now is if we start looking at what some of the barriers are, there's a different aspect of this, which is then why do we have such big opposition by one party to adopting new federal laws? And so one part is this has been a thing for a long time among advocates of environmental action, is what's called the information deficit model, that says just the reason that we're not seeing more action is because people don't understand how serious the problem is. And if we just explain better how serious the problem is, then the public will support strong regulations, the elected officials will fall in line, and will get action. But what's found from empirical psychological research is this doesn't work. Sometimes, in fact, knowing the science better leads to people being even more opposed to new action. And one thing we see is a confirmation bias. People tend to selectively look at the data that agrees with their pre-existing beliefs, and people often exercise motivated reasoning to try to look at the evidence selectively to prove what they want to be true. And so one thing we can see is this is from some surveys of whether people simply think there's a factual question, are recent winters warmer than they used to be? And what we see is two pieces here. First, there's a partisan determination. People who are more to the left tend to agree more that yes, the scientifically winters are warmer than they used to be. People farther to the right think they're not warmer. But also the degree of that partisan effect is strongly dependent on whether you talk to people on the other side of the divide.
So just in simple terms, that means that our worldview is affecting our memory about the recent winters. So just think about how deep our worldview effects are.
Yes. And then we have things where people look at these issues, and this really affects decision making. So we see, if you ask people, would you install a new energy efficient light bulb in your home? Would you buy one at the store? And what's found is, again, looking at political ideology, comparing same compact fluorescent light bulb, but with a label that just has the basic information and one that has a label that emphasizes its environmental benefits, we see that when you label this according to its environmental benefits, there's a very strong partisan effect. People on the left are more likely to buy it. People on the right actually become less likely to buy it once they know that it's good for the environment. Same product. And this connects to something that we think is really at the heart of a lot of the opposition to new federal action on the environment, which is solution aversion, discovered by some psychologists at Duke University, which finds that if you don't like the solution to something, you're less likely to believe the problem exists. If you ask Democrats and Republicans, do you agree with the scientific consensus that human activity is responsible for global warming? And you couch this in terms of asking people either, and if this is true, we're going to need government regulation to address it, or there are free market solutions to the problem. And we see that among Democrats, there's not a lot of difference here, but on the right, among the Republicans, there's a strong difference in their assessment of a scientific question, what's causing climate change, depending on what you tell them the solution would be. And so we believe that if we can provide alternative solutions as credible responses, we may be able to get around a lot of the debates around is the problem even happening or not.
Good, and that's not just a conservative phenomenon. If you tell liberals nuclear power is the solution to climate change, they get less worried about climate change, right? Just as and again, this isn't just rejecting the solution; they get less worried about the underlying problem itself. So, if you're a manager of a corporation or a university or a religious organization, you're facing a scenario in which we haven't had a major pollution control statute, with the exception of the Lautenberg amendments in 2016, in the last quarter century or so. And you see this worldview-generated solution aversion. But by the same token, right, think about that drop-off that we saw in 1990. We could call it the Elliott effect too, I guess, but for now we'll call it my responsibility. John doesn't think that's funny. Okay, so look though, if you're a corporate manager, for example, right, has public support for environmental protection dropped off since 1990 the way the legislative activity has? Right? And I think the answer is obviously not. It's varied quite a bit. It's actually hard to find studies that ask the same question over an extended period of time, but they don't show that same drop-off. So you're managing an institution, whether you're attracting new students or managing employees or whatever, in a setting in which the public still has about the same level of concern for the environment, but the congressional legislative machine has stopped operating. Whether what you wanted was more cost-efficient legislation or more expansive and comprehensive legislation. So what we suggest in our book, and what provides the predicate here, and we'll need to wrap up, is that what we're seeing more and more as a result of this phenomenon is that the actor, in many cases, as to environmental governance, is moving from government to private organizations. And the actions are moving from laws, policies, and programs to a range of different things we call private initiatives, which is kind of a clunky term, but there isn't a better vocabulary for it. We see that there are parallel instruments. There are command and control standards through supply chain contracting, et cetera, just like we see command and control in the environmental area. And there are market mechanisms. Internally, Microsoft has a carbon tax. So we also see that in subject matter areas. So why is this important? 10% of all the fish caught for human consumption in the world are caught subject to a private standard formed by Unilever, then the largest seller of fresh fish in the world, and the World Wildlife Fund. Roughly 15% of all of the temperate forests in the world are subject to a private sustainability standard. Recently, a DC lobbyist said that the most important regulators of toxics in America today are Target and Walmart. And on climate change, which is what we tend to focus on, somehow a slide about our book got in here. I don't know how that Jonathan?
Yeah, actually, why don't we,
Yeah,
we've got a
we
lot
do
of
that. A lot is
here,
going
but
on in that
let's-
area. Happy to
let's
answer
jump ahead
questions.
to the revolving door part and
Okay.
quickly do that, and then we can leave time for our colleagues here.
Good.
Yes.
So again, classic idea is that we both see some advantages and some concern about the notion that people revolve between industry traditionally and government. That's the traditional conception of the revolving door, which might have some advantages.
Yes, and so there are different ways people look at this. Some look at it just in an economic point of view of thinking, what are the incentives of the actors and how are they trying to game the system to their advantage? And other ones look in a richer, kind of more sociological context to it. But there can be advantages because moving back and forth between industry and a regulatory body, whether it's public or private, can bring expertise about industry processes. And outside experts engaging with regulatory agencies can create a richer dialogue. And we can go ahead to look at
But the principal
disadvantages.
literature in political science and law suggests concern about agency capture. That basically people, while in government, will be acting not in the public interest but in the corporate interest because they are thinking about moving to the private sector and vice versa. And so that's the general concern about the revolving door. And what we want to suggest is that, in fact, there may be a new revolving door that has emerged. We might call it a green revolving door. So we did a little mini empirical study, nothing sophisticated, but we looked at the top 25 private equity firms in the U.S., and we found that 4 of those firms have managers in them of sustainability who've moved not from government into industry and vice versa, but from an NGO into the private sector. Okay, so for example, the Carlyle Group, which is one of the most successful private equity firms in the world, has a chief sustainability officer who was formerly a top staffer at the Environmental Defense Fund. Similarly, we looked at the top 25 institutional investment firms in the world, and we find, we find 4 different cases where people are moving from environmental NGOs into institutional investment firms like BlackRock and PIMCO. And then we're finding a similar phenomenon in the corporate sector. We looked at the Fortune 100 list, and we find at least 7 examples of people moving, again, not from companies into government, but from NGOs into companies. So we see this revolving door that's going on, and that might suggest that this is the phenomenon that's occurring because people are beginning to think less about the sector they're in than the kind of job they're in, and it has some advantages.
Yeah, so you can have, as you have people moving back and forth between pro-environmental NGOs and industry, this can have a greening effect on industry. And some research on private governance finds that corporate NGO initiatives, cooperative initiatives together in collaboration can really be beneficial for both the corporation and for those who favor environmental action. You have potential disadvantages of the same kinds of agency capture concerns that we have with regulatory agencies can apply with NGOs. This is particularly shown up in criticisms of non-governmental private sector auditing of labor standards in foreign factories. And it essentially can apply similarly to private sector environmental regulation. And there's also questions about what happens when you have conflict between the pro-environmental side and the people working on trying to assure that there's a positive bottom line.
Right. At the same time, we might be seeing that we would have the adverse effects that we would worry about.
Yes.
In NGOs, and ultimately we might see that firms aren't performing as well as they might otherwise be financially if they're worrying too much about green issues. So there's still a lot to be looked at. So anyway, that's our concept. The basic idea is we're making this transition. It's not that public governance isn't critically important, but that there is a new type of activity going on out there on the private governance side, and that what we see here is movement now, like you might expect, as that becomes more important, from NGOs into financial firms and corporations, with some suggestion that that might be helping to green corporations, but it also might end up making less green some of the NGOs at the same time, and that remains to be seen.
So thank you for your attention.
Oh, yeah, let's see that.
Yeah, here, and then we just have to make sure this goes. So yeah, pass that one down.
All right. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm glad to be in Cleveland. I grew up in the Midwest. My father lived all his life in Des Moines, Iowa, where I grew up. And he had a cousin who lived on a farm 20 miles west of Des Moines in Van Meter, Iowa. And he was an outstanding high school pitcher. So the Cleveland Indians signed him at the age of 17. And in July 1936, he made his debut for Cleveland, struck out 15 batters. And the next year, the Indians decided, since he was only 18 at the time, they would invite my father, who was 2 years older, to travel with him, and gave him a Cleveland Indian uniform. That's Bob Feller there on the left and my dad on the right. Now, Feller turned out to be a pretty good success. He played for the Indians for 18 years, threw 279 complete games. 44 of those were shutouts, 3 no-hitters, 12 one-hitters. He was an American League All-Star 8 times, 7 times he led the league in strikeouts, and he was a first ballot Hall of Famer. Now fast forward to 3 weeks ago. The Cleveland Indians are still hanging by a thread to try to overtake the Brewers in the playoff race. And who do they play? The Washington Nationals, my team, at Nats Park the last 3 games. And I was really excited because there were lots of Cleveland Indians fans there, and several of them were wearing Bob Feller jerseys. But I was even more excited Tuesday night when, after winning 3 elimination games, the wild card game against the Brewers, beating LA Dodgers in games 4 and 5, we, in 4 games, swept the Cardinals, and that meant that I didn't have to worry about a conflict between a playoff game today. Now, in my recent scholarship for the last decade, Simon Yang and I have been sort of pioneering this concept of there's a fundamental change in the way law and legal evolution are happening around the world in the environmental field, that traditional distinctions between private and public law, for reasons that Mike just explained, are breaking down. Traditional distinctions between international and domestic law are breaking down as countries borrow law from one another. I'm working on a book on the history of global environmental law. Siming and I and Anastasia Telosetsky and Lynn Harmon Walker have just come out with this new case book. It took us 12 years to write on comparative and global environmental law and policy. Now, so I want to review the history of how EPA has played a major and little noticed role in the development of global environmental law. CEQ was created on January 1st, 1970. President Nixon signs the NEPA into law on New Year's Day live on national television. In December 1970, EPA is created by executive order. Bill Ruckelshaus is the first administrator, and a few weeks later, Nixon signs the Clean Air Act. Now, even from the very start, a major role EPA has played is in international scientific and technical cooperation with other countries. On May 23rd, 1972, even though we're in the middle of a Cold War with the Soviet Union, the US-USSR Agreement on Cooperation in the Field of Environmental Protection was signed, and it renewed every 5 years. So despite political differences between our countries, there was tremendous cooperation among environmental scientists. The very first Global Environment Summit was the Stockholm Conference in 1972. The US sent a 63-member delegation. The head of the delegation was Russell Train, who was the head of CEQ at the time. Bill Ruckelshaus was also part of that delegation. And they worked out in advance a game plan for what they wanted to accomplish. At that conference, developing countries were really skeptical about the concept of global environmental regulation. Indira Gandhi famously said, "When I see smoke coming out of a factory, I think jobs, and I think that's good. Isn't poverty the biggest polluter of all?" But the conference was a fabulous success, and it was the 113 countries participate. It spawned the global recognition of the importance of environmental protection, issued the Stockholm Declaration. There was an agreement to create the UN Environment Program, to start negotiations on the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species. When Train, who had been elected vice chairman of the conference, came back, he had a press conference at the White House where he said that the US gained really all of its important objectives at the conference. And in fact, starting with that point, the nations around the world started adopting environmental framework laws, creating national environmental agencies, and environmental impact assessment, which the US had pioneered, was adopted in virtually every country of the world. Now, the Reagan administration takes over. This is when I started practicing environmental law. I actually had gone to law school in Stanford, clerked in LA in the Ninth Circuit. I only wanted to live in California after my clerkship with Justice White. I got hired by the Berkeley office of the Environmental Defense Fund, and they said, well, with Reagan coming into office, we're going to need a litigator to fight the new Reagan administration effort to roll back rules. When Reagan's statement that trees cause more pollution than automobiles do resulted in one of my favorite demonstrations where people dressed up in tree costumes and held signs that said, "Cut us down before we kill again." And one of the first things that Reagan did was he appointed Vice President George H.W. Bush to form a task force on regulatory relief that literally wrote to corporate executives, particularly those in the oil industry that Bush knew well, and said, what regulations should we get rid of? And at the top of their list were the limits, the very first limits on lead in gasoline that, as Don told us this morning, were upheld by the DC Circuit sitting en banc after a very long legal fight. And in fact, EPA, at the direction of OMB and the White House, actually proposed to relax or rescind all limits on lead in gasoline. It created a complete firestorm in the public health community, and even conservative columnist George Will, who had befriended Reagan when he first moved to Washington, wrote a column, "The Poison Poor Children Breathe," where he said, we Republicans are supposed to be for equal opportunity, but if poor and minority children have higher levels of lead in their brains, it's not equal from the very start of their lives. And ultimately, EPA was forced to abandon the effort to relax those lead limits. I actually argued the small refiner task force case in the DC Circuit just 6 months after joining EDF. And in that decision, while they did give the small refiners more time, Pat Wald, in her majority opinion, said, the health evidence is so overwhelming, why are we allowing any lead in gasoline? Now, I have to differ just a little bit with Brian when he said OMB forced EPA to get lead out of gasoline. My perspective as someone who was working on it for EDF was that we approached Al-Alm and Joe Cannon and said, look, you can solve the misfueling problem by getting rid of lead in gasoline that had been poisoning catalytic converters. And if you do a cost-benefit analysis, which Reagan is supposed to be, his OMB is now instructed to use that, you'll see that there's enormous net benefits to just phasing lead out of gasoline entirely. And in fact, when they proposed to rescind the limits, they didn't do a cost-benefit analysis because they said, oh, the executive order only applies to things that are going to cost industry more money. If you're going to relax the limits, then we don't need to. It's automatically good because it will reduce cost to industry. Well, ultimately, they did that cost-benefit analysis, and OMB was so impressed with it. Ultimately, OMB stopped the total phase-out because they were bombarded with letters from the antique car community that said this will destroy our vehicles. So they allowed a tiny bit of lead in gasoline. And finally, in the 1990 Clean Air Act amendments, Congress just banned lead in gasoline effective January 1st, 1996. Well, at the international level, Ann Gorsuch Burford was appointed to head the delegation to the Nairobi Earth Summit. Starting in Stockholm, nations of the world have gotten together every 10 years to have an environmental summit. That was not a very impressive summit. She kind of lectured the developing countries that the market would solve all their problems. They actually had shifted, and instead they were the ones demanding more environmental action than the developed countries were. Reagan also pointed to the delegation, one of his daughters, which was interpreted as showing that that's not a very important priority. But one great thing the Reagan administration did was with respect to the global phase out of CFCs. When these two scientists who were working on an environmental impact statement for the space shuttle program came up with the theory that that CFCs were so durable they could deplete the ozone layer, the people in the US just stopped buying products that contained CFCs. And it wasn't until after the Vienna Framework Convention was adopted that the ozone hole was actually found by the scientists. And a major achievement was that George Shultz, Secretary of State, convinced Reagan, who had had skin cancer, that it was important to have a global treaty. Don Hodel on the left there, the Secretary of Interior, said, oh, we can just have people wear hats and sunglasses, which gave rise to this Herblot cartoon of animals and everyone having hats and sunglasses, and he was widely derided for that. Lee Thomas went to Montreal in 1987 and played a key role in the negotiations because the European Union actually wasn't so enthused about phasing out CFCs. They thought it was a US plot to gain a trade advantage, but he actually confronted the EU delegate in a bar in Montreal, and they kind of worked things out over drinks. And there he is signing the Montreal Protocol, which has been an enormous global success. Now, the 1992 Rio Earth Summit is considered probably the most successful of these summits. Bill Riley was EPA administrator at the time. 172 governments participated. The Framework Convention on Climate Change was signed. President Bush went down there personally, despite it being in the middle of a presidential campaign, which he lost, which may explain why Obama did not go to the next Earth Summit in the middle of a presidential campaign. But as one thing that Brian mentioned that I really agree with is the global nature of the leaded gasoline phase-out. It had tremendous effects in reducing lead poisoning here in the United States, as this chart shows. And I'll talk a little bit later about how that became global. But when the George W. Bush administration took over, most people forget that during the presidential campaign, he was running against Al Gore, and he was afraid the climate change issue would actually work against him. So on September 29th, he gave a major speech where he said climate change is a serious problem. And while he didn't support the Kyoto Protocol that had been signed in 1997 but never submitted to the Senate for ratification, he would seek new legislation from Congress to control greenhouse gases. Now, he appointed Christy Todd Whitman to be his EPA administrator, and one of the first things she did was she went off to Trieste to an international environmental conference to meet all the other heads of the environmental agencies. Before she left, she checked with the White House to make sure that campaign pledge was still accurate, and they said it was. So she reassured the world that this new president's going to be really good on regulating greenhouse gases. But what happened behind the scenes was Dick Cheney did this kind of palace coup and got Bush to sign this letter disavowing that campaign pledge. Now, the 2002 World Summit on Sustainable Development didn't produce any landmark treaties, But one thing that happened here was they formed the Clean Fuels and Clean Vehicles Partnership, which was a public-private initiative with NGOs, governments, private industry, to spread the word about the incredible benefits of phasing lead out of gasoline. And as you can see from this map today, virtually every country in the world has eliminated lead in gasoline. A study by economists suggests that this has produced between $2 and $3 trillion in net benefits each year. So one of the top achievements. Now there's a similar global alliance to eliminate lead-based paint that EPA has joined as well as part of this public-private partnership. President Obama, of course, as we know, played a major role in getting the Copenhagen Accord. He also, the US government at the time, really promoted transparency with China, and the US Embassy started a real-time Twitter feed of particulate levels in China. And when the Chinese complained, we said, well, Twitter is banned in China, so it's only Americans going to get to see this. But of course, most Chinese have VPNs that can work around it. And it ultimately led the Chinese government to move towards greater transparency. And when President Obama met Xi Jinping for the very first time, he got him to agree to two very important things: to agree to use the Montreal Protocol to phase out hydrofluorocarbons, and that led to the Minamata Treaty, which was signed in October of 2013. Of course, the US delegation that was there for the signing ceremony had to leave because there was a government shutdown that occurred while they were already over in Japan. But Obama's climate action plan pledged to reclaim international leadership on climate change, and working in secret with the Chinese government, they reached this agreement where the Chinese, for the very first time, committed to cap their greenhouse gas emissions. They have the largest greenhouse gas emissions in the world, which led to this cartoon that I think sort of says it all, because the main objection in Congress from the climate deniers was, well, China's not doing anything to control their emissions. This helped lead to the Paris Climate Accord. Of course, Trump had vowed on the campaign trail that he would cancel that accord as though one country could do so. He had previously said that global warming was created by and for the Chinese to hurt US manufacturing. The day after Obama took office, I got an email from the State Department saying, would you go on a speaking tour of China, because we want to talk up the importance of them agreeing to limit their emissions. And I got nothing but pushback from the Chinese. They were saying the same thing, that global warming is a US hoax that was created, even some of the top public interest environmental lawyers. And ultimately, there was a battle in the Trump administration that's recounted in Woodward's book, Fear. Ivana Trump lobbied hard for her father not to withdraw from Paris, whereas Steve Bannon and Scott Pruitt, unannounced, showed up at the White House and tried to get Trump to sign a statement saying he was withdrawing from Paris. But fortunately, the deputy chief of staff stopped them from doing it. But a few weeks later, he did in fact do that. And in response to that, what happened was the only two countries who hadn't joined the Paris Accord, which were Nicaragua, which thought that it wasn't stringent enough, and Syria, which is fighting a civil war, both ratified the Paris Climate Accord. So now we will be the only country, if our pullout becomes effective, the day after the next presidential election. Finally, EPA does so many things in cooperation with so many countries, as illustrated by this organizational chart. Just last May, I was at the National Judges College in Beijing, training new environmental judges, and there you see on the left, Kathy Stein, an EPA judge on the EPA Appeals Board. So just a couple of quick conclusions. When you're dealing with the international realm, it's not just EPA, it's EPA working with other agencies, like the State Department. And the president's position on these issues is going to be vital because he has so much power in foreign affairs. There's a rising influence of private-public partnerships, as Mike indicated. EPA traditionally has been the real global leader, and it still is on a lot of the technical and scientific issues. And the one reason EPA does not get pushback from Congress on this stuff is that this should be a bipartisan issue that generates bipartisan support. Businesses want a global level playing field, So they support having other countries upgrade their environmental standards so they can be more like ours. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so thank you very much to Jonathan for organizing a really great conference, and I really appreciate being invited to speak at this event. And I've learned a ton from hearing all the other speakers. So we're kind of going to go from EPA's impact at the international level to EPA's impact at the very local level. It's interesting to me, actually, that we don't have anybody here at the conference who's really talked about EPA's impact on the states, because usually that's a kind of gotten more attention than EPA's impact on cities, which is what I'm going to focus on, using New York City as a case study. So EPA's really had a major impact on cities, on local government itself, and also on the landscape of cities. And we don't tend to think about that too much. We tend to focus, as I said, more on EPA's impact on states when we're thinking about its impact on lower levels of government within the US. Cities are differently positioned than states vis-a-vis EPA. So states often are delegated authority by EPA or by the under provisions pursuant to the major federal environmental statutes. Whereas cities are often actually regulated entities, especially under the Clean Water Act and the Safe Drinking Water Act. Because cities are major purveyors of drinking water and they're managing wastewater, they're actually often big polluters. And so they get regulated by EPA, or over time, as the states have taken over more enforcement responsibility, they get regulated directly by the states, which are enforcing against them standards set at the federal level. So what I'm going to talk about is basically the impact that EPA's had on New York City and its management of New York City's drinking water and of the way that the city manages its wastewater. And I think, this is in large measure a very happy story, I would say, that EPA has played a very significant role in forcing the city to upgrade its management of drinking water and wastewater. And it's kind of an illustration, I think, of an argument that people often give for federal regulation, that federal regulation ensures some minimum level of quality across the board, no matter where you are in the country. But there are some caveats to my story as well, which will kind of be interspersed as I tell it. So first of all, EPA, as somebody made a comment this morning, I think it was Joe Aldi, I don't think we can say that EPA is the only reason why water quality has improved in New York City or other cities across the US. States, too, over time have played a major role, especially in enforcing federal standards, and sometimes their state standards against cities. And also there have been significant economic changes, like the deindustrialization of major cities, which have undoubtedly improved water quality in cities, as well as a lot of heavy industries have moved away from American cities. Okay, now a second sort of caveat is I don't think that EPA's record vis-a-vis cities is totally flawless. So in some instances, I think it's fair to say that EPA decisions have reinforced political process failures at the local level. So to the extent that environmental justice communities are marginalized sometimes at the local level decision-making, EPA has not always made decisions that have helped to counteract that marginalization. And there's an example of that from the New York City experience, which I'll talk about. And moreover, I think that cities often, and this is an argument that the cities would make, it's hard for me to evaluate this from a neutral perspective, but there's probably a good argument, at least cities make it, that often EPA regulation is very rigid and has forced cities to make investments in managing water infrastructure that are not cost beneficial, that wouldn't pass a cost-benefit analysis test. And so just in light of the comment this morning that we heard about how from Administrator Wheeler about how the EPA is forcing New York City to build this cover for the Hillview Reservoir. So basically, this has a very long history. And in the Obama administration, the Obama administration backed off this idea of requiring the city to build this reservoir cover because the city says this is a very, very expensive proposition costing over $1 billion and that the benefits of it wouldn't outweigh the costs. So now, on the other hand, the current Trump administration has come in, as we heard, with a very different point of view. And there is a legal basis for the position that they're taking. Some would argue this obligation on the city's part goes back to 1996. But the saga illustrates this bigger point, which I'm making, which is that from the city's perspective, there are arguments about how cost beneficial some of these federal standards and requirements that have been imposed on cities. Okay, so now let me go briefly to talking about EPA's impact on the management of New York City drinking water, and then I'll talk about EPA's impact on the management of wastewater in New York City. Okay, so just by way of background, you need to know a little bit about where New York City gets its drinking water. So essentially, in the early in the early 1800s, the city was getting its drinking water from within the city from wells and ponds because the water that surrounds the city is brackish, okay? So at some point, that water from wells and ponds becomes too polluted, so then the city starts to basically get its water from further north. Initially, it builds a water supply system under which it's getting water from what's called the Croton area, or around Westchester County, for those of you who know New York City a bit. So that's like the most southernmost green point on this map here that you see. Okay, so that Croton Reservoir system is built in 1842 by New York City with some state authority, and it's regarded as an engineering feat because it basically brings drinking water from New York City, by gravity. To the city. Then the city needs more and more water. Its population is growing. Also, you get the invention of indoor water closets, so consumption grows and so forth. So eventually, the city has to go even further north, and that's that bigger green area. And in the early 20th century, it starts to build the Catskill and Delaware water supply systems. And those also are major engineering feats because they also bring water, basically by gravity, down to the city. Okay, so what's really important to know about this, a couple of things, is these areas, there's not a lot of publicly owned land in these watershed areas from which New York City is getting its water. This is mainly privately owned land in those watershed areas. And the city, I guess, lacking, in foresight, although they were very innovative in many ways, they didn't acquire big buffer areas surrounding these watershed areas. So over time, what starts to happen after the city finishes the last reservoir in the Catskills, Delaware area, and over time, there's more and more development that occurs in these watershed areas, authorized by the city and the state. And in particular, the development occurs in the Croton area, the southernmost of those green areas. Okay, so that development basically means, that sort of unchecked development basically means that there are more and more threats to the city's water quality. The city really does nothing for most of the 20th century to protect the quality of the water it's getting from the watershed area. Okay, it doesn't really do anything to restrain land use or development in that watershed area, even though it actually did have some legal authority granted by New York State to control land use in those areas. Okay, so the result is that by the early 1980s, about a third of New York City's water supply is kind of borderline quality. Okay. So what happens here? Well, of course, there's the 1974 Safe Drinking Water Act that comes into being, but it initially doesn't really reach surface water. It doesn't really initially have too much impact on New York City's water supply or the city's management of its water supply. When it does start to have an impact is after the 1986 amendments to the Safe Drinking Water Act that require EPA to set criteria for surface water systems like New York's system to avoid filtration. Okay, so basically in 1989, EPA introduces the Surface Water Quality Treatment Rule. And as a result of that rule, basically EPA says to New York City, well, you have to either really improve the management of land use in that watershed area from which you're getting your water, or you're going to have to build a massive filtration plant to filter the water you're getting from that upper Catskill, Delaware region. And the city estimates that would cost between $6 to $8 billion. Okay, so it desperately tries to avoid having to build this filtration plant with a bit of help from New York State, which brings all the parties together. The city ultimately is able to avoid having to build that $6 to $8 billion filtration plant by signing a deal with the upstate communities under which the city pays $1.2 billion to protect that watershed area in exchange for those communities accepting basically more land use regulation by the city. So this is an example, I think you could say, of basically EPA through the Safe Drinking Water Act helping to improve and protect drinking water quality for a major New York city, a major US city. And we of course see other examples where EPA has come in to protect drinking water quality. So the Newark water crisis would be an example, although this is too an example where the state is also playing somewhat of a role. Now, it's not totally a positive story. Think about Flint water crisis, where one might say that EPA's role was, you couldn't totally praise EPA in that context. Okay, so I've talked a bit about the impact on the management of drinking water supply, which you would have thought actually that the city itself would have had a strong incentive to protect the quality of its drinking water, given that its residents bear the costs of poor drinking water quality. But even for drinking water, the city was really underprotecting until we get federal regulation implemented initially through EPA. Now, what about the other problem, the problem of dealing with the wastewater? Okay, so going back historically, initially there's no real sewer system or anything like that in cities like New York. But after the city builds the big water supply system to bring in water from the Croton area I mentioned earlier, then as water consumption increases, especially with the advent of indoor toilets, it needs to build a sewage system. And that it starts to do in the 1850s. Okay? But what does it do? A big decision it confronts is what to do with the raw sewage. Initially, what the city does, and for a very long time, the city dumps raw sewage into the water bodies surrounding it, including the Hudson River. In fact, New York City dumped raw, untreated sewage into the Hudson River until 1986. Okay, and what? and what finally forces New York City to basically, well, what is a key factor? I don't want to attribute it. Bearing in mind Joel's comment about causation this morning, I don't want to say it's the only factor, but a key factor in prompting New York City to stop dumping raw sewage is EPA's actions. So in 1979, EPA went to court and got a court order that required New York City to basically treat sewage going into the Hudson through primary treatment by 1986 and through secondary treatment by 1991. And that finally forces New York City to build and to complete the construction. It actually started the construction of the sewage treatment plant for the Hudson in 1972, but this court order finally forced the city to complete construction of that sewage treatment plant by 1986. Okay. Now, let me just, I know I'm going like a few minutes over my time, but not too much. So this is where the environmental justice issue that I mentioned earlier comes into the story. The question here is, where does that sewage treatment plant get built along the Hudson? Okay. So because of decisions that had been made in the 1960s at the local level, long before EPA is in the picture, because of decisions made at the local level, behind closed doors, the local government had decided that the sewage treatment plant, which it knew would eventually have to be built along the Hudson, would be built off of Harlem, so next to the African American and Latino neighborhood, rather than, say, further south, next to the Upper West Side, which is white and more affluent, and which Robert Moses wanted to upgrade. Okay, so the sewage treatment plant gets built off of Harlem. Now, what is EPA's role here? Well, obviously, EPA did not make that initial decision, but in 1979, EPA sort of ratified that decision, I would say, or implicitly ratified that decision when it issued a finding of no significant impact under NEPA, FONSI, that basically allowed the city to avoid having to do an EIS and to also avoid having to do any serious analysis of the air quality impacts on the Harlem neighborhood of building the sewage treatment plant. Okay, so basically what ended up happening is the city builds the sewage treatment plant, which then has produces tremendous odor problems and air emissions that plague the neighborhood, and which lead ultimately in the early 1990s to the formation of We Act, a very major environmental justice group in the city, and to We Act launching a kind of a landmark environmental justice lawsuit in the city suing the city for private nuisance for the odors coming from this treatment plant, which this suit gets settled by David Dinkins, the first and to date only African American mayor of New York City, just as he's leaving office. Okay, so you can see, in a sense, what I'm saying about there's political process failures at the local level that EPA, at least in this instance, arguably had an opportunity to correct and didn't correct, arguably because it was very much focused on the goal of getting the water treatment plant built. Okay, so maybe this is an instance of sort of tunnel vision by the agency focusing on focusing on water quality improvements, neglecting the impact of air quality. But there's also this environmental justice issue that the air quality impacts were going to be felt by environmental justice communities. Okay, so just in the interest of wrapping up, let me just emphasize that the upgrading of the sewage treatment plants and the construction of this new sewage treatment plant that the Clean Water Act forces basically has had a tremendous impact on water quality around New York City. So it's kind of impossible for you to see this map, but take my word for it that the map, if we had more time, would show, these four maps would show that tremendous improvement. And this has affected the landscape around New York City. Okay, so since the year 2000, there have been 5 parks that have been created that are over 20 acres in size in New York City, and they're all along the waterfront. Okay. These improvements in the water quality have really made the waterfront a much more attractive place to be. Now, this is also undoubtedly connected with the deindustrialization of New York City and the changes in port technology as well. But nobody would want to be by the Hudson River if there was still a ton of raw sewage being there. So this is an example of how EPA's really had a major impact on the landscape of a major U.S. city. So just by way of conclusion, let me throw out a thought about the future. I've been talking a lot about the impacts of EPA at the local level in New York City in the past. I think an interesting question for the next 50 years is, as we confront climate change, which means a lot for coastal cities, right? They're going to face more flooding. They're going to face, more rainstorms. So they have new water management challenges now. In an era of climate change. And I think an interesting question is, well, what role will EPA play in promoting cities to adapt to these new water quality challenges? Okay, will it set some standards and require cities to meet certain standards about, having the facilities to catch stormwater or to deal with flooding? Okay, and if it sets standards, will it couple those standards, or will Congress couple those standards with new funding to enable cities to build infrastructure to manage flooding or to manage increases in stormwater? I think that's a new challenge for the next 50 years at the local level.
the discussion period, I mean, why don't we start, I mean, if anyone on the panel has a discussion they'd like to direct towards their fellow panelists. Or we could open it up.
I've got a question for Professor Percival. So something I'm seeing kind of on the international front, which I'd be interested in your perspective on, given that very wonderful historical perspective, is something we're facing very unprecedented, probably in coming decades, may well be as the world fails to manage climate change, geoengineering, injecting sulfates into the stratosphere starts to become discussed as a practical response to this. And if the U.S. is bowing out, as our current administration is, what do you see as lessons we might learn from the past for how the world starts to look at addressing the law and policy around an international intentional interference with the environment regime?
Yeah, that's going to be a really tough one, because I do an analogy to the law of the sea treaty.
Mm-hmm.
The law of the sea treaty has been ratified by almost all the world. The U.S., for just pure ideological reasons of current opposition of at least 34 senators to ratifying any foreign treaty, has made it impossible for us to ratify that. And yet the U.S. government's been operating as though we are doing everything we can to comply with it. But what that means is we have no role in nominating people to the dispute resolution panel. And we keep hearing from China. It's one of the very few international treaties that has mandatory dispute resolution provisions. China kept saying, well, we ratified the law of the sea, the U.S. didn't. But then when the Philippines brought the case against China, they refused to participate in the mandatory dispute resolution, and now, after the adverse decision against them, have tried to buy out the Philippines from trying to enforce it in the South China Sea. The amazing thing is that the military strongly supports ratifying it. Every U.S. president, including President Reagan, who initially was skeptical, but they made changes when the treaty was negotiated over a 10-year period, he bought into it. Both presidents, Bush, Obama, I don't know about Trump, but the business community supports ratification. Environmentalists support ratification. The Chamber of Commerce, I was at this hearing where I was the one liberal witness when the House was in Republican hands, and next to me was their Chamber of Commerce chief lobbyist. I'm trying to think, wow, how can I make conversation with him? It suddenly dawned on me, oh, you guys are supporting ratification of the law of the sea, and you're taking out all these full-page ads. And he says, yeah, but it's never going to happen. And when John Kerry was Secretary of State, he actually said, we're going to try, or no, when he was head of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, he said, we're going to try to get it ratified, and we're deliberately going to do it after the election so people won't have to take political heat for it. And Jim DeMint, who was then the senator from South Carolina, circulated a letter that he got 34 other senators to sign, saying under no circumstances will we even consider it. So it was done on arrival. So we're shooting ourselves in the foot if we don't participate in these international arrangements, particularly those that set up, and that's becoming increasingly important as climate change is affecting the Arctic, and there's sort of this rush on for the Arctic resources, and there's going to be a lot of jockeying for who has sovereignty over what parts of the Arctic. So I think the answer is it makes it absolutely critical that there be some universal agreement on what would be permitted in the geoengineering context. I mean, I think aren't there committees of the that have been set up under the Framework Convention on Climate Change? I mean, one of the things few people realize is the reason we even have a seat at all these conferences of the parties is because President George H.W. Bush not only signed the Framework Convention at Rio, but he got it ratified by Congress 99-0 just a few months after the Rio conference. So even though we never ratified the Kyoto Protocol, we get a seat at the table, which is really vital.
Thanks.
I'm curious.
Well, wait for the microphone so
Okay.
that
Yeah.
if anyone's, I don't know if anyone's still in the overflow at 4:15, but maybe they are.
I'm curious about your graph on where you showed the environmental issues becoming much more partisan.
Yes.
Has anyone done an analysis of the influence of money in politics and decisions on, dark money and all that in terms of creating or helping to widen the divide?
Mhm. There's a lot of research on that. I think it's something where defining the terms of the research is itself in some ways so ideologically loaded that it's not an area that you're going to find a clear, objective answers that everybody can agree on. But there's been a lot of dark money. There's been a lot of research discussing the impact of that dark money and actually not only dark money, but just money that's actually out in the open on strongly influencing the policy process and public opinion.
So, could I just add a citation on that? John Antanasio has an excellent book on this called Politics and Capital, published by Oxford. And it collects all that research. And he finds a very clear relationship.
And I would just say there's one deeper piece of that from my perspective. So I think that the campaign finance issue is a huge one. I think gerrymandering is a very important piece of this, both legal gerrymandering, but also the fact that we are, as a country, moving into communities with people who are like us more and more. We're self-selecting into gerrymandering. I'm working on a paper called Market Democracy, just because I'm in a bomb-throwing mode today. I'll throw this out there. I'm going to argue that I think in many areas, the market is better reflecting what we think of as majoritarian preferences than is government today. By the time you get done with dark money and gerrymandering, and largely because of worldview-driven issues. So, for example, who is the largest regulator? 70, 80% of the American population thinks we should ban assault weapons, right? Who's the largest regulator of assault weapons in the U.S. today? Walmart doesn't sell the bullets, and Dick's won't sell the weapons, and now Colt won't make them for sale. Which state, certainly in the area we live in, is banning assault weapons? So, interestingly enough, I think what we're seeing is, again, public preferences get reflected somewhere. And if you're Dick's, you're operating in a lot of different jurisdictions. You can't afford to be on the wrong side of some of these issues, even though, as a politician, you may be able to gerrymander your way out of democratic control on some level. So there's a lot more to be dealt with on that. But I think, to me, dark money is a piece of it, but it feeds into a series of other issues like gerrymandering, like the strong perceptions of worldview, which is something that we've studied a great deal. And once we know a couple of questions about your worldview, we can predict way more than we should be able to about your opinions about climate change and other things.
Right here? Yep. Okay. Yeah, I found the piece on the EPA's impact on cities really important. And one thing I'd like to hear more about is the impact in terms of their emergency response capabilities and Superfund on cities, because they don't really have the infrastructure to deal with some of the big things that happen. Like, for example, locally we had somebody decide they wanted to recycle fluorescent light bulbs from various places like Toys R Us and all these different places. And there really wasn't a market solution to this either, because this person brought in like 6 to 8 million light bulbs into a warehouse in the middle of a residential area in the inner city, talk about environmental justice, and just let them pile up and pile up and pile up. And they were broken, and there was no infrastructure in this warehouse in terms of firefighting equipment, not even a fire extinguisher. And so the local city kept trying to get US EPA to help because they don't have the money it would cost to get rid of 8 million broken fluorescent light bulbs with mercury in them. And of course, the US EPA, not having a ton of money, didn't get right to it. Well, then there were 4 fires in a week. And it sent 16 firefighters to the hospital to have to be tested for mercury poisoning. Again, the city didn't have the money to go and vac up all of the mercury now that is in the water the firefighters had to use to put out the fire. And, this was really scary, too, when the government shut down, because everybody in the media was talking about, the parks are shut down and this is really bad, and that, veterans should be able to go to the Veterans Memorial. And I completely agree with that. But they weren't talking about how only 3% of the US EPA staff was working. And I happen to know US EPA, a particularly dedicated staff person, who was putting out a fire in Michigan at a hazardous waste landfill for days without any pay. And I think if the public heard these stories, you wouldn't have that, information deficit model when it comes to these things. You may have that with some things, but the quality of that information, if it got out there, that why we need the US EPA, especially in terms of their emergency response and Superfund resources, when industry or the free enterprise system leaves behind undercapitalized pieces of land, giant brownfield sites. We need that money and we need that expertise in terms of Superfund. And if people really thought about that, I think they wouldn't want to dismantle the EPA like some people do.
I think that's a really good point. I mean, I focused on the impact that EPA's had through its implementation of the Safe Drinking Water Act and the Clean Water Act. But you could also really tell a story about the impact of EPA on localities through Superfund and other statutes as well. And this is definitely the case. They've had a major impact on landscapes through Superfund. And I think that what the events you were describing, they really illustrate, and some of the foundational arguments for having EPA and having federal environmental regulation in the first place was that you just don't have the resources and the expertise at the local level to deal with a lot of complex pollution problems. And what the story I tell says that you don't even have the resources and the expertise in America's largest city often to deal with some very complex problems. So, that's it's a kind of illustrates the limits in some sense of local authority and the need for federal regulation.
So I have the mic. Sorry, Joe. So first, it was a great panel. It was really fun to hear from all of you. I love the kind of range of perspectives and localities and so forth. So this is a question for Michael and Jonathan, and I also enjoyed the Michael-Jonathan show. I have seen Mike speak a lot and never gotten to see his co-author, so it's fun to see the two of you going back and forth, interrupting each other and so forth. I enjoyed that. So I want to push back a little on the idea that the private efforts on climate change are all about the private sector and blur the lines more, and also give a big shout out to states, given that I come from a state where we still like government and we still like government involvement in the environment. So the efforts, particularly on climate change, that the private sector is making are largely, as I have heard you, Mike, before say, and I think I understand, is big purchases of renewable power and things like Walmart promoting the LED light bulb, a lot of energy efficiency moves. Those come out of government policies. So the reason that we have renewable energy available for Apple and other firms to purchase is because of tax credits, production tax credits, renewable portfolio standards around the country, et cetera. And so maybe one kind of friendly amendment is that we need, instead of thinking about comprehensive federal environmental laws, we can think about areas where we can push to get to the private sector adopting things that they don't develop on their own. They do this because of government policy. Same thing with electric vehicles. If you're talking about fleets, shifting into zero-emission vehicles, et cetera, that's all because of government policy. So I just resist, I guess, the effort to separate these things into private and public quite so dramatically, because I think public really plays a very, very important role here, even if it's not in the form of giant federal environmental statute.
Yeah. So I'd like to respond, and then Mike can disagree with me. So first of all, I think actually I agree completely with what you're saying. And one of the reasons we focus so much on private sector is we feel there's a lot of writing about the public sector, and the role of the private sector has been neglected. But we by no means want or intend to diminish the role of the public sector, which can be at the federal, state, and local level. And I think one of the most interesting and promising places are where you have the synergies. So some states have RPSs, other ones don't, and there's been private sector pushback against that. So in the Southeast, where we have a lot of very high energy consuming states that have no public interest in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We've seen big companies like Amazon and Facebook pushing on those states to reform their utility regulations to be more friendly to renewable energy. And then once that happens, other parties start to be more interested in adopting it. The Walmart and the light bulb, this comes out in part of the federal 2007 energy efficiency standards, but then after Congress takes all the enforcement funding away from that, Walmart is pushing forward on the technological innovation. So I think there are real synergies and interrelationships, and we're trying to push for don't look for one big magic bullet on this. We need to throw everything we've got at the problem. Private sector can play some role, but that doesn't at all replace the really, really important role that the public sector plays. And I think your point about the interaction between the two is absolutely critical.
Yeah, so totally agree on that. And so I think a lot of what we're trying to do is simply to say, we shouldn't be, as environmental law professors and people who are advising on environmental law and policy, just thinking about what government can do. But it doesn't mean that in a lot of these areas, government didn't trigger much of the action that ultimately occurred, and we're very interested in those places where that occurs. We've actually studied, I had an NSF grant to look at spillover effects, which we did at the individual level, but they occur at the federal-private level as well. There are interactions of all types. But the reason, again, that we are focused on the private sector as much as we are is just because, again, what we keep seeing in the literature, and I look at the 400 or 500 articles our colleagues publish every year as a part of the LPAR journal that we publish, very little bit of it is viable today. We are engaging in a utopian view of the future, in my view, and so we're not being realistic enough about thinking, what happens if we don't get a major new pollution control statute in another decade? So absolutely, we have to be thinking about the public sector, and we don't at all want to minimize. And in fact, we both, I think, would support a comprehensive solution to the to the climate problem tomorrow if we could get one. I think we're just trying to make sure, as a risk management, in effect, that we're thinking hard about the private sector. In our part of the country, the southeastern U.S. would be the 6th largest country in the world if it were a country, and the states in the south. Yeah, you're always better, I know, but the southeastern states are not neutral. They're actively trying to discourage efforts to reduce carbon emissions in some cases. The Trump administration recently issued an executive order that was designed to promote fossil fuels, and it includes a provision in it that requires the Secretary of Labor to study the fiduciary duties of ERISA fund managers to identify if they're violating those fiduciary duties if they screen out climate-sensitive stocks. Okay? That's not a neutral phenomenon. That's an effort to try to stop the financial community from addressing the climate problem. The New York Times just did a study that showed that, or published an article about a study that showed that the major banks are differentially offering to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac those loans that are most climate sensitive in terms of flooding, because Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac have to accept loans. Right? So in some cases, the government is explicitly or implicitly muting the effects or the incentives that the marketplace would otherwise be giving. So I think the other thing I would say is that we look a lot at the notion of the panacea bias, which Eleanor Ostrom wrote a lot about, that we all try to say, what will solve the problem? And I think our perspective is there is no one solution that will solve the problem. It will be a combination of government at the state level, at the local level, and at the federal and international level, but with a private sector piece to buy some time in the interim.
So the only thing that I would just urge is, when I've heard you present in the past, you don't give credit to the way in which the public sector actually drives the
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. But at this,
they're not standalone efforts that have nothing to do with prior policies.
Both drives and discourages. I mean, today, to be realistic, we have to, but you're absolutely right. We need a slide in there that just makes it absolutely clearly recognized.
That's right.
You're
We could be. I just want to kind of share also one final anecdote on this is when, the first paper on private governance that Mike and I wrote together back in 2007, we talked about motor vehicle idling, all the unnecessary emissions that come from that and the potential economic benefits of people simply not idling their cars too much. And one of the conclusions from my analysis on that, going deep into the engineering analysis, was the optimal solution would be a federal technology mandate that every car have a motor that automatically shuts off when you stop. The economies of scale and production would bring those much cheaper, and there would be hundreds of dollars a year of savings for the average person doing it. That would be the optimal thing, but government still hasn't mandated anything like that in the meantime. private efforts to get people to change their behavior and shut off the engine when they're in a drive-through lane or waiting to pick someone up can have a big benefit until finally maybe someday we will get that technology.
Forget about California.
Yeah.
California
Yeah.
is wonderful
Yeah.
that way.
Right,
Yes.
go to California and ask them to do it, and you're much more likely to
Well-
have it happen, and then
Yeah.
177 states can opt in.
Yeah, you do actually have, at the local level, anti-idling ordinances.
A lot of new,
But if you
lot of
look
new
at those are designed to reduce particulate pollution rather than climate.
Yeah,
We
that's
did a
very
study
much,
of those.
yeah.
Last question?
question.
Last question.
I think this is for Bob and Michael and Jonathan, asking you to speculate whether or not there's an obvious reason that geoengineering itself won't migrate into the private domain.
Yeah, I'll talk about that. That could happen. I was actually at a summer school on geoengineering governance, and one group there was wargaming exactly that. What happens if Google and a bunch of other tech companies decide to do it privately? It's a real possibility.
Right.
Yep.
The tort risks, I would think of, if you can, again, maybe the courts would throw those out, but I would think that would be certainly on the risk management screen of managers before they thought about throwing sulfate aerosols in the environment. But again, it hasn't kept them from throwing CO2 in the environment.
When you're about to start seeing these trials in the climate nuisance litigation that are in state court, state common law tort against the fossil fuel industry for denying climate change and promoting disinformation while they, in fact, believe just the opposite. And that may have a much bigger impact in mobilizing the private sector in the fossil fuel industry to radically change their policies.
But let me just say that the embedded sort of implication of that is we would want to stop it. So it's a fascinating question. Maybe what we should do is start actively setting up a private system to think about carefully governing that and induce the private sector to do it to avoid a catastrophic future. Who knows? Yeah.
Well, on that light note, thank you to all of our panelists.
Very quickly, certainly thank all of our presenters today. Please join me again in thanking all of them. I want to thank again Peter Schulman, Catherine LaCroix, Jay Pendergrass, and Charlie Korsmo for moderating, Patty Harbold in particular for overseeing all of the logistical details for everything related to this event, Eileen Dabrowski, who helped out with that, REV folks who, even in the face of adversity, did what they could to make sure we could have a productive program, the law review, and all the student volunteers that helped with that today. The U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Ohio, which provided some funding to help with this conference, Coley Burke that endowed the center, which made this conference possible, and all of you for being part of this conversation. The video from this will end up on the law school website. The papers that you've heard today will end up being published in the law review, which means both that the PDFs will be available on the law school website if you prefer to read them that way. If you would like a hard copy, leave a card or fill out a note at the front, and we'll be happy to send them to you. But again, the PDFs will be available on the website once that they've completed that production process. But again, thank you all, and enjoy your weekend. And we're adjourned.
That was great. Thank you. Nice job. Thank you. I'm going to want to see everybody's slides.
Conference where everything was pretty much on time. That is a real